Chapter 20. The Temple of Hermes. Carpophorus was uneasy as he sat on the rooftop, staring across the Scamander River at the distant cliff-top palace. Tonight, as the sun set, the feast of Demeter, the corn goddess, would begin. People would give thanks for the harvests of the summer. There would be strong drink, fine wines, platters of food, and huge roasting pits. People would dance and sing and throw off their cares and worries for a day. In 9 months there would be hundreds of new babes born into the world, screaming and crying. Carpophorus loathed feast days. However, this one was special. When he had been first called to his ministry of death, he had travelled to the island of Samothrake to seek the wisdom of a seer who dwelt there. The man was famous across the Great Green. He lived in a cave, eschewing wealth in the search for spiritual perfection. There were always scores of people thronging the hillside below the cave, offering gifts and entreaties. The seer would sit silently in the sunshine and occasionally call someone forward. Then he would speak in low tones, and the supplicant would listen before walking away quietly through the crowd. People would call out to the supplicant, "What did he say?" But there was always no answer. Carpophorus had waited for 19 days. On the morning of the 20th, as he stared at the old man, he saw that the seer's eyes were upon him. Then he was summoned. He could scarcely believe it, and glanced round to see if anyone was standing behind him. Finally he rose and walked up the hillside. The seer was less old than he had thought. Though his beard was white, his face was unlined. Carpophorus sat cross-legged before him. "What wisdom do you seek?" asked the seer. "I have been called to serve the Great Father," Carpophorus told him, "but I need guidance." "How did this call come upon you?" Carpophorus told him of the death of his co-worker and of his realization that he was to serve the great god by sending souls on the long journey. "You think Hades requires you to kill people?" "Yes," answered Carpophorus proudly. The man looked at him, his face expressionless, his large blue eyes holding Carpophorus's dark gaze. "How many have you killed now?" 9. "Wait while I commune with the spirits," said the seer, then closed his eyes. So much time passed that Carpophorus began to think the man had fallen asleep. Then his eyes opened. "All men choose to follow one path or another, Carpophorus. If I were to tell you that you were deluded, and that the Lord of the dead did not call upon you, would you believe me? Answer honestly." "No. The great God has made me his servant." The man nodded. "Tell me, do you believe he would want you to kill children?" "No." "Or women?" "I do not know. Does he want women slain?" "There will be no children or women, and you will kill no one between the feast of Demeter and the feast of Persephone. When the land sleeps between the seasons, you will also rest. And for each mission you undertake successfully, you will offer half of your fee to benefit the poor and the needy." He pointed to the knife at Carpophorus's side. "Give me the blade." Carpophorus pulled it clear and offered it to the seer. It was a fine dagger, the hilt embossed with silver thread, the pommel shaped like a lion's head. "You will use only this dagger for your missions. Never poison, never sword, nor rope. Not your hands, nor a spear, not a bow. And when this dagger breaks, or is lost, you will serve the great God no more with death. If any of these instructions be broken, then your life will end within 7 days. "It will be as you say, Holy One." Over the years, Carpophorus had followed each instruction without complaint. In 3 cities there were houses of care for the poor and the destitute, funded by Carpophorus. Not one woman or child had fallen to his dagger, and the weapon was lovingly tended and used only for his missions, lest the blade be damaged. He carried 2 other knives for general use, and these he had used in the Battle of Blue Owl Bay. Tonight was the feast of Demeter, and today the lion-pommelled dagger would end Helicaon's life on this earth. He had watched the Lord ride across the Scamander Bridge that morning on a horse borrowed from the king's stable. The chances were that he would return it around dusk and then walk down through the town to the beach. He would pass through the square of the Hermes Temple. There would be crowds there. It should not be difficult, Carpophorus thought, to kill him there. I will merely walk up, the dagger hidden in my sleeve. Helicaon will greet me with a smile. Then swiftly and surely I will let slip the dagger and slice it across his throat. Then I will merge with the crowds and be gone. Helicaon will be free to find the Elysian fields and enjoy eternity in the company of gods and heroes. Carpophorus sighed. It should not be difficult to kill him there. The slaying of Helicaon had proved far more difficult than any of his recent killings. The Golden One was a wary man and sharp-witted, a thinker and a planner. Worse than this, though, Carpophorus realized, he was, in fact, reluctant to go through with the contract. Odd thoughts had been occurring to him lately, doubts and concerns. It had never happened before. Carpophorus loved his work and felt immense pride that Hades had chosen him, but joining the crew of the Xanthos had unsettled him. All his life, Carpophorus had been a solitary man, comfortable in his own company. More than this, he positively disliked being surrounded by crowds. He had thought the journey on the Xanthos would be tense and unpleasant. Instead, he had found a kind of solace. Aniacus had even hugged him on the beach yesterday, after Carpophorus told him he was quitting the crew. The sensation had been strange. Afterwards he tried to think of the last time he had been embraced. He couldn't remember. He supposed his mother must have cuddled him at some point, but try as he might, he could not recall a single touch from her. "You'll be missed, Attalus," Aniacus had told him. "I know the Golden One sets great store by you. He will be sorely disappointed when he hears you are no longer with us." This kind of parting was alien territory to the assassin. It amazed him that he had found himself close to tears. Not knowing what to say, he had trudged off, his copper wages in his pouch. He had spent the night dozing in a doorway overlooking the palace entrance, and was awake with the dawn, watching for Helicaon. Below the rooftop he heard children laughing and playing. Easing himself up, he glanced down at them. There were 5 boys playing catch with a knotted ball of old rope. Then he saw another child, sitting apart from the others. He was thin and scrawny, and his face bore a sad look. "Don't just sit there," thought Carpophorus. "Go and join in. Do not set yourself apart. Make friends." But the boy just sat and watched. Carpophorus felt a sinking of the spirits, and toyed with the idea of walking down and speaking to him. Yet he could not. What could I say, he asked himself, and why should he listen? Then one of the other boys, a tall, slim lad with long auburn hair, left the group and sat beside the smaller child. He put his arm round his shoulder. Then the child smiled. The taller boy pulled him to his feet and drew him to where the others were playing. Carpophorus felt a great sense of gratitude. He sat watching them playing until they wandered off to their homes. The little boy was laughing. "Who knows now what you may become?" whispered Carpophorus. And the sadness returned. In the failing light, he saw a horseman heading back across the Scamander Bridge. It was too dark to make out his features, but he recognized Helicaon's riding style, one hand holding the reins, the other resting lightly on his thigh. Carpophorus watched him return the horse, talk for a while with the groom, and then enter the palace. A short while later, now wearing a tunic of dark leather, 2 bronze swords scabbarded at his side, he strode out towards the streets leading to the beach. Slipping his dagger into his sleeve, Carpophorus climbed down from the rooftop and moved out to intercept him. As he walked towards the harbour, Helicaon thought of Andromache. He could still feel the warmth of her body pressed against him in that hug, and the remembered scent of her hair filled him with longing. He wished now that he had sailed from Troy earlier and had not visited the dying Hecabe. He glanced at the sky and the lowering clouds in the west, and wondered if he had committed some sin against Aphrodite, the love goddess. Perhaps he had sacrificed less to her than the other gods. The irony of the situation was not lost on him. He had refused to marry, save for love, and now, having met the woman of his heart and his dreams, she was to wed another. Worse, She was to be married to his closest friend. Now is not the time to dwell on it, he warned himself, as the shadows lengthened on the streets of Troy. He passed through milling crowds of brightly dressed Trojans thronging the marketplaces, seeking the best deals from traders anxious to pack up their wares for the night. A whore smiled at him, cupping her heavy breasts and licking her painted lips. He shook his head, and her interest waned, her bright smile fading. With the crowds behind him, he moved more warily down the hillside towards the beach. Mycenae's spies would be well aware that this was his last day in Troy. They knew he would be sailing with the dawn. If another attack was planned, then it would be now, as he returned to the Xanthos. A cool westerly breeze was blowing, and several drops of rain began to fall. Helicaon gazed at the buildings ahead. He was approaching a narrow street, leading to the wide square fronting the temple of Hermes, god of travelers. There would be many people there, sailors offering gifts for safe passage, and others about to take journeys who would be seeking the blessing of the god. A perfect place to ambush a single man in sight of his ship. He felt the tension rise in him as he entered the street before the temple. Ahead he saw a man, hooded and cloaked. The man turned away sharply and walked back towards the square. A cold anger settled on Helicaon. This was the scout, then. His appearance in the square would tell the others that Helicaon was approaching. How many would be waiting? His heart began to beat faster. They would want to be sure this time. 8 or 10 killers would rush him. Certainly no more. A larger group would get in each other's way. 10, he decided, would be the maximum. At least 2 would run behind to block a retreat back along the street he now walked. The others would circle him, then rush in. Helicaon paused and whispered a prayer to the war god. I know these Mycenae worship you above all gods, mighty Ares, but the men in this square are cowards. I ask your blessing upon my blades today. Then he walked on. At the entrance to the square he glanced left and right. As he walked on, he saw 2 hooded men angling around behind him, blocking his retreat. He saw Attalus moving through the crowd towards him. At that moment, 4 men threw off their cloaks, drew swords, and rushed at him. They were wearing leather breastplates and round leather helmets. Helicaon drew his 2 swords and leapt to meet them. All around, the crowd scattered. Other Mycenae rushed in. Helicaon blocked a savage thrust, plunging his blade through an attacker's throat. A sword blade hammered against his side. The pain was intense, but the ivory discs within the leather tunic prevented his ribs being smashed. Helicaon swung his sword against the Mycenae's leather helmet. The blade sliced down through the flesh of the man's face, snapping the jawbone. Helicaon kept moving, cutting and parrying. Despite concentrating on the men coming against him, he was aware of Antiochus and the hand-picked fighting men of the crew rushing from their hiding places and attacking the Mycenae. The ringing clash of sword upon sword echoed in the square. The crowd had drawn back, leaving the central area to the combatants. Flipping his right-hand blade and holding the short sword now as a dagger, Helicaon parried a thrust with his left-hand sword, then plunged the right down through the attacker's collarbone. The blade sank deep, and a ghastly scream tore from the Mycenae's throat. Helicaon spun and saw Attalus ram a dagger through the eye of a Mycenae. There was blood on Attalus's tunic. Now it was the Mycenae who sought to flee. Helicaon saw a tall warrior cut down a crewman and run towards the narrow street. Gershom cut off his retreat, the club of Zidantus thundering into the man's face. The man was hurled from his feet, his skull smashed. 2 other attackers threw down their weapons, but they were ruthlessly slain. Helicaon saw Attalus tottering towards him, his dagger dripping blood. The man staggered. Dropping his swords, Helicaon stepped in to meet him. The injured man fell into his arms. Helicaon laid him down on the stone. Attalus's hand flapped, the dagger blade scraping across Helicaon's tunic. "It is all right, Attalus," said Helicaon, taking the blade from the man's hand. "The fighting is over. Let me see your wound." There was a deep puncture just above the right hip, and blood was pouring from it. Then Helicaon saw a second wound in the chest. It was bleeding profusely. Antiochus crouched down alongside Helicaon. 8 dead Mycenae, but we lost 5, with 3 more carrying wounds. You have a healer waiting at the Xanthos. Aye, Golden One, just as you ordered. Then let us get the wounded aboard. "Give me my dagger," whispered Attalus. Helikaon laid his hand on the man's shoulder. "You must rest, Attalus. Do not exert yourself. Your dagger is safe. I will look after it for you." "Looks like you're staying with us after all, Attalus, my friend," said Antiochus. "Don't worry, we'll have those scratches dealt with in no time." Helikaon stood and gazed around the temple square. People were gathering now, staring at the bodies. A troop of Trojan soldiers came running into sight, spreading out, swords drawn. Helikaon strode towards them. The officer approached him. Helikaon did not know the man. "What happened here?" demanded the officer. "Mycenae assassins tried to kill me." "And why would they do that?" "I am Aeneas of Dardania, known as Helikaon." Instantly the officer's attitude changed. "My apologies, Lord. I did not recognize you. I am new to the city." He glanced at the corpses and the wounded crewmen. "Did any of the assassins escape?" "None that I saw." "I will need to make a report to my watch commander." "Of course," said Helikaon, and outlined the attack. As he concluded, the officer thanked him and began to turn away. "Wait," called Helikaon. "You have not asked me why the Mycenae should want me dead." The officer gave a tight smile. "Oh, I have been in the city long enough to understand why," he answered. "You stain the great green with their blood." Helikaon returned to his men. Stretcher-bearers carried 3 badly wounded crewmen away to the House of Serpents, while others were helped down to the beach where the physician Machaon waited. The 5 corpses were also carried to the beach and laid out on the sand close to the Xanthos. Helikaon knelt alongside each of the bodies, placing silver rings in their mouths. "Why do you do that?" asked Gershom. Helikaon rose. "Gifts for Charon the ferryman. All spirits must cross the Black River to reach the fields of Elysia. He ferries them." "You believe that?" Helikaon shrugged. "I don't know, but the gifts also honor the dead and are tributes to their bravery." A tall, silver-haired man wearing a long white cloak bearing the horse insignia of the House of Priam approached them and bowed. "My lord Aeneas, I come from the king with grim news." "Is Priam ill?" "No, lord. The news is from Dardania." "Then speak, man." The messenger hesitated, then took a long, deep breath. He did not meet Helikaon's gaze. "Word has reached us that a force of Mycenae pirates, under cover of darkness, broke into the citadel at Dardanos." He hesitated. "It was not a plunder raid. It was a mission of murder." Helikaon stood very quietly. "They were seeking me." "No, lord. They were hunting the boy king." A cold fear settled on Helikaon's heart. "Tell me they did not find him." "I am sorry, lord. They killed Diomedes, and raped and stabbed his mother. She still lives, but it is feared not for long." Several men, Antiochus among them, had gathered round. No one spoke. Helikaon fought for control. He closed his eyes, but all he could see was the bright, smiling face of Diomedes, sunlight glinting on his golden hair. The silence grew. "The pirates were beaten back, lord, but most of them made it to the beach and their waiting ships." "How did the boy die?" "They soaked his clothing in oil, set fire to him and hurled him from the cliffs. The queen's clothing was also drenched in oil, but General Pausanias and his men fought their way to her. The Mycenae had no time to burn her, which, I suppose, is why they stabbed her. No one knows who led the raid, save that it was a young warrior with white hair." Helikaon walked away from the messenger and the silent crew and stood staring out to sea. Antiochus joined him. "What are your orders, my king?" he said. "We sail tonight. We are going home to Dardanos," Helikaon told him. Part 3. The Storms of Winter. Chapter 21. The Man at the Gate. Habusas the Assyrian sat on the cliff-top, gazing out over the sea. To the northeast, the high-mounted isle of Samothrake was bathed in sunshine, but here above the small island of Pithros, heavy clouds cast dark shadows over the cliffs and the rugged land behind them. The sea below was rough and churning, fierce winds buffeting the waves. Habusas lifted the wine jug to his lips and drank. It was cheap wine and coarse, but nonetheless satisfying. Behind him he could hear the laughter of his children, the 3 boys chasing each other, long sticks in their hands. Pretend swords for pretend warriors. One day, he thought proudly, they will sail with me, and the swords will be real. It had been a good season, with fine raiding. Kalanos had led them to many victories, and Habusas had returned to the Winter Isle with a huge sack of plunder. There were golden torques and wristbands, brooches of silver and lapis lazuli, rings set with carnelian and emerald. Yes, a fine season, save for the horror of Blue Owl Bay. A lot of good men had died that day, their bodies burnt and blackened. Still, they had revenged themselves in the attack on Dardanos. Habusas recalled with pleasure watching the young king, his clothes ablaze, fall screaming from the cliff. More pleasurable still, though, was the memory of the queen. Sex was always good, but the pleasure was heightened immeasurably when the woman was unwilling. Indeed, when she begged and pleaded to be spared. And how she had pleaded. Habusas had been surprised when he had heard she had survived. Normally deadly with a dagger, he could only suppose that the necessity for speed had caused his blade to miss her heart. The queen's soldiers had fought their way through more swiftly than anticipated. It was a shame, for he and the others had drenched her clothes with oil, and it would have been fitting to watch her plummet in flames to join her son. He thought of Helikaon. It warmed his heart to imagine the anguish he was suffering. The last ship to arrive at Pithros, some 3 weeks back, brought news from the mainland. Helikaon had arrived back in Dardanos. Everywhere there was uproar and unrest. The murder of the boy king had unsettled the people, exactly as Kalanos had forecast. And how galling it would be for Helikaon to know that the men who attacked the fortress were now wintering in the safety of Pithros, protected by both the angry sea and the fact that the island was Mycenae. Even if he could convince his warriors to brave the wrath of Poseidon, Helikaon could not attack the island without bringing upon himself a war he could not win. Kalanos had promised his men they would raid Dardanos again come the spring, this time with 50 ships and more than 1,000 warriors. Habusas was glad the queen was still alive. He could picture her terror as she saw the warriors coming towards her again, and almost hear her cries for mercy as they ripped the clothes from her back. He felt a quickening of the blood. He had never raped a queen before. Though the pounding of royal flesh was exactly like his other conquests, the knowledge of her status had excited him greatly. Habusas swung round to watch the sun begin to set in the west. His 3 sons gathered round him, and he hugged them. They were good boys, and he loved them dearly. "Well, you rascals," he said, "time to get you home for your supper." The oldest boy, Balios, pointed out to sea. "Look, father, ships!" Habusas narrowed his eyes. In the far distance, towards the east, he saw 4 vessels, their oars beating powerfully. Well they might, he thought, for darkness was falling and they would not want to be at sea come nightfall. Why they were at sea at all at this dangerous time was a mystery. Their season must have been lean, and the captains desperate for plunder. Habusas hoped they had been lucky, for some of their riches would flow to him. Habusas owned all the whores on Pithros. A feeling of great satisfaction swept over him. He had 3 fine sons, a loving wife, and burgeoning wealth. In truth, these foreign gods had blessed him. And so they should, he thought. Before every voyage he offered sacrifices to all of them. Bullocks for Zeus, Hera, Poseidon and Ares. Lambs for Demeter, Athene, Artemis and Aphrodite. Goats for Hephaestus, Hermes and Hades. Even the lesser deities received libations from him, for he wanted no ill will from the fates, or the mischievous discord. Habusas was a deeply religious man, and the gods had rewarded his piety. His youngest son, 6-year-old Cletus, was running along the edge of the cliff path. Habusas called out to him to be careful, then urged Balios to take his hand. "Why must I always look after him?" argued Balios. He was 13, almost a man, and beginning to tear at the bonds of childhood. "Why not Pericles? He never has to do any work." Yes, I do, retorted Pallicles. I helped Mother gather the goats while you hid in the haystacks with Thirsia. Enough arguing, snapped Habusas. Do as you are told, Balios. The 13-year-old ran forward and snatched at little Cletus, who wailed miserably. Balios made to cuff him. Do not touch your brother, shouted Habusas. He is so irritating. He is a child. They are meant to be irritating. Have I ever struck you? No, father. Then follow my lead. Balios stalked off, dragging the unwilling Cletus behind him. So, whispered Habusas to 10-year-old Pallicles, your brother is chasing the lovely Thirsia. Won't have to chase much, muttered Pallicles. She's worse than her mother. Habusas laughed. Let us hope so. The mother is one of my best whores. Pallicles stopped walking and stared out to sea. More ships, father, he said. Habusas saw that the original 4 galleys were now close to the beach, but behind them were 7 more. Thunderclouds were gathering, and the sea was growing increasingly angry. From a little way ahead, Balios shouted out, 5 more, father! He was pointing towards the north, past the jutting headland. Fear struck Habusas like a spear of ice, and he knew in that moment that Helicaon was coming on a mission of vengeance. 16 ships. At the very least, 800 enemy warriors were about to invade. He stood very still, almost unable to accept what his eyes were seeing. Only a madman would bring a fleet across the Great Green in the storm season, and how could he hope to escape the wrath of the Mycenae? Habusas was no fool. Putting himself in Helicaon's place, he swiftly thought it through. The Dardanians' only hope of avoiding a war lay in leaving no one alive to name him as the attacker. He will have to kill us all. Helicaon's men will sweep across the island, butchering everyone. Habusas began to run down towards the town and the stockade, the boys trailing after him. As he reached the first of the houses, he yelled out to the closest men, "Gather your weapons. We are under attack." Racing on, he headed for his own house, continuing to call out to any he saw. Men emerged from the white-walled buildings, hastily buckling on breastplates and strapping sword belts to their hips. At his own house, his wife, Voria, had heard the commotion and was standing in the doorway. "Fetch my helmet and axe," he cried. "Then get the boys into the hills and the deep caves. Do it now!" The panic in his voice galvanized her, and she disappeared into the house. He followed her and dragged his breastplate from a chest. Lifting it over his head, he began to buckle the straps. Little Cletus stood in the doorway, crying, Balios and Pallicles behind him, looking frightened. His wife returned and handed him his helmet. Habusas donned it, swiftly tying the chin straps. "Go with your mother, boys," he said, hefting his double-headed axe. "I'll fight alongside you, father," offered Balios. "Not today, lad. Stay with your mother and brothers. Go to the hills." He wanted to hug them all and tell them he loved them, but there was no time. Pushing past the boys, he ran towards the stockade. There were over 200 fighting men on Pithros, and the walled wooden fort was well equipped with bows and spears. They could hold off an army from there. But then his heart sank. Even the fort could not stop 800 well-armed men. Glancing down towards the beach, he could see soldiers gathering, the last of the sunlight glinting on the shields, helms, breastplates, and the points of spears. They were forming up into disciplined phalanxes. Transferring his gaze to the hillside above the settlement, he saw the women and children heading towards the relative safety of the caves. "Let the bastards come," he called out to the gathering pirates. "We'll feed them their own entrails." He knew it wasn't true, and he could see in their faces that they knew it too. When it came to fighting on the seas, they were second to none. In raids, the lightly armored pirates could move fast, striking hard, then departing with their plunder. Against a disciplined army on land, they had no chance. Habusas was going to die. He took a deep breath. At least his sons would live, for the caves were deep, and Balios knew hiding places beneath the earth that no armored soldier would dare crawl into. "Look!" cried one of the men, pointing up at the fleeing women and children. Beyond them, armed soldiers had appeared from behind the hill, marching slowly in formation, spears leveled. The women and children began to stream back towards the town, seeking to escape the line of spears. Despair flowed over Habasas. More ships must have landed on the west of the island. The massacre would be complete. "To the stockade!" he shouted to the gathering warriors. They set off at a run, angling through a narrow street and out into the flat ground before the wooden fort. A little way behind them, enemy soldiers were marching now, shields locked, spears at the ready. There would be little time to get all the men inside, and no time at all for the women. Habasas reached the fort and saw men milling there, beating at the barred gates. "What in Hades is going on?" he shouted to the men standing on the ramparts. "Open the gates! Swiftly now!" "And why would we do that?" said a cold voice. Habasas stared up, into the face of Helikaon. He wore no armor and was dressed like a simple sailor in an old, worn chiton tunic. The men with him were dressed similarly, though in their hands they held bows, arrows notched to the strings. Habasas felt bile rise in his throat. Apart from feasts and gatherings, the stockade was always empty. Helikaon must have landed with these men earlier in the day and merely walked up to the deserted fort. "This is Mycenae territory," he said, knowing even as he spoke that his words were a waste of breath. The soldiers marching up from the beach were approaching now, forming a battle line, shields high, spears extended. Women and children began to arrive from the hillside, clustering close to their husbands and lovers. Balios moved alongside his father, holding an old dagger with a chipped blade. Habasas gazed down at his son, his heart breaking. How could the gods have been so cruel, he wondered. "Throw down your weapons," ordered Helikaon. Anger surged through Habasas. "So you can burn us, you bastard? I think not. Come on, lads, kill them all!" Habasas hurled himself at the advancing line, his men pushing after him, screaming defiant battle cries. Arrows tore into them from the stockade, and the soldiers surged to meet them. The battle was short and brutal. The lightly armed Mycenae were no match for the fully armored soldiers. Habasas killed 2 Dardanians before being stabbed through the thigh. A thrusting shield crashed into his head as he fell. When he regained consciousness, he found his hands had been bound behind him, and he was lying against the stockade wall. The wound in his leg burned like fire, and blood had drenched his leggings. All around him in the bright moonlight lay the comrades he had fought beside for so many years. Not a man was left alive. Struggling to his knees and pushing himself upright, he staggered around, seeking his sons. He cried out when he saw the body of Balios. The boy had been speared through the throat and was lying on his back. "Oh, my son," he said, tears in his eyes. Just ahead of him, he saw Helikaon talking to an old soldier. He remembered him from the attack on Dardanos. He was a general. Pausanias, that was it. The old man saw him and gestured to Helikaon. Then the burner turned towards him, his gaze malevolent. "I remember you from Blue Owl Bay. You stood with Kalanos on the cliff. You were beside him in the sea battle. You are Habasas. You murdered my son. He was just a boy." Helikaon stood silently for a moment, and Habasas saw the hatred in his eyes. Yet when he spoke, his voice was cold, almost emotionless, which made what he said infinitely more terrifying. "I did not have time to soak him in oil and throw him burning from a cliff top. But perhaps you have other sons. I shall find out." The words ripped into Habasas like whips of fire. "Do not hurt them, Helikaon. I beg you." "Did she beg?" Helikaon asked, his voice unnaturally calm. "Did the queen plead for the life of her son?" "Please, I will do anything. My sons are my life." Habasas dropped to his knees. "My life for theirs, Helikaon. They did nothing to you or yours." "Your life is already mine." Helikaon drew his sword and held it to Habasas's throat. "But tell me where I can find Kalanos, and I might offer mercy for your children." "He left here 3 days ago. He is due back in the spring with 50 ships. I do not know where he is now. I swear. I would tell you if I did. Ask me anything else, anything. Very well. Did Kalanos burn my brother and throw him from the cliff? No. He gave the order. Who set my brother ablaze? Habasas climbed to his feet. I tell you this, and you promise not to kill my family. If I believe what you tell me. Habasas drew himself up to his full height. I set the boy on fire. Yes, and I raped the queen too. I enjoyed the screams of both, and I wish I could live long enough to piss on your ashes. Helikaon stood very still, and Habasas saw a muscle twitch in his jaw. Habasas hoped the man might be angry enough to just kill him, a single sword thrust through the throat. It was not to be. Helikaon stepped back, sheathing his blade. And now you burn me, you bastard. No, you will not burn. Helikaon swung round and beckoned 2 soldiers forward. Habasas was hauled back to the stockade gates. His bonds were cut. Immediately he lashed out, knocking 1 soldier from his feet. The second hammered the butt of his spear into Habasas's temple. Weakened by loss of blood, Habasas fell back. Another blow sent him reeling unconscious to the ground. Pain woke him, radiating from his wrists and feet and flowing along his arms and up his shins. His eyes opened, and he cried out. His arms had been splayed out and nailed to the wood of the gates. Blood was dripping from the puncture wounds, and he felt the bronze spikes grating on the bones of his wrists. He tried to straighten his legs, to take the strain from his mutilated arms. Agonizing pain roared through him, and he screamed. His legs were bent unnaturally, and he realized his feet too had been nailed to the gates. He saw that Helikaon was standing before him. All the other soldiers had gone. "Can you see the ships?" asked Helikaon. Habasas stared at the man, and saw that he was pointing down towards the beach. The galleys of the invaders were drawn up there. Helikaon repeated the question. "I see them." "Tomorrow at dawn, all the women and children of this settlement will be on those ships. They are slaves now, but I will not single out your family, nor seek any vengeance upon them. They will live." With that he walked away. The wind picked up, catching the open gate and swinging it gently. Habasas groaned as the nails tore at his flesh. As the gate continued to move, he saw that the bodies of his men had been moved. They had been dragged to houses nearby, their corpses nailed to doors or fences. Some had been spiked to walls, others hung by their necks from ropes strung from upper windows. Then he saw the body of his son lying on the ground, his arms laid across his belly. His head had lolled to one side. In the bright moonlight, Habasas saw a glint of shining metal in the boy's mouth. Someone had placed a ring of silver there to pay the ferryman. Even through his pain, Habasas felt grateful for that. Fresh waves of agony ripped through him as cramps struck his twisted legs, causing them to spasm. The weight of his body then sagged against his pierced wrists. Habasas cried out. He tried to close his mind against the pain. How long, he wondered, will it take me to die? Sometime tonight? Tomorrow? Would days pass? Would carrion birds feed on him while he writhed? Would he be forced to watch wild dogs feast on the flesh of his son? Then he saw movement to his right. Helikaon was walking back across the open ground, a sword in his hand. "I am not Kalanos," he said. The sword lanced forward, spearing through Habasas's chest and cleaving his heart. And all pain faded away. Chapter 22. The Phrygian Bow. The autumn months drifted by with appalling lack of speed. Gloomy skies of unremitting grey, punctuated by ferocious storms and driving rain, dampened even Andromache's fiery spirit. She endeavoured to fill her time with pleasurable activities, but there were few opportunities for the women of the palace to enjoy themselves. They were not allowed to ride horses or attend evening entertainments in the town. There were no revels, no gatherings to dance and sing. Day by day she missed the Isle of Thera more and more, and dreamt of the wild freedom she had enjoyed. For a little while her boredom had been allayed by the arrival of a new temporary night servant, a Thracian girl, Alicia. She had been willing and compliant, but the closeness of her body in the wide bed had only served to remind Andromache of how much she missed Calliope. When Alicia returned to her regular duties, Andromache did not miss her, and made no attempt to seduce her replacement. Just before year's end, Andromache acquired a Phrygian bow from the lower market. It was a fine weapon, with a heavy pull that even Andromache found difficult at first to master. It was cunningly contrived from layers of flexible horn and wood, and with it she had bought a heavy wrist guard of polished black leather. She took it out on the practice fields to the north of the city, where many of the Trojan archers honed their skills. It was a day of rare sunshine, and Andromache, dressed in a thigh-length white tunic and sandals, had enjoyed herself for most of the morning. The Trojan men had at first been polite but patronizing. When they saw her skill, they gathered round her, discussing the attributes of the bow. The following day, Andromache had been summoned before Priam in his apartments. The king was angry and berated her for appearing before men of low class. "No high-born Trojan woman would walk semi-naked among peasants," he said. "I am not yet a Trojan," she pointed out, trying in vain to keep her anger in check. "And you might not ever be. I could send you home in disgrace and demand the return of your bride price." "What a tragedy that would be," she retorted. She had expected an explosion of rage. Instead, the king suddenly burst into laughter. "By the gods, woman, you remind me of Hecate, all spit and fire." "Aye, you are very like her." She saw his gaze move to her breasts and flow down over her body. The thin blue gown she was wearing suddenly seemed flimsy and transparent. He drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "You cannot flout the customs of Troy," he continued, his face flushed, but his tone more conciliatory. "Palace women wear full gowns when in public. They do not shoot bows. You, however, may shoot your bow. The men were impressed by you, which is no bad thing. The families of ruling houses should always be impressive." "It was easy to impress them," she said. "The bows you supply them with are inferior weapons. They do not have range or power." "They have served us well in the past." "It would surprise me if a shaft from a Trojan bow could pierce even a leather breastplate. More and more warriors these days are better armored." The king sat quietly for a moment. "Very well, Andromache. This afternoon you will attend me in the palace gardens, and we will see how well the Trojan bows perform." Back in her own apartments, overlooking the northern hills, she found Laodike waiting. She had been less effusively friendly of late, ever since, in fact, the meeting with Hecate. Andromache put it down to the shock of seeing her mother so weak and ill. But today she seemed even more sad. Usually bedecked in jewelry, she was dressed in a simple, unadorned ankle-length chiton of pale green. Her fair hair, normally braided with gold or silver wire, hung free to her shoulders. In a curious way, thought Andromache, the lack of extravagant gems actually made Laodike look more attractive, as if the glittering beauty of the gems served only to emphasize her plainness. Greeting her friend with a kiss on the cheek, she told her of Priam's challenge. "He is seeking to shame you, you know," said Laodike quietly. "What do you mean?" The young woman shrugged. "He does that. He likes to make people look foolish. Mother is the same. That is why they were so well suited." Andromache sat by her, putting her arms round her friend. "What is wrong, Laodike?" "I am all right." Laodike forced a smile. "Have you heard from Helicaon?" Andromache was surprised by the question. "Why would I hear from Helicaon?" "Oh, I don't know. I wondered if he had sent a message and I hadn't heard about it. Nobody tells me anything." "No, as far as I know, there have been no messages from Dardania." Laodike seemed a little happier. "They say he killed 20 Mycenae at the Temple Square. He was like a young god, that's what I heard. He had 2 swords and he killed all the assassins." Andromache, too, had heard the obviously tall stories about Helicaon's prowess, and she had watched the Xanthos sail into the dawn with a heavy sense of loss. She looked at Laodike, and understood then that the young woman was infatuated with Helicaon. Sadness touched her. She had seen Helikaon greeting Laodike at Hecabe's palace, and there was no sign that he found her attractive. Yes, he had paid her a compliment, but there was no hint of passion in the comment. Then she realized why Laodike had thought he might have been in contact. He had made no secret of his desire for Andromache. "What did you mean about your father shaming me?" she asked, seeking to change the subject. "He plays games with people all the time. I don't know why. He doesn't do it with Creusa or Hector, but everyone else suffers at some time." Andromache laughed. "He cannot shame me with a bow, Laodike. I can assure you of that." "It will be a contest," said Laodike. "You'll see. It will be Dios, or perhaps Agathon. They are superb bowmen, and father will fill the gardens with people to watch you beaten by one of his sons. You'll see," she said again. "They will need to be very, very good," Andromache told her, "and I am not cowed by crowds." "I wish I was like you," said Laodike with a sigh. "If I was." She hesitated and gave a soft smile. "Ah, well, I am not, so it doesn't matter." Andromache took Laodice's hands in hers. "Listen to me," she whispered. "Whatever it is that you see in me is in you also. You are a fine woman, and I am proud to have you as a friend." "I am a fine woman," repeated Laodike. "But I am 23 with no husband. All my pretty sisters, save Creusa, have wed." "Oh, Laodike, you have no idea how alike we are, really. I was the plainest of my family. No one would have me, so father sent me to Thera. It was only when my little sister died that Priam accepted me for Hector. And you are not plain. Your eyes are beautiful, and your smile is enchanting." Laodike blushed. Then she looked Andromache in the eye. "I remember when Peleste came to Troy. I liked her, but she was very shy. Father took to her, but mother didn't like her at all. She said she was unworthy to marry Hector. I remember mother saying that the wrong sister had been chosen. She knew of you even then, you know." "I didn't know. Poor Peleste. She was a sweet girl." "Do you like Helikaon?" asked Laodike. Andromache didn't want to talk about it, and feared her friendship with Laodike might be damaged by the truth. But she could not lie. "Yes, I do," she said. "And he is smitten with you. I could see that." "Men always adore what they cannot have. I am to marry Hector, so let us not allow thoughts of men to come between us. You are my friend, Laodike. I love you like a sister. Now, will you come with me to the gardens later? It would help to have a friend close by." "Of course I will. Then I must go to the temple of Asclepios. Mother needs more opiates." "I shall come with you. I have a little friend who helps there. His name is Xander." It was mid-afternoon when the two women emerged into the largest of the palace gardens. As Laodike had predicted, there were at least 100 people present. Andromache had met many of them, but even now there were many names she could not recall. Priam was seated on an ornate gilded chair set on a stone dais. Beside him was his daughter, Creusa, a dark-haired beauty, slim and regal. Her eyes were cold, and she looked at Andromache with undisguised disdain. The soft-looking, round-shouldered chancellor, Polites, was also with the king, as was fat Antiphanes and the slender Dios. Once again Andromache was struck by his resemblance to Helikaon. There was another man with them, tall and wide-shouldered, his hair red gold. Andromache had not seen him before. "That is my half-brother, Agathon," whispered Laodike. "I told you it would be a contest." At the far end of the gardens, some 60 paces distant, Andromache saw a small cart with large wheels. On a tall spike at the centre, a leather breastplate had been fastened. There were long ropes attached to the front and rear of the cart. "Have you ever shot at a moving target?" asked Laodike. "No." "You will today. Servants haul on the ropes, dragging the cart back and forth." Priam rose from his seat, and all conversation among the crowd ebbed away. Agathon and the slender Dios both took up bows and walked out to stand alongside Andromache. Laodike faded back a few steps. "Today we are to witness a contest," said Priam, his voice booming out. "Andromache of Thebe under Placos believes Trojan bows are inferior weapons and is going to entertain us with her redoubtable skills. My generals, Agathon and Deiphobus, stand for the pride of Trojan craftsmanship, and there is a fine prize to be won." He held out his hand, and Creusa stepped forward, offering him a wondrously crafted battle helmet, embossed with silver, and bearing a motif on the brow of the god Apollo drawing back his bow. Priam lifted it high, and the afternoon sunshine glinted on the burnished metal. "May the lord of the silver bow bring victory to the most worthy," cried the king. Andromache felt her anger swell. It was a warrior's prize, a man's prize, and the offering of it was a less than subtle insult to a female archer. "Will you honor us by shooting first, Andromache?" asked Priam. "It would hardly be fitting, King Priam," replied Andromache sweetly. "It is, I am assured, a woman's place to follow in a man's world." "Then it shall be Agathon," said Priam, settling back into his seat. The wide-shouldered prince stepped forward, notching an arrow to his bow. At his command, servants at the far end of the garden took up ropes and slowly drew the cart across to the left. Then the men on the right began to haul the cart swiftly across the paved stone. Agathon let fly, the shaft striking and piercing the leather breastplate. The crowd cheered. Then Dios stepped forward. He too sent a shaft into the leather. Both arrows drooped after they struck, showing they had not penetrated far. Andromache notched a black-feathered shaft and curled her fingers around the string. As she had watched the two men, she had gauged the time it took for the arrows to fly to their target and the speed of the cart. Even so, it would have been pleasant to be allowed a few practice shots. Calming herself, she drew back on the bow. The cart lumbered across her line of sight. Adjusting her aim, she loosed her shaft. The black-feathered arrow slammed into the breastplate, burying itself deep. Each archer loosed 6 more shafts. Not one missed, and the breastplate began to resemble a porcupine. The crowd were less attentive now, and there was a short break while servants removed the ruined breastplate and recovered the arrows. Andromache glanced at the two princes. Both seemed tense and expectant. She saw Priam speaking to a soldier, who then ran off through the crowd. "What is happening?" she asked Prince Agathon. "The competition is about to begin in earnest," he said, a touch of anger in his voice. He drew in a deep breath. "It might be as well, Lady Andromache, for you to withdraw now." "Why would I?" "Because we will not be shooting at targets. My father has other plans, I fear." As he spoke, soldiers emerged from buildings to the rear of the gardens. They were leading 3 bound men, each wearing a leather breastplate. The prisoners were taken to stand before the target cart. Then the soldiers, their spears leveled towards the prisoners, formed 2 lines in front of the crowd. The king rose. "These wretches," he said, "are plotters. They were arrested yesterday. Stubborn, rebellious men who have refused to name their confederates." Andromache stared at the prisoners. They were in a sorry state, their faces smeared with blood, their eyes swollen. Knowing now what was to come, she walked away from the princes. Priam saw her. "Not to your liking, girl? Ah well, this is man's work." He turned back to the crowd. "These traitors deserve death, but I am a merciful man. Their bonds will be cut." Taking a spear from a royal eagle standing close by, he hurled it out onto the grass, some 60 running steps from the prisoners. "If any of them can reach that spear, then they will suffer merely banishment. Loose the first, and let Deiphobus represent my honor." A soldier drew a dagger from his belt and walked to the first prisoner, a slim, middle-aged man. The soldier slashed his blade through the ropes binding the prisoner's wrists. The man stood very still, staring malevolently down the gardens at the king. Then he took a deep breath and broke into a swerving run. Dios raised his bow. The running man increased his pace. The arrow took him through the throat, punching through to the back of his neck. He staggered on, then pitched to the right. He began to choke, his face growing purple. Andromache looked away, but could not shut her ears to the grotesque sounds as the dying man fought for breath. Finally there was silence. "Now the second!" roared Priam. This prisoner was a powerful man with a heavy beard. He also glared at the king. When they cut him loose, he did not run, but strode down the garden. Prince Agathon took aim. Suddenly the man darted to his right, then raced for the spear. Agathon loosed his shaft. It took the man in the chest, but did not fully pierce the breastplate. Without pausing in his run, the prisoner sprinted for the spear. Dios let fly. His arrow also thudded home, but the prisoner reached the spear and swept it up. Then he swung towards Priam and charged. The move surprised everyone. A royal eagle leapt to bar his way, but the prisoner shoulder-barged him, knocking him from his feet. Just as he reached the king, a black-feathered shaft hammered through his back, burying itself deep and cleaving his heart. The prisoner stood for a moment, then toppled sideways, the spear clattering to the ground. Andromache lowered the Phrygian bow and stared at the man she had killed. Agathon moved alongside her. "A very fine shot. You saved the king." Priam stepped over the body. "And now," he roared, "all can see why this woman was chosen as the bride for my Hector. Let your voices sound for Andromache." Obediently, a cheer went up from the crowd. Then the king signaled to the soldiers at the far end of the gardens, and the last prisoner was led away. The following month, Andromache learned that Priam had ordered 1,000 Phrygian bows for his archers. It was late in the afternoon before Andromache could slip away from the garden. Her status suddenly enhanced by the events of the day, she had been surrounded by well-wishers and sycophants. When at last she feigned tiredness, she found Laodike waiting in her apartments. Her friend ran to her, hugging her close.
"You were wonderful, Andromache," she said. "I am so proud of you. Your name is on everyone's lips."
Andromache kissed her on the cheek, then slipped out of her embrace.
"Who was the man I killed?" "A captain of the Eagles. Everyone thought him to be a hero. What makes a man become a traitor, do you think?"
"I do not know, but he was brave. He could have merely picked up the spear and taken banishment. Instead, he accepted certain death, for even had he killed Priam, the guards would have overpowered and slain him. Let us talk no more of it. A walk to the temple is just what I need." The sunshine continued, though there were rain clouds in the distance as the two women set out arm in arm.
"I think Agathon was impressed," said Laodike. "He couldn't take his eyes off you."
Andromache laughed. "He is an impressive man. Why have I not seen him before?"
"He spends much of his time east of the city. He leads the Thracian mercenaries, and is almost as fine a general as Hector. They are very close."
"Do they look alike?" Laodike giggled.
"Are you asking whether Hector is handsome?"
"Yes."
"Like a young god. His hair is golden, his eyes are blue, and he has a smile to win any heart."
"And he is the oldest of Priam's sons?" Laodike laughed again.
"Yes and no. He is the oldest of Mother's children, and therefore the legitimate heir. But Father was 24 when he and Mother wed, and there were other children born to his lovers. The oldest was Troilus. He would have been almost 40 now."
"He died?"
"Father had him banished last year. He died in Miletos. Some think he was poisoned. I expect he was."
"That makes no sense to me," said Andromache. "If Priam wanted him dead, why not kill him in Troy?" Laodike paused in her walk and turned towards her.
"You should understand that before Mother was ill, Troy had 2 rulers. Mother hated Troilus. I think she hates all the sons she did not bear. When Troilus plotted to overthrow Father, she thought he should be killed instantly. Father refused."
Laodike shrugged.
"And he died anyway."
"Hecate had him poisoned?"
"I do not know, Andromache. Perhaps he just died. But you would be amazed at the number of people who have died young, following disagreements with Mother."
"Then I am glad she liked me. So how old is Hector?"
"Almost 30.
"Why has he never wed?" Laodike looked away.
"Oh, probably because of wars and battles. You should ask him when he comes home. There will be great parades and celebrations for his victories."
Andromache knew something was being kept from her, but she decided not to press the point. Instead, she said,
"He must be a great warrior indeed, if his victories can be anticipated before the battles are fought." "Oh, Hector never loses," said Laodike. "The Trojan horse is supreme in battle."
It seemed to Andromache that such conviction was naive. A stray arrow, a hurled spear, an unlucky blow could all end the life of any fighting man. However, she let the moment pass, and the two women wandered down through the marketplaces, stopping to examine the wares on display. Finally, they reached the healing houses. They sat in a rear garden, Laodike having sent a servant to seek out the healer Machaon. Another servant, an elderly man, brought them goblets of juice squeezed from various fruits. Andromache had never tasted anything so deliciously sweet. The mixture was the color of the sunset.
"What is in this?" she asked. "Tree fruits from Egypt and Palestine. They come in various shapes and colors. Some are gold, some yellow, some green. Some are good on their own, and others are so sharp they make the eyes water. But the priests here mix them with honey. Very refreshing." "There is so much that is new in Troy," said Andromache. "I have never seen such color. The women's gowns, the decorations on the walls."
She laughed. "Even the drinks have many colors."
"Father says that trade is what makes civilizations grow. Nations and peoples learn from one another and improve on one another's skills. We have Egyptian cloth makers in Troy. They have begun experimenting with the dyes from Phrygia and Babylon. There are some wonderful colors being produced. But it is not just the clothes. Hector brought back horses from Thessaly. Big beasts, 16 hands. He's bred them with our mares. They make superb war mounts. Men of skill and enterprise all come to Troy. Father says that one day we will be the center of a great civilization."
Andromache listened as Laodike spoke on about Priam and his dreams. It was obvious that she adored her father, and equally obvious that he had little time for her. Laodike's voice faded away.
"I think I am boring you," she said. "I am sorry."
"Nonsense. It is fascinating."
"Really? You are not just saying that?"
"Why would I?" Andromache threw her arm around Laodike's shoulder and kissed her cheek. The physician-priest Machaon entered the garden. He looked dreadfully weary, thought Andromache. His face was pale, and there was sweat upon his brow. Although a young man, he was already losing his hair, and his shoulders were rounded.
"Greetings to you, King's daughter," he said. "It is always a pleasure to see you. And you, Andromache of Thebe."
"How is Xander faring?"
Andromache asked. The young physician smiled.
"He is a fine lad with great sensitivity. I have him working with the dying. He has a talent for lifting their spirits. I am glad he stayed with us."
He turned to Laodike and handed her a small cloth-wrapped package.
"These should last for another week or so. Be advised, though, that soon even these powerful opiates will not keep the pain at bay."
"Mother says she is feeling a little better," said Laodike. "Perhaps her body is healing."
He shook his head.
"She is past healing. Only her strength of mind and the courage of her spirit keeps her in these lands of the living. There is a small phial in the package. It is stoppered with green wax. When the pain becomes unbearable, and it will, break open the phial and mix it with wine. Then get your mother to drink it."
"And that will take away the pain?"
His brows furrowed.
"Yes, Laodike. It will take away the pain, permanently."
"Then why can she not have it now? Her pain is very great."
"I am sorry. I am not making myself clear. The phial is to be used to help your mother at the end. Once she has drunk it, she will fall into a deep sleep and pass peacefully to the world beyond."
"Are you saying it is poison?"
"That is exactly what I am saying. During the last days, your mother will be in dreadful agony. The pain will be excruciating and beyond her ability to cope with. You understand me? At this point, she will have only hours left to live. Better, I think, if you rescue her from that suffering. It is, however, your choice."
"I couldn't poison Mother,"
said Laodike.
"Of course you couldn't," said Andromache. "However, you can tell her exactly what the gentle Machaon has told you, and you can give her the phial. Let her make the choice. Thank you, Lady Andromache, said Machaon. Yes, that is of course the correct course. He looked at her and seemed about to speak.
Was there something else?
She asked. I understand you travelled with the Mycenae warrior Augurios.
Yes, she said. A hard man and unpleasant.
Ah, then I shall not trouble you with my problem concerning him. I thought perhaps you might be, friends.
How is it, she asked, that a physician is having trouble with a travelling warrior?
Did you not hear? He was attacked by other Mycenae. His wounds were grievous. He is still likely to die of them. But I cannot make him rest, my lady. He insists on working for his bread and for the right to sleep here. I have explained that all costs have been met by the Lord Helicaon, but this only seems to anger him. He has been sawing wood, carrying water, all kinds of menial duties for which we have servants. He has torn open his stitches many times through such and other ill-advised exercise. I have tried to explain to him that his body was savagely damaged. He cannot breathe well and becomes dizzy with any exertion. Yet he will not listen. I fear he is going to collapse and die, and then the Lord Helicaon will view me with displeasure.
We will speak to him, Laodice and I, said Andromache. Where is he?
I saw him a little while ago beyond the House of Earth. He is trying to repair an old wall. There is no need. The wall no longer serves any real purpose. Yet he carries large stones and exhausts himself.
Machaon gave them directions, and the two women walked off. Laodice was not happy.
I do not like Mycenae, she said. I don't care if he dies.
He helped Helicaon at the Bay of Blue Owls, said Andromache. He killed a Mycenae assassin. Perhaps that's why he was attacked.
I expect he had unpleasant reasons for doing what he did, said Laodice. Mycenae always do.
Chapter 23. The Wounded Lion. Augurios could hardly breathe. It was as if the gods had placed a gate in his chest, and no air was reaching his lungs. White lights danced before his eyes, and dizziness threatened to bring him down. He staggered on for several paces, his arms burning with the weight of the rock. Even his legs were trembling and painful, especially the calves. Grimly he struggled on, lowering the rock to the breach in the ancient wall. His vision began to swim, forcing him to sit down. He gazed down at his trembling hands. Nothing in his life had prepared him for the horror of such weakness. He had seen friends die in battle, and others struck down by wasting fevers. But always he had remained strong. He could run for miles in full armor and then fight a battle. His stamina was legendary. Yet now he struggled to lift a few pitiful rocks onto a ruined wall. Sweat dripped into his eyes, and he was too weary even to wipe it away. He glanced across the old paddock and saw the two men sitting in the shade. Both were armed with swords and daggers. Over the weeks he had tried to approach them, but they faded back from him, and he did not have the stamina to give chase. At first he had thought them to be more killers, ready to strike him down and claim the bounty from Erikos. The boy, Xander, had told him not to concern himself. "Who are they, then?" Xander became ill at ease.
I am not supposed to say.
"But you have, so tell me."
They are here to protect you.
Augurios had learned then that they were men hired by Helicaon. It was a sickening discovery.
"You told me he was glad I was dying,"
said Augurios. The boy looked crestfallen.
He told me to say that. He thought it would make you fight for life.
Augurios swore softly. The world had gone mad. Friends and countrymen wanted him dead. Enemies hired men to keep him alive. Somewhere on Olympos, the gods were laughing at this grotesque jest. As the weeks passed and his condition did not improve, Augurios found himself wishing they were Mycenae assassins. At least then he could end his life in battle. A shadow fell across him, and he looked up. Two women were standing there, the sun behind them.
"What do you want?"
he asked gruffly, thinking them to be priestesses coming to chide him.
A courteous greeting would be pleasant,
replied Andromache. With an effort, Augurios pushed himself to his feet.
"The sun was in my eyes," he said between shallow breaths. "I did not recognize you."
He saw the shock of his condition register on her face. Argurios had lost weight, and his eyes were sunken and dark-rimmed, his arms and legs thin and wasted. "Let us all sit," said Andromache. "This is my friend, the king's daughter, Laodike." Argurios blinked away sweat and looked at Laodike. She was tall, with long fair hair, and in her eyes he saw disdain. Swinging back to Andromache, he asked,
"Why are you here?"
"Mycenae are always rude," said Laodike. "They are bred without manners. Let us go, Andromache. It is too hot to be standing here."
"Yes, you go back inside," Andromache told her. "I will sit for a little while with this warrior."
Laodike nodded.
"I will wait for you beneath the arbor trees."
Without a word to Argurios, she walked away.
"You should go with her," said Argurios. "We have nothing to talk about."
"Sit down before you fall,"
ordered Andromache, seating herself on the stone wall. Argurios slumped down beside her, surprised at himself for obeying a woman. Shame touched him. Even in this small matter, he was no longer a man.
"I know what you need," she said.
"What I need?"
"To make you strong again. When I was younger, my father was in a battle. A horse fell and rolled on him. After that, he, like you, could scarcely breathe. He tottered around like an old man. It went on for months. Then, one day, we heard of a traveling physician. He was healing people in local villages while on his way to Egypt. He was an Assyrian. We brought him to my father."
"He cured him?"
"No, he showed my father how to cure himself."
Argurios wiped the sweat from his eyes and looked at the young woman. His vision was hazy, his breathing ragged. Yet hope flared in his heart.
"Tell me," he said.
"I will show you, Argurios. Tomorrow morning, whatever the weather, I will send a cart for you. It will bring you to cliffs above a beach. Bring Xander with you, for I would like to see the boy again. And now I will leave you to finish your work."
She rose.
"Wait,"
said Argurios, painfully heaving himself to his feet.
"Take me to the king's daughter."
She walked slowly alongside him. He staggered twice and felt her arm link through his. He wanted to shrug it away, but her strength kept him upright. It was not a long walk, and yet Argurios felt exhausted by the time they reached the shaded arbor. Laodike was sitting on a bench. Argurios struggled for breath.
"Not all Mycenae are ill-mannered. I apologize for my lack of courtesy. I have always been uncomfortable around women, especially beautiful women."
He expected a harsh response, but instead her expression softened. Leaving the bench, she stood before him.
"Your apology is accepted," she said. "And I, too, am sorry for the curtness I showed you. You have been badly wounded, and I should have realized you were suffering."
Argurios could think of nothing else to say, and as the silence grew, the moment became awkward. Andromache spoke then.
"I have invited Argurios to join us tomorrow. It will aid his healing."
Laodike laughed.
"Do you sit awake at night planning events that will annoy father?"
she asked. Xander enjoyed working in the House of Serpents. He felt useful and needed. People always seemed pleased to see him, and as the weeks passed, he learned more about herbs and medicines, treatments and diagnosis. The application of warm, wet towels reduced fevers. The shredded and powdered barks of certain trees could take away pain. Festering sores could be healed by the application of wine and honey. Eager to learn more, he followed Machaon around, watching as he splinted broken bones or lanced cysts and boils. Yet despite his enthusiasm for all matters medical, he was pleased today to be out in the open air, travelling in the wide cart with Argurios. The sky was cloudy with the promise of rain, but the sun was shining through, and the air was fresh with the smells of the sea. He glanced at Argurios. The Mycenae looked so ill.
His face was drawn, and so thin it made him look like an old, frail man. Xander had helped him shave this morning, cutting away the stubble on his cheeks and trimming the chin beard. He had combed his long dark hair, noting the increase of grey along the temples. The youngster struggled to remember the iron-hard warrior who had saved him on the Xanthos. In the weeks since the attack, Argurios's recovery had been painfully slow. Machaon told Xander that one of the wounds had pierced Argurios's lung and come perilously close to the heart, and there had been much bleeding internally.
"He will recover, though?"
Xander had asked. "He may never regain his former strength. Often deep wounds turn bad, and vileness can form." Xander looked round. The cart was crossing the wide wooden Scamander Bridge. He wondered if they were heading for the white palace he could see on the cliff top to the southwest. It was said that the Queen lived in King's Joy with some of her daughters. The cart hit a broken stone on the road and jolted. Argurios winced.
"Are you all right?"
asked Xander. Argurios nodded. He very rarely spoke, but each evening when Xander visited him, he would quietly sit as the boy told him of the day's work among the sick, listening as Xander talked of herbs and discoveries. At first Xander had thought him bored.
"Am I babbling, Argurios?"
he had asked one evening.
"Grandfather says I chatter too much. Shall I leave you?"
Argurios had given a rare smile. "You chatter on, boy. When I am bored, I'll tell you." The cart left the road and angled out along a narrower road leading to the cliffs. There were 2 eagles there, sitting beneath the branches of a gnarled tree, sunlight glinting on their armour of bronze and silver. They rose as the cart approached. The driver, a crook-backed man with a thick white beard, said,
"Guests of the Lady Andromache."
One of the soldiers, a tall young man, wide-shouldered and wearing a helmet with a white horsehair crest, walked up to the cart. "You'd be Xander," he said.
"Yes."
The young soldier moved past the boy and stared hard at Argurios. His brows furrowed. "By the gods, man, you look all in. Will you need help to get to the beach?" "No." Argurios hauled himself upright, then climbed down from the cart. "I meant no offence, warrior," said the soldier. "I was wounded myself 2 years ago and had to be carried by my comrades." Argurios looked at the man. "Where was the battle?" "In Thrace. Took a lance thrust to the chest. Smashed my breastplate, broke several ribs." "Tough fighters, Thracians." "True, no giving them. We have a regiment of them here now." The man chuckled. "Sooner have them with me than against me." Argurios walked away. Xander followed. The cliff path was steep, but fairly wide. Even so, if Argurios were to stumble, he would pitch over the edge and plummet to the rocks far below. The young soldier came alongside. "I would consider it an honour, Argurios, if you would allow me to walk with you to the beach." Argurios straightened at the sound of his name. "You know of me?" "All soldiers know of you, man. I was told the story of the Bridge of Partha when I was a boy. They say you held the bridge all morning." "Not that long," said Argurios. "But, by the gods, it felt like it." He gathered himself, then looked at the warrior. "Let us walk, then." Xander followed as the 2 men made their slow way down to the beach. He could see there were already people on the sand, and several men were swimming. Xander wondered what they were looking for. Perhaps they were hunting for shellfish, he thought. Yet they seemed to be swimming aimlessly. They neither dived deep nor headed for the shore. Others waded into the sea, and Xander could hear the sound of laughter. There were 5 yellow canopies set up below the cliffs, and close by were tables laden with food and drink. The canopies were very bright, almost as gold as the sun. Xander remembered his mother dyeing cloth yellow using the skins of onions or crocus pollen, but the cloth had never had the luster of these canopies, and it faded so quickly. Ahead, Argurios stumbled. The Trojan soldier took him by the arm, supporting him. Argurios did not, as Xander expected, pull away. When they reached the beach, the Trojan thanked Argurios for the honour of his company. The Mycenae remained grave. "What is your name, soldier?" "Polydorus," he answered. "I shall
Remember it.
Xander looked around. He saw Andromache move away from a small group of women and walk across the sand towards them. She was wearing a thigh-length tunic of pale green, and her red hair was hanging loose to her shoulders. Xander thought her very beautiful. She smiled at him, and he blushed. "Welcome to the Royal Beach, Xander." "What are those men looking for?" he asked, pointing to the swimmers. "Nothing. They are swimming for the pleasure of it. Do you swim?" "Grandfather taught me. He said a sailor needed to be able to float." "Well, today you will swim." She turned to Argurios. "And you, warrior?"
Why would I swim? He asked. There is no purpose to it.
"A better purpose, perhaps, than repairing a paddock wall when there is no longer a paddock," she observed. "Come and sit for a while, and I will tell you of the Assyrian physician." She led them to a spot beneath a canopy. Argurios's breathing was ragged, and he seemed grateful to be sitting down. "My father could not take deep breaths," said Andromache. "The physician told him to swim every day. He also taught him to breathe differently."
How many ways can a man breathe?
"I will show you, but first you will swim for a while with Xander. Gently and slowly. Do not overexert yourself."
This is foolish. I should not have come.
"But you did, warrior," said Andromache. "And if you want to be strong again, you will do as I say." Xander expected Argurios to react angrily, but he did not. He looked into her green eyes.
I need my strength,
he said at last. Rising wearily to his feet, he struggled to remove his threadbare tunic. Xander helped him and also untied his sandals. Argurios's naked body was pale and skinny, and Xander saw many old white scars on his shoulders, arms, chest, and legs. The angry red wounds of his recent fight were hideous to look upon. Pus and blood were leaking from the gash in his side, and there were deep scabs on 3 other wounds. But as he turned to walk to the shoreline, Xander noted there were no scars on his back. "Go with him, Xander," said Andromache. "He may need your help." Xander stripped off his tunic and sandals and caught up with Argurios as he waded into the blue water. They swam together silently. Argurios struggled and gasped for breath. After a little while, Andromache swam out to join them. She was still wearing the pale green tunic, but it clung so close to her body that she might as well have been naked, thought Xander, trying not to look at her breasts and the raised nipples. She came alongside Argurios. "Lie back in the water," she said, "and I will support you." He obeyed her instantly. "And now I want you to close your eyes and relax your body. Then I want you to breathe very slowly. I want you to breathe in for the count of 4 and hold the breath for the count of 6. Then let it out very slowly for the count of 10. 4, 6, and 10. Xander watched for a while, and then, growing hungry, he swam back to the beach, waded ashore, and clothed himself. Then he walked to the food tables. There were dishes of figs, barley bread, and salted octopus, cuts of meats, cheeses, and various breads. There were jugs full of water and others filled with wine. A tall, stoop-shouldered servant stood staring at him. "Are we allowed to eat?" he asked the man. "What would you like, little fellow?" Xander pointed to the bread and asked for some cheese and figs. The man tore off a hunk of dark bread, then cut a section of cheese and placed it on a wooden platter with a handful of figs. "You might need something to wash that down," said the servant with a smile. Lifting a jug, he filled a clay cup with golden liquid. "Try it," he said. Xander sipped the drink. It was thick and deliciously sweet. He thanked the man and wandered back to the canopy to sit and eat. Andromache was still in the water with Argurios. Other people were moving on the beach now. A dark-haired man emerged from the water. For a moment Xander thought it was Helikaon, but it was not. Then a fair-haired young woman in a red gown came and sat beside him. "You must be Xander," she said. "Andromache told me of you." "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "I am Laodike. Are you a friend of the Mycenae?" "I don't think he has any friends." "But you like him?" "Yes, he saved my life." "I would like to hear about that," she said. So Xander told her the story of the storm. She listened intently, then glanced back at the water, watching Andromache and the warrior.
"Why do you think he risked himself to save you?"
she asked at last.
"I don't know. Odysseus says that is what heroes do, and Argurios is a hero. Everyone knows that." "I did not know it," she admitted. "But then Troy is full of heroes. No one can be expected to know all their names."
Andromache and Argurios emerged from the water. Rising, Xander gathered up Argurios's tunic and ran down to the shoreline.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked. "Tired," answered the warrior, taking the tunic and slipping it over his head. He turned towards Andromache. "I am grateful to you," he told her.
"It sounds as if you are already breathing a little more easily," she observed.
"I think I am."
Several men approached them. Xander saw the man who looked like Helicaon. He seemed angry. He halted before Andromache.
"How dare you dishonor the house of Priam?" he said.
For Xander, the moment was shocking and frightening. He looked around and saw the anger on the faces of the men. Andromache also looked startled, even uncertain. Then her expression hardened. "I do not understand you, Dios," she said.
"I am Prince Deiphobus. Only those of equal rank or those I count my friends can call me Dios. You are neither, and this beach is reserved for the use of the royal family. You are here as a guest and had no right to bring a stranger to it. But that courtesy pales beside the whorish display we have been forced to observe. We all know what disgusting excesses are practiced by the priestesses of Thera. To bring them here is an affront that will not be tolerated."
"I invited Argurios," said Laodike, easing her way through the gathering crowd. Xander heard the nervousness in her voice, and her eyes were downcast.
"No more than one would expect, sister. You were never the sharpest arrow in the quiver."
Laodike seemed to shrink beneath his contempt. Then Argurios stepped forward, and when he spoke, Xander saw the shock register on the faces of everyone close by.
"Have you finished, puppy dog?" said Argurios.
His tone was harsh and cold, and Dios took a sudden backward step. His face reddened. Argurios moved forward.
"Prince, is it? It seems to me that Troy is thick with princes. You must be the runt of the litter."
Xander gasped. Young as he was, he knew that the situation had suddenly become far worse. Dios stood for a moment, too shocked to speak. Then his eyes narrowed.
"Have I offended you, puppy dog?" snarled Argurios. "Then fetch swords and I'll cut your damned Trojan heart out."
"This has gone far enough," came a voice from the back of the crowd. A tall, broad-shouldered young man with red gold hair pushed his way clear. "There will be no swords called for." He stared hard at Argurios. "I know of you, Mycenae. You are a fighting man, but your heart demands what your strength cannot supply." He turned to Andromache. "I do not know the ways of your land, sister-to-be. Here in Troy, noble women do not swim alongside men. It is considered immoral. However, if no one explained this to you, then you cannot be held at fault." Then he swung back to the angry Dios. "My brother, I don't doubt that our father will hear of this and make his own judgments. For now, however, let us put aside thoughts of combat."
"This wretch insulted me," stormed Dios.
"Yes, he did," agreed the young man amiably. "As you can see, though, he is recovering from severe wounds and in no condition to fight. So store your grievance for now. If you still feel the need to avenge the affront when Argurios is strong again, then so be it."
"And I will,"
insisted Dios. He glared hard at Argurios.
"We will meet again."
The Mycenae merely nodded. Dios stalked away, followed by a group of young men. The crowd thinned.
"What is your name?"
Argurios asked the newcomer. "I am Agathon. Now, let us sit in the shade and talk of less violent matters. Dios is a hothead, but he is not malicious. I would not wish to see him killed, even by a great hero." It seemed to Xander that Agathon was the most noble man he had ever seen. He looked like a god. His eyes were the deepest blue, and he seemed to dwarf Argurios.
Andromache laid her hand on the prince's arm.
"That was well done, Agathon," she said.
They walked back to the canopy, Xander following unnoticed. Laodike moved forward to kiss Agathon on both cheeks.
"You are so like Hector,"
she said. "We are not so alike, sister, believe me." Argurios stretched himself out on a rug placed on the sand and seemed to fall asleep. Laodike sat alongside Agathon, and Xander moved to sit beside Andromache. Still no one spoke to him. "News of Hector came in this morning," said Agathon. "There was a great battle at a place called Kadesh. The reports are sketchy, but it seems the Egyptians almost had the day. Only a charge from the Trojan horse held them back."
"See, I told you,"
Laodike said to Andromache.
"Hector always wins."
"Is the fighting over?"
asked Andromache. "No, the battle was undecided. There were great losses, however, on both sides. We have no details as yet."
"A pox on the details,"
muttered Laodike.
"Hector will have the victory, and he will come home to a great parade."
"I hope that you are right, sister. However, according to one report, the Trojan horse were cut off and had not rejoined the main Hittite army by dark. We must pray to the gods of war that Hector is not among the fallen."
"Do not say things like that,"
Laodike admonished him.
"I don't want to hear such talk."
Xander saw the prince glance at Andromache. "Will you walk with me on the sand? There are some matters I would dearly like to discuss with you."
"As long as it is not considered immoral,"
said Andromache, rising smoothly to her feet. Xander watched them walk away. Laodike seemed downcast.
"Shall I fetch you something to drink?"
Xander asked her.
"No, I am not thirsty."
She glanced down at Argurios.
"He is very thin, and his colour is not good. Perhaps you should fetch him some fruit nectar. Mother says it is good for the blood. He is a very rash man, isn't he?" she added. "He took a dreadful risk by angering Dios. Dios is a good swordsman, you know, and very quick."
"He is a puppy,"
said Argurios, heaving himself to a sitting position.
"And you are correct. I am too thin."
"I did not mean to offend you, sir,"
said Laodike, embarrassed.
"I thought you were asleep."
"You did not offend me. And these days I cannot sleep lying down. It seems easier to breathe while upright."
Argurios looked at Xander.
"That nectar sounds good," he said.
Xander ran to the food tables and brought back a goblet of thick golden juices and handed it to the warrior, who drank deeply.
"You are a good lad,"
he said as he laid the empty goblet on the sand.
"Makes me wonder why I never had personal slaves before."
"I am not your slave,"
said Xander. Argurios thought for a moment.
"That was ill-spoken by me, lad. Of course you are not. You are a friend. That means much to me."
"Why have you never had a personal servant?"
asked Laodike.
"Are you not a famous hero in your own land?"
"Never desired them. I have always been a soldier. I had a shield carrier once. Fine young man. Died in Thessaly."
"What about your home?"
He shook his head.
"My father had no wealth. I have, in my life, acquired farmlands, and there are slaves who toil upon them. I leave them to themselves mostly."
His expression darkened.
"But they are my lands no longer. I am a banished man, outside the law."
He glanced out at the sea.
"I think I will swim again."
Struggling to his feet, he walked down to the shoreline and removed his faded tunic.
"A strange man,"
Laodike observed.
"He called me his friend,"
said Xander happily.
"And you should be honored. Such a man does not give his friendship lightly."
Chapter 24. Warnings of War. Andromache was enjoying the walk with Agathon. In some ways he reminded her of Odysseus. She smiled at the thought. Odysseus was an ugly old charmer, and would have been delighted to be compared to the Trojan prince. It was not the good looks, however, more the easy manner which encouraged familiarity. She listened as he spoke of his love for the city, and sensed a genuine warmth in him. They paused by a rocky outcrop. The clouds above were thickening, and the sky was growing gloomy. At last he fell silent and stared out to sea.
"Are we now going to speak of the matter that is closest to your heart?"
she asked him. He gave a wry grin. "Yes, you are sharp as a sword."
"I am intelligent. Why do so many people find that intimidating?"
"I cannot answer that, though I know it to be true." He paused, then met her gaze. "I wanted to talk about Hector. The news is less good than I implied to Laodike. She is a sweet girl, but she adores our brother, and I did not want to alarm her. According to our reports, Hector led a reckless charge to turn the Egyptian flank. He succeeded, but the last anyone saw of him, he was cleaving his way into the center of the enemy ranks. The Hittites were forced to withdraw. Hector did not return to their camp, though some riders did. They said Hector and around 50 men were cut off in a blind ravine, with thousands of soldiers bearing down upon them."
"You think he is dead?"
"I hope not. I pray not. Hector is my greatest friend, as well as my half-brother. But it is more than that. Hector is the heart of Troy. If he falls, there will be chaos. Can you imagine it? Brother princes vying for supremacy. We would be racked by civil war."
"I do not see why," said Andromache. "Priam is a strong king."
"Oh, he is strong," agreed Agathon, "but he is hated. There are few of his sons he has not slighted or publicly shamed. However, there is also discord among the brothers, deep divisions and even hatreds. Hector alone holds us all together. First, because we all love him." Agathon gave a wide smile. "Second, he would kill anyone who went against father."
"This is all fascinating to a foreigner," said Andromache. "But how does it concern Hector's bride-to-be? If he is dead, I will return to Thera and be with my friends."
"I hope you might consider a different path," he said.
"Why would I?"
"I am also unwed, Andromache, and in all my 28 summers I have never seen a woman who fires me as you do. Therefore, unless there is another who holds a place in your heart, I would ask that you consider me as a suitor." Andromache smiled.
"What a strange city this is, Agathon. It is immoral for a woman to swim with a man, but acceptable for a man to woo his brother's bride. In truth, it will take me a while to master the rules here."
He sighed. "That was neatly parried, Andromache. But think on what I have said. If news reaches us that Hector is gone, I will petition my father for your hand." Before she could answer him, a young soldier came running across the beach. "The king calls for you, lord," he told Agathon. "I must go. Think on what I have said."
"Oh, I shall think on it,"
she assured him, and watched as he walked away. He carried himself well, but as she looked at him, her mind pictured another young prince, his hair dark, his eyes gleaming with suppressed passion. Unless there is another who holds a place in your heart. She thought again of the night at the Bay of the Blue Owls, and of the young man from the golden ship who had stepped away from the crowd. And then again, the following morning, when he had stood, heartbroken, holding the severed head of his friend in his hands. More than this, though, she remembered his arms enfolding her at the palace of Hecate. "Oh," she whispered, gazing out over the wide blue bay, "if Hector is dead, let the golden ship come for me." For Helicaon, the first few weeks after the raid on Pithros had been arduous and draining. The camaraderie he had enjoyed among the soldiers and officials of Dardania had been replaced by a cautious coolness that reeked of fear. He was no longer the prince of the sea, a merchant and a man of the people. He was Helicaon the burner, the avenger, the ruthless killer. Servants averted their eyes when he passed. Even men he had known for years, like Antiochus and the old general Pausanias, measured their words, anxious to avoid causing offense. The atmosphere within the citadel was fraught and tense. Outside the fortress, the storms of winter raged, lightning forking the sky, thunder rolling across the land. Everywhere there was disorder. The murder of the young king had created a feeling of unease and fear among the general populace in the countryside. The people of Dardania were from many diverse cultures. Migrants from Thrace had settled the northern coasts. Phrygians, Mysians, and Lydians had formed scores of small farming communities in the once empty heartland east of the capital. Merchants, Egyptians, Amorites, and Assyrians, had built trading centers to the south, linking with Troy. Even at the best of times, when harvests were good and trade thriving, tempers flared and violent incidents erupted between the various ethnic groups. Since the death of Diomedes, tensions had been running high. A small settlement of Mycenae exiles had been attacked, and 5 men hacked to death by an angry mob. A riot had developed in a Phrygian community, followed by the theft of a sheep. 2 women from a Mysian settlement claimed to have been raped by traveling Hittite traders. A revenge party had set out, and 7 men were killed in the skirmish. Dardanian troops were spread thin across the hills and valleys and along the bleak coastlines, seeking to restore order. Into this chaos had come outlaw bands and roving groups of unemployed mercenaries, attacking isolated villages and raiding merchant caravans. The problem was compounded by the laws imposed by Helicaon's father, Anchises. All Dardanian land belonged to the king, and those who built houses, farms, or trading posts here were merely tenants. The rents were exorbitant, half of all crops, produce, or trading profit. For this relationship to work, Helicaon knew, the people needed to hold to 2 truths. First, that the king and his soldiers would protect them from bandits and raiders, and second, that failure to obey the king's laws would result in a swift and terrible punishment. The people's trust was tarnished by the assault on the fortress. If the soldiers could not protect Diomedes and Queen Helicia, how could they ensure the safety of the populace? And the fear instilled in the people by Anchises had been eroded by the more conciliatory government of Queen Helicia and her general Pausanias. Helicaon called a meeting of settlement leaders, inviting them to the fortress. They were worried and uneasy as they gathered in the great columned throne room, surrounded by cold statues of the warrior kings of Dardania. Before the meeting, Pausanias had urged conciliation.
"They are good people, my king," he told Helicaon. "They are frightened, that is all."
Helicaon liked the aging general. The man was fearless in battle, and he had served Queen Helicia loyally. "What you say is true, Pausanias," he said as they stood on the broad balcony of the royal apartments, looking out over the sea. "Answer me this, though. When you were about to go into battle, do you pause and consider your enemy, whether his soldiers have children at home, whether they are good men, whether their cause is as just as yours?"
"No, of course not. But these people are not our enemy."
"And what is?" The general looked confused. He scratched at his red beard.
I don't know what you mean, my king."
"We are close to anarchy, and what happens here today will either begin the process of unifying the people, or see the realm splintered by scores of small uprisings and then a rebellion. Understand this, Pausanias. All kingdoms survive on the shield and the sword. The people need to believe the king's shield will protect them. They also need to be certain that if they disobey, then the king's sword will cut them down. Belief in the shield was fractured by the assault on the fortress. Fear of the sword has also been lost. What is the enemy? We have an army of 1,500 men. If the multitude no longer trusts and fears us, then we will be overthrown. Some bandit chief will raise an army. Some foreign power will sail ships into our bays. The enemy, Pausanias, is gathering in the throne room." The old general sighed.
"What would you have me do, Lord?"
Later, after the haggard old soldier left his apartments, Helicaon sent a messenger to the queen, requesting that she admit him to her presence. Helicia had survived the stabbing, but was still so weak that she did not leave her apartments. According to her handmaidens, she would sit silently all day, staring out over the sea. Then the women would help her to her bed, where she would lie awake, staring up at the moon shadows on the ceiling. 3 times Helicaon had visited her. She had sat silently as he talked, her gaze distant. Helikaon did not even know if she truly heard him. The servant returned.
"The handmaiden awaits you, lord,"
he said. Helikaon dismissed the man and made his way along the open walkway to the queen's apartments. 2 guards were stationed outside the doors. They stepped aside as he entered. The handmaiden, a young, plump, flaxen-haired woman, came out from the rear rooms to greet him.
"She seems a little better today," she said. "There is colour in her cheeks."
"Has she spoken?"
"No, lord."
Looking around, he found himself remembering the first time he had entered these rooms as a young man. He had returned home after 2 years on the Penelope. That same night, as Helikaon enjoyed a farewell feast with the crew on the beach, his father had been murdered. Everything changed that day. The queen, fearing for her life and that of her child, had sent soldiers to kill him. Pausanias and other loyal men had rushed to protect him. In the standoff that followed, Helikaon had taken a great risk. The leader of the men sent to kill him was a powerful soldier named Garrus. Helikaon approached him. "You and I will go alone to see the queen," he said.
"No, lord, they will kill you,"
argued Pausanias. "There will be no killing today," Helikaon had assured him, though he was less confident than he sounded. Helikaon had gestured for Garrus to precede him, and followed him up the long cliff path to the fortress. He saw Garrus finger the hilt of his sword. Then the warrior stopped and slowly turned. He was a big man, wide-shouldered and thick-necked. His eyes were piercingly blue, his face broad and honest.
"The queen is a good and fine woman, and little Diomedes is a joy," he said. "Do you plan to kill them?"
"No," said Helikaon.
"I have your oath on that."
"You do."
"Very well, my lord. Follow me."
They walked further along the open balcony to the queen's apartments. 2 guards were there. Both wore shields and carried long spears. Garrus signaled to them to stand aside, then rapped his knuckles against the doorframe.
"It is I, Garrus," he said. "May I enter?"
"You may enter,"
came a woman's voice. Garrus opened the door, stepped inside, then made way for Helikaon. Several soldiers inside surged to their feet. "Be calm," said Helikaon. "There are no warriors with me." He had looked at the young queen, seeing both fear and pride in her pale eyes. Beside her was a small boy with golden hair. He was staring up at Helikaon, head cocked to one side. "I am your brother, Helikaon," he told the child. "And you are Diomedes."
"I am Dio,"
the boy corrected him.
"Papa won't get up, so we can't have breakfast. We can't, can we, Mamma?"
"We'll have breakfast soon," said Helikaon. He looked at the queen. When Anchises had married this slender, fair-haired Zelaean girl, Helikaon had not been invited to the ceremony. In the year before he sailed on the Penelope, he had spoken to her on but a handful of occasions, and then merely to exchange short pleasantries. "We do not know each other, Helicia," he said. "My father was a hard, cold man. He should have let us talk more. Perhaps then we could have grown to understand one another. Had we done so, you would have known that I would never order my father's death, nor kill his wife and son. You have nothing to fear from me."
"I wish that I could believe you,"
she whispered.
"You can, my queen,"
said Garrus. Helikaon was surprised, but kept his expression even. "And now," he said, "you should think of your son's breakfast. Then we will discuss my father's funeral arrangements." He shivered now at the memory, then walked through to the rear apartments. Helicia was sitting hunched in a chair, a blanket over her thin frame. She had lost a great deal of weight, and her eyes were dark-rimmed. Helikaon drew up a chair alongside her. The handmaiden was wrong. She did not look better. Helikaon took her hand in his. The skin was cold. She did not seem to notice his touch. The sun broke through the clouds, bathing the sea in gold. Helikaon glanced down and saw an untouched bowl of broth and some bread on a table beside Helicia. "You must eat," he said gently. "You must regain your strength." Leaning forward, he lifted the bowl and dipped the spoon into it, raising it to her mouth. Just a little, Alicia, he prompted. She did not move. Helikayan replaced the bowl on the table and sat quietly, watching the sunlight dancing on the waves. I wish I had taken him with me when I sailed, he said. The boy loved you. He would be filled with sorrow if he could see you now. He looked at the Queen as he spoke, but there was no change of expression. I don't know where you are, Alicia, he whispered. I don't know where your spirit wanders. I don't know how to reach you and bring you home. He sat quietly with her, holding her hand. In the silence he felt his own grief welling up like a swollen river beating against a dam. Ashamed of his weakness, he struggled to concentrate on the problems he faced. His body began to tremble. He saw young Diomedes laughing in the sunshine, and Zidantus chuckling with him, after the fall from the golden horse. He saw Ox lift the boy and hurl him high in the air before catching him and spinning round. And the dam burst. He covered his face with his hands and wept for the dead. For Zidantus, who had loved him like a son. For Diomedes, the golden child who would never become a man. For the son of Habasas the Assyrian who had fallen alongside his father. And for the woman dressed in blue and gold who had hurled herself from these cliffs so many years ago. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and then someone was kneeling beside him, cradling his head. He leaned into her, and she kissed his cheek. Then she spoke. They took my little boy, she said. They killed my Dio. I know, Alicia. I am so sorry. She felt so frail, and her flesh was cold despite the sunshine. Helikayan put his arms round her, drawing her close, and they sat together silently as the sun sank into the great green. Andromache had never been so angry. The rage had been building since her arrival in this cesspit of a city, with its army of liars, eavesdroppers, spies, and sycophants. Creusa was the worst of them, she thought, with her hard, metallic eyes, her vicious tongue, and the sweet, honeyed smile for her father. A week ago, she had invited Andromache to her own apartments. Creusa had been friendly and had greeted her sister-to-be with a hug and a kiss on her cheek. The rooms were everything Andromache would have expected for the king's favourite daughter. Beautifully furnished with items of glistening gold, painted vases, elaborately carved furniture, rich drapes, and 2 wide balconies. There were thick rugs upon the floor, and the walls had been painted with colourful scenes. Creusa had been wearing a gown of pale blue. A long and delicately braided length of silver was looped around her neck, crossing under her breasts and then around her slender waist. Her face was flushed, and Andromache realized she had been drinking. She filled a golden cup with wine, added a little water, and passed it to her. Andromache sipped it. It was strong, but underlying the taste she recognized the bitter tang of maize root. It was used on Thera during revels and feasts to heighten awareness and release inhibition. Andromache had never taken to it, though Calliope used it regularly. Creusa had sat close to her on the wide couch, and as she talked, she reached out and took Andromache's hand. "We should be friends," she said, her smile bright, her eyes gleaming, the pupils wide and distended. "We share so many interests." "We do?" "Oh, do not be coy, Andromache," whispered Creusa, moving closer. "There are few secrets in the king's palace that I am not privy to. How was slender Alicia? Did she please you? I chose her for you myself." "And why would you do that?" asked Andromache, thinking back to the young Thracian servant and recalling how simple had been the seduction. "I wanted to know if our interests were truly shared." Creusa leaned in closer, her arm sliding over Andromache's shoulder. Andromache's hand closed over Creusa's wrist, lifting the arm clear, and she eased herself to her feet. Creusa rose alongside her, her expression puzzled. "What is wrong?" she asked. "Nothing is wrong, Creusa." "You spurn my friendship." Creusa's eyes were angry. "Not your friendship," replied Andromache, trying to be conciliatory. "Then be with me," she said, moving in closer. Andromache realized then that there was no diplomatic way to end this meeting. "We will not become lovers," she told Creusa. "You are very beautiful, but I do not desire you." "You do not desire me? You arrogant bitch! Get out of my sight!" Andromache had returned to her rooms, her spirits low. She had not desired to make an enemy of Creusa, and had known that trouble would follow. She had not, however, anticipated the depth of Creusa's malice. It was Axa who bore the brunt of Creusa's revenge. The little maid had been suffering in miserable silence since word had come that Hector's men were lost. Her husband, Mestares, was shield-bearer to Hector and one of the men who was missing with him. As if the uncertainty and fear for her husband were not enough, Axa had birthed her baby son 10 days ago. Seeking the reassurance of her palace duties, she had left him with a female relative in the lower town to return to Andromache's side during the day. Yesterday had started like most days. With the help of another serving girl, Axa had laboured to carry bucket after bucket of hot water for Andromache's bath and sprinkled into it perfumes and rose petals. But when Andromache wandered half-naked into the bathroom, she found her maid slumped on the floor. She crouched down beside her. "Axa, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry, lady." Axa struggled to sit up. "I've had a weakness since the birth of my son. He is a big boy. It has passed. I'll carry on now." "No, you won't." Andromache looked into her face and saw the greyness of exhaustion. "Sit there for a while and tell me about your baby. Has he a name?" "No, lady. It is for my husband to decide, when he returns." Her face crumpled then, and a moan born of tiredness, pain, and grief arose from her. "Come." Andromache started to unwrap the woolen shawl around Axa's waist. "You need a rest. Get up." She put an arm round her and raised her to her feet. She undid the straps of the apron Axa wore, and it fell to the ground. "Now, out of that tunic," she said. "You're going to have a bath. It will make you feel better." "Oh, no, lady," Axa cried, fear in her voice. "I mustn't. I'll get into trouble. Please don't make me." "Nonsense," Andromache said, laughing a little. "If you're modest, get into the bath like that in your shift." Axa cast an agonized look at Andromache's face, recognized the determination there, and stepped reluctantly into the warm bath. She sat bolt upright in the water, her face a picture of misery. "Relax, lie back," said Andromache, hands on her shoulders. "See? Isn't that good?" Axa gave a weak smile and said, "It feels very strange, lady. It doesn't feel natural to be wet all over." Growing in confidence, she splashed the water a little and watched the rose petals float on the ripples. Andromache laughed and stroked her maid's thick brown hair. "We'll have to wash this too, you know." Just then there was a rattle of curtains, and they both looked round. In the doorway stood Creusa. She said nothing, but gave a radiant smile before turning and leaving the room. Axa had climbed clumsily out of the bath, water sluicing from her linen shift onto the floor. "She saw me. I'll be in trouble now," she wailed. "Nonsense," Andromache repeated. "I won't let anyone hurt you." Her words had been hollow. When she had awoken today, it was to find a new servant by her bedside, a round-faced girl who told her, after much shilly-shallying, that Axa had been flogged and dismissed from the palace that morning on the orders of the king. Andromache went immediately to the Megaron, where she found Priam seated among his advisers. Barely reining in her anger, she demanded, "What have you done with my servant?" The king sat back on his throne, waving away his counsellors. They moved back a few steps, but remained within earshot. Priam gazed at her for a moment. She thought she could see satisfaction on his face, though he spoke mildly. "Your servant, Andromache? Every servant in this palace is mine. These greybeards in their bright clothes and gaudy jewellery are mine. You are mine." "I was told—" Andromache forced herself to think coolly. "I was told she was flogged and thrown from the palace. I wish to know why. She was a good servant and deserved better." Priam leaned forward, and she smelled wine on his breath. "A good servant," he hissed, does not frolic naked with the daughter of a king. She does not cavort in a bath with rose petals on her breasts. There was amused whispering among the councillors. You have been misinformed about cavorting, Andromache replied. Axa was exhausted and in pain. I ordered her to rest and take the bath. Priam's face darkened. And you thought you would take it with her? What is done is done. Be more careful of your behaviour in the future. Either that, or ensure I am not spied upon by people with minds like shit-buckets, said Andromache, her anger flaring dangerously out of control. The person who should have been flogged is the vile bitch— Enough! Roared Priam, surging to his feet. If you want to plead for your servant, then get on your knees. Andromache stood very still. All her pride urged her to turn away from this harsh and arrogant man, and to walk from the room, back straight, spirit defiant. And yet it was because of her that poor Axa had been flogged and humiliated. Axa herself had warned her, but proud Andromache had not listened. Yes, she could retain her pride and walk from the room, but what would that pride be worth thereafter? Her mouth was dry as she closed her eyes and dropped to her knees before the king. I would ask, she began. Silence! I have matters here to attend to. Remain where you are until I bid you to speak. Now the humiliation was complete. Priam gathered his courtiers around him, and they discussed their matters of state. Time passed, and her knees began to ache against the cold stone of the floor. But she did not move, nor open her eyes. After a while she did not even listen to their conversation. At one point she felt the warmth of sunlight on her back, and realized the afternoon was wearing on. When Priam spoke to her, and she opened her eyes, she saw that the courtiers and scribes had gone. Well, he said, make your plea. She looked at him. He seemed more weary now, and his eyes had lost their gleam. Does guilt or innocence not matter to you, King Priam? She asked him, her voice soft. Are you not the first magistrate of Troy? Does justice not flow from this throne? Had I been cavorting, as you call it, with a young servant, I would not hide it. I am who I am. I do not lie. Axa is the wife of Hector's shield-bearer. Only days ago she gave birth to a son. In your long experience, do you know of many women who desire to cavort so soon after childbirth, with their bodies torn and bruised, their breasts swollen with milk? Priam's expression changed. He sat back on his throne and rubbed his hand across his grey-gold beard. I was not aware it was the wife of Mystares. Stand up. You have knelt long enough. She was surprised by this sudden change in him, and pushing herself to her feet, remained silent. There has been a misunderstanding, he said. I shall have a gift sent to her. You want her back? Indeed I do. He looked long at her. You would not kneel to me when your life might have depended on it, yet you abase yourself for a servant. It was my foolishness that caused her suffering. I ordered her into that bath. I thought it would ease her pain. He nodded. As you thought it would be good to swim naked with a Mycenae warrior on my beach, or to shoot arrows with my soldiers. You are a strange woman, Andromache. He rubbed his eyes, then reached for a cup of wine, which he drained. You seem to arouse great passion in those who know you, he continued. Deiphobus wants you expelled from Troy. Creusa wants you flogged and shamed. Agathon wants to marry you. Even dull little Laodike has blossomed in your company. Answer me this, Andromache of Thebe. Had I told you that the only way to rescue Axa was to have you come to my bed, would you have done so? Yes, I would, she said without hesitation. Why did you not? He shook his head. A good question, Andromache, and one which you need to answer for yourself. How can I? I do not know your thoughts. Rising from his throne, he beckoned her to follow him, then strode the length of the Megaron and up the stairway towards the Queen's apartments. Andromache was nervous, but not for fear that he might ravish her. In their conversation he had not once stared at her breasts or her legs, and his eyes had not possessed their normal hungry look. The king reached the top of the stairs and turned right, walking along the gallery to a balcony high above the royal gardens. Andromache joined him there. People were milling in the gardens below, talking in low voices. Andromache saw Agathon and fat Antiphanes talking together, and beyond them, Laodice sitting with Creusa. Laodice's head was bowed, and Creusa was gesticulating with her hands. Around them were councillors, in their white robes, and Trojan nobles, some with their wives or daughters. "Everyone you see," said Priam softly, "requires something from the king. Yet each gift to one will be seen as an insult to another. Among them will be those who are loyal to the king. Among them will be traitors. Some are loyal now, but will become traitors. Some could become traitors, but a gift from me will keep them loyal. How does the king know whom to trust and whom to kill, whom to reward and whom to punish?" Andromache felt tense and uneasy. "I do not know," she said. "Then learn, Andromache," he told her. "For, if the gods will it, one day you will be queen of Troy. On that day you will look out from this balcony, and all those below will be coming to you or your husband. You will need to know their thoughts, their dreams, their ambitions. For when they are before you, the loyal and the treacherous will both sound the same. They will all laugh when you make a jest. They will weep when you are sad. They will pledge undying love for you. Their words, therefore, will be meaningless, unless you know the thoughts behind the words." "And you know all their thoughts, King Priam?" "I know enough of their thoughts and their ambitions to keep me alive." He chuckled. "One day, though, one of them will surprise me. He will plunge a dagger through my heart, or slip poison into my cup, or raise a rebellion to overthrow me." "Why do you smile at the thought?" "Why not? Whoever succeeds me as king will be strong and cunning, and therefore well equipped for the role." Now it was Andromache who smiled. "Or he might be stupid and lucky." Priam nodded. "If that proves true, he won't last long. Another of my cunning sons will overthrow him. However, let us return to your question. Why did I not demand your body in payment? Think on it, and we will talk again." He gazed down at the milling crowds below. "And now I must allow my subjects, both loyal and treacherous, to present their petitions to their king." Returning to her own rooms, Andromache wrapped herself in a hooded green cloak and left the palace, heading for the lower town and the poorer quarter where the soldiers' wives were billeted. Asking directions from several women gathered round a well, she located the dwelling occupied by Axa and 3 other wives. It was small and cramped, with dirt floors. Axa was sitting at the back of the building in the shade, her babe in her arms. She saw Andromache and struggled to rise. "Oh, please, sit," said Andromache, kneeling beside her. "I am so sorry, Axa. It was my fault." "Mestares will be so angry with me when he gets home," said Axa. "I have shamed him." "You shamed no one. I have seen the king. He knows it was my mistake. He is sending a gift to you, and I want you back. Oh, Axa, please say you will come." "Of course I will," replied Axa dully. "How else could I feed myself and my son? I will be there tomorrow." "Can you forgive me?" The babe in Axa's arms began to make soft little mewing sounds. Axa opened her shift, exposing a heavy breast, and lifted the child to it. The babe nuzzled at the teat ineffectually, and then with more confidence. Axa sighed. She looked at Andromache. "What difference does it make whether I forgive or don't forgive?" she asked. "We are called servants, but we are slaves, really. We live or die at the whim of others. I was flogged for being seen in a bath. Were you flogged for being with me?" "No, I wasn't flogged. But believe me when I say I would rather it had been me. Can we be friends, Axa?" "I am your servant. I must be whatever you want me to be." Andromache fell silent, watching as Axa finished feeding her babe and lifted the mite to her shoulder, gently rubbing his back. "Did they hurt you badly?" she asked at last. "Yes, they hurt me," replied Axa, tears in her eyes. "But not with the blows from that knotted rope. I am the wife of Mestares, the shield-bearer. 10 battles he has fought for the king and for Troy. Now he might be dead, and I live every day fearing the news. And what do they do to ease my suffering? They flog me and throw me from the palace. I will never forget that."
"No," said Andromache, rising to her feet. "Neither would I. I will see you tomorrow, Axa." The little woman looked up at her, and her expression softened.
"You went to the king for me," she said. "You I will forgive. But no more baths."
Andromache smiled. "No more baths," she agreed. Returning to the palace, Andromache walked through the private royal gardens. There were still some 20 people there, enjoying the shade and the scent of the blooms. By the far wall, beneath a latticed bower, Creusa was talking to Agathon. She was wearing a white gown edged with gold, and had thrown back her head in a parody of careless laughter, her raven hair rippling in the breeze. As she approached them, Agathon saw her and gave a tight smile. He is embarrassed, thought Andromache. Creusa, by contrast, looked at her with an expression of smug satisfaction. "How are you, beautiful lady?" asked Agathon.
"I am well, Prince Agathon. I saw the king this morning. You heard of the misunderstanding concerning my servant."
"Yes," he said. "I was sorry to hear of it."
"As was I. However, the king has reinstated her, and is sending a gift in apology."
She swung towards Creusa.
"I think he understands now that poor Axa was merely the victim of malice. Some poor, demented creature driven by envy and spite."
Creusa's hand slashed out, slapping Andromache hard on the cheek. Stepping in, Andromache punched her full on the jaw. Creusa spun and hit the ground hard. She struggled to rise, then slumped down. Agathon knelt by the half-stunned young woman, helping her to stand. There was blood trickling from a split in her lip, and her white gown was smeared with dirt. Andromache took a deep breath and turned away. All conversation among the crowd had ceased, and she felt all eyes on her as she walked back into the palace. Chapter 25. The Silent Head. Ketosis the eunuch had worn his latest creation to the meeting, and no one had noticed. It was most galling. The ankle-length gown was jet black and edged with silver thread. It was a magnificent piece, which he had been convinced would be the envy of every man present. No one had ever produced a black dye that would remain fast to the cloth. 2 problems always occurred. First, if rained upon, the dye would seep out, staining the skin for days. Second, the dyes were so powerful that they would stink until the garment had been washed several times and faded to a dull and lifeless grey. Ketosis had spent years refining the process, eliminating these problems. Oak bark from the gnarled trees in the lands of the sombre sea had provided the source of a finer dye, but obtaining it had consumed much of his wealth. So treacherous and powerful were the currents that it was almost impossible to sail a ship up the Hellespont and into the sombre sea. All trade goods had to be carried overland. Now here he was, with 60 of the most influential men in Dardania, and not one had mentioned the gown. He wondered if, as an Egyptian, he had failed to realize that there was some antipathy for the color black among these peoples of the northern sea. Ah well, he thought, come the spring I will ship the cloth to Memphis and Luxor. Egyptian men will pay heavily in gold for such finery. Even so, the lack of appreciation here was dispiriting. Raised voices cut through his meditations. The Phrygian cattle trader, whose name Ketosis could never recall, was shouting at a Hittite merchant and waving his powerful fist in the man's face. Before long there would be blows struck, and the entire conference would degenerate into an unseemly brawl. With this in mind, Ketosis eased his way to the left-hand wall to stand beneath a fearsome statue of a helmeted warrior carrying a spear. Ketosis was not a fighting man, and had no wish to be drawn into an unseemly scrap, especially in his new garment. Indeed, had it not been for the chance to display it, Ketosis would have avoided the meeting altogether. People were not hard to read. When times were good, they moved about their business smiling at neighbors. But add a touch of fear or uncertainty, and the smiles would disappear. Rows and feuds would erupt. If a storm washed away crops, the cry was, "Who is to blame?"
Not the vagaries of the weather, obviously. No, it had to be a mischievous spell cast by a jealous neighbor. Probably a witch. If everyone's crops were washed away, well, then it was the fault of the king, who had angered the gods in some inexplicable way. It was not dissimilar back in Egypt. Fear and blame leading to idiots gathering in mobs, followed by riots and unnecessary deaths. A long time ago, when Ketosis was still a small boy, he had seen lightning strike a tree around which a herd of cattle had been quietly feeding. The cattle bunched together and took off in a stampede that carried half of them over a cliff. People and cattle. Not a great deal of difference, he thought. Life had been harsh in Egypt for the mutilated child he had been. Yet at least at the palace the people had enjoyed a love of poetry and painting, and men would sit in the evenings discussing the beauty of the sunsets. The wall paintings depicted gentle scenes of ships sailing mighty rivers, or pharaohs receiving tributes from vassal kings. Oh, do not fool yourself, stupid man, he chided himself. They were not so different. Here in Dardania, they do not clip the balls from a 10-year-old boy so that he can wander among the palace women, carrying their goblets of wine, fetching their cloaks and their hats. The pain had been excruciating, but nothing compared to the knowledge that his father had sold him for just that purpose. Ketosis sighed. The betrayal still hurt, even after 15 years. Dust from the statue had rubbed off onto the shoulder of his tunic. Idly he brushed it away. As he did so, the stump of his little finger caught on a loose stitch in the cloth. He shivered as he remembered the day, 3 years ago, when it had been cut away. Ketosis had been running to collect some bauble a princess had left in the royal gardens. As he turned a corner, he had collided with Prince Ramesses, knocking the young man sideways. The prince had reacted with customary savagery, hurling Ketosis against a painted pillar. He was prepared for a beating, but Ramesses had dragged his sword from its sheath and lashed out. Ketosis had thrown up his hand. The blade sliced through one finger and cut into the next. Ketosis had stood there, staring at the severed digit. Then he realized that it was not over. Ramesses stepped in, pressed the sword point against his chest, and tensed for the killing thrust. Death was a heartbeat away when a powerful hand grabbed Ramesses' cloak and dragged him back. "Get you gone, eunuch," said Prince Ahmose. Ketosis had needed no further instruction and had run back to the women's quarters where the servant girls had fussed over him and called for the royal physician. As he sat there, blood seeping from the ruin of his hand, the aftershock of the violence had hit him. He had begun to tremble. Then he had wept. When he told the women what had happened, they went suddenly quiet and began to cast nervous glances towards the doors. He knew then that Ramesses would send for him and finish what he had begun. Ketosis had struck a prince. It would not matter that it was accidental. The punishment would be the same. He had sat miserably while the Nubian physician prepared pitch for the stump. The other injured finger, he was told, was broken and would need a splint. Then the women suddenly scattered. Ketosis felt tears beginning again. Death was once more upon him. But it was not the terrifying Ramesses who entered the room, but the powerful figure of Prince Ahmose. The big man spoke quietly to the Nubian, and then turned to Ketosis, who kept his head down. No slave could ever look into the eyes of a prince. "You are released from service, eunuch," said the prince in his deep voice. Inadvertently, Ketosis looked up. "Released, lord." Ahmose was not a handsome man. His face was too rugged, the nose too prominent, the chin too broad, and it had a cleft in it that looked like a scar. But his eyes were dark and magnificent. "Best you leave tonight," said the prince softly. "I would suggest travelling to a far place." He placed a pouch in Ketosis's good hand. "There is gold there, and a few baubles, rings and such like. I am told they have some value." Then he had left. The pouch contained 14 small gold ingots and several rings set with precious stones. There was also an emerald the size of a dove's egg. With this fortune, Ketosis had travelled to Dardania. The shouting began again in the great throne room, jerking Ketosis back to the present. He glanced around the crowd. Many nationalities were represented here. He saw Hittites in their curious woolen leggings, Phrygians, tall and red-headed, Samothrakians, Mycenae, Lydians. All wore the clothes of their races. 3 Babylonians were standing on the far side of the throne room, their beads curled with hot irons. How foolish was that in this wet autumn climate? There were Trojans, horse traders and chariot makers, who had fallen foul of Priam and made their home in Dardania. They also stood apart, staring disdainfully at the noisy throng. "You miserable son of an ugly pig!" someone shouted. An odd insult, Ketosis thought. Would it be a compliment to be called the son of a beautiful pig? The 2 men flew at one another. Blows were struck, and they fell, struggling, to the stone floor. Ketosis considered leaving. No one would notice the absence of a single merchant among so many angry men. But he did not. He was interested to see this new king. He had heard much of Helicaon the trader, and a little of Helicaon the fighter. But all he knew of the man's nature was contained in the story of how he had put aside his rights to the throne in favor of the child, Diomedes, his half-brother. Such an action did not speak highly of his ambition, or indeed of his ruthlessness. And ruthlessness was what was required now. Helicaon needed to enter this throne room dressed in armor and carrying a sword of fire to quell this mob. The 2 fighting men were dragged apart, still yelling abuse at one another. Then the great doors opened, and soldiers marched into the throne room. Garbed in bronze breastplates and helmets, and carrying long spears and deep shields, they formed 2 lines and stood silently with their backs to the walls. The crowd fell silent and glanced back towards the doors. Ketosis saw a slim young man enter. His long dark hair was tied back from his face by a single strip of leather. His tunic was a pale, listless green with a blue tinge. Probably privet berries, thought Ketosis, and not enough salt in the boil. The young man stepped up to the dais at the far end of the throne room and halted beside a long table. Then he turned and surveyed the crowd. Men were still talking to one another, and another argument broke out. The young man raised his hand. Immediately, all the soldiers began to hammer their spears against their bronze shields. The sudden noise was startling. Silence fell on the hall. "I thank you all for coming. I am Helicaon, the king," said the young man. "I hope it's worth our while," shouted someone from the back. "Let us be clear about something," said Helicaon, his voice displaying no anger. "There will be no interruptions when I speak. The next man whose voice cuts across mine will rue it. I will call upon each of you to voice his thoughts, and, equally, no one will interrupt you as you speak. That is the only way we will achieve unity." "Who says we need unity?" called out the same man. Helicaon raised his hand. 2 soldiers moved forward, grabbing the speaker, a red-headed Phrygian, and hauling him from the throne room. "Now all of you here," continued Helicaon, "have grievances. There are enmities, hatreds, discords. We are here to put an end to them, and we will achieve this by discussing our grievances and solving them. Almost all of you men come from lands far away, but when you die your bodies will go into the earth of Dardania and become part of it, and your spirits will reach out and touch your children, and they too will become the land. They will be Dardanians. Not Phrygians, Myonians, Trojans, Lydians, but Dardanians." Helicaon fell silent as a soldier carrying a small sack moved through the crowd. He advanced to the dais and waited. Helicaon gestured him forward. The man stepped up to the dais, opened the sack, and lifted out a severed head. Ketosis blinked when he saw it. Then the soldier laid the head on the table, where the dead eyes stared out at the crowd. Blood oozed from the mutilated neck and dripped to the stone floor. It was the head of the red-headed man who only moments before had been hauled from the throne room. "Now what I intend to do," said Helicaon, his voice still calm and agreeable, "is to call each of you forward to speak your minds. I do not do this in any order of preference, and you should not consider yourself slighted if you are not called until later. Are there any questions?" The men stood in shocked silence, staring at the head upon the table. "Good," said Helicaon. "Then let us begin. I will speak first. Every man here lives or dies upon my sufferance. Every man here dwells upon my land and is subject to my laws. Obey those laws, and you will prosper. You will be protected by my soldiers, and your wealth will grow. You will be able to come to me or my generals and seek help when you need it. Disobey my laws, and you will come to rue it. Now, what are these laws? They are simple. You will render to me the king's due from your profits, or your crops, or your herds. You will not take up arms against me, or against any other man under my protection. And that is all men who obey my laws. There will be no blood feuds. Grievances will be brought before me, or those appointed by me. That is where judgments will be sought. Those judgments will be final. Should a man commit murder, I will see him dead, and his entire family sold into slavery. His lands, his goods, and his chattels will revert to me. Ktosis listened as the young man continued to speak. Not a sound came from anyone else in the throne room. Helikaon did not refer to the dead man, or even so much as glance at the severed head. The contrast between his measured words and the ghastly image was chilling. When at last he finished speaking, he called out for a scribe to be sent for. A middle-aged man with a twisted back entered the room and nervously made his way forward. He was carrying a wicker basket full of soft clay tablets. A soldier brought him a chair, and he sat quietly at the end of the table, as far from the severed head as he could. "This man," said the king, "will write down your grievances, and I will examine them later and give judgment." He pointed to a tall, bearded Phrygian. "Now we shall begin the discussion. First say your name, then speak your grievance." The man cleared his throat.
"If I speak, Lord, and you do not like what you hear, will my head also grace your table, like my poor brother's?"
"You may speak freely. There will be no recrimination. Begin with your name."
"I am Pholus of Phrygia, and I breed horses for sale in Troy. My people have a settlement a day's ride from the fortress, and we have water rights granted by Queen Helicia. Some months back, a cattle trader drove his herds onto our land. When my brother remonstrated with him, he was beaten with cudgels. The cattle muddied the water and collapsed the stream banks. How can I breed horses without water?"
And so it went on. Ktosis stood quietly as one man after another spoke of problems, fears, and the reasons for discord with neighbors. The king listened to them for several hours, then called a halt, telling them they would meet again tomorrow. Then he invited them to join him at a feast later in the main courtyard, and with that he strode from the dais towards the far doors. As he came abreast of Ktosis, he paused. "That is a very fine gown, my friend," he said. "I have never seen the like." He stepped forward and sniffed. "There is no smell from the dye. It has already been washed."
"Indeed, Lord, 3 times.
"Extraordinary. Where did you acquire it?"
"It is from my own cloth and my own dye, Lord."
"Even better. We shall find a time to talk. A cloth of jet will earn gold in every country around the Great Green." He smiled at Ktosis and walked away. The soldiers filed out after him, and the doors closed. For a moment no one said anything. Then the Phrygian horse breeder walked to the dais, dropped to his knees, and laid his hand on the severed head. "You never learned how to listen, little brother," he said, "but you were a good lad always. I shall miss you greatly." He picked up the sack, then stood by, uncertain. Ktosis approached him. "I do not believe the king would object if you removed your brother's head," he said. "You think so?" "I am sure of it." The man sighed. "He paid a heavy price for a few ill-spoken words." "Indeed he did." Ktosis left the hall and strolled out to the courtyard. Many of the leaders were now gathered together and talking quietly. Ktosis eased his way through the group, heading out towards an open area overlooking the cliff path leading up to the fortress gates. A line of men was moving through the gates, carrying baskets of food ready for the feast. Idly he watched them. Then his interest quickened. A big man was coming through the gate, carrying a sheep upon his shoulders. Ktosis walked swiftly down towards him, fully expecting to be wrong in his identification. As he came closer, his heart began to beat rapidly. He was heavily bearded now, but there was no mistaking those magnificent eyes. It was Prince Ahmose. What wonder was this?
The second in line to the great pharaoh was working as a servant in the fortress of Dardanos. The big man saw him and smiled. "It seems you have done well for yourself, eunuch." Ketosis lowered his head and bowed. "Oh, no need for that," said Ahmose. "As you can see, I am no longer the pharaoh's grandson. I am, like you, a man with a price on his head."
"I am sorry, Lord. You were kind to me."
"No need for pity. I am content. Do you serve here?"
"No, Lord. I am a merchant. I make and sell cloth. It would be an honor to fashion you a tunic."
"You may stop calling me Lord. Ketosis, isn't it?"
"Yes, Lord. Oh, I am sorry."
Ahmose laughed. "I am known now as Gershom."
"How strange," said Ketosis. "A long time since I heard that word. My people use it to describe foreigners."
"That is why I chose it. You are one of the desert folk."
"Yes, well, I was once, before my father sold me to the palace."
"A curious race," said Gershom. "However, I cannot stand here talking of old times. There is work to be done for your feast." He clapped Ketosis on the shoulder. "Ramesses was furious when he found out I'd freed you. It cost me 200 talents of silver and my best war horse."
"I will always be grateful, Lord. If ever you need anything."
"Don't make promises, my friend. Those who are discovered to have aided me will face a harsh reckoning."
"Even so, should you ever need anything, you only have to ask. All that I have is at your disposal."
Helikaon left the assembly and strode through the palace. The old general Pausanias tried to intercept him, but he shook his head and waved the man away. Climbing the worn steps to the battlements, he tilted his head to the sky, drawing in deep, calming breaths. His stomach began to settle. Noticing a sentry watching him, he moved back inside, making his way through to the old royal apartments and his childhood rooms. Dust lay over the floor, and there were cobwebs across the balcony entrance. Brushing them aside, he stepped out. The ancient rickety chair was still there, the wood paled and cracked by the sun. Kneeling down, he traced his fingers over the carved horse in the backrest. This was the throne he had sat upon as a child, king of a pretend world in which all men were contented and there were no wars. He had never, in those days, dreamed of battle and glory. Moving back from the chair, he slumped down to the cold stone and rested his head on the low balcony rail. Closing his eyes, he saw again the severed head on the table. It merged with that of Zidantus. He could almost hear Ox speak. "You think that boy in the hall deserved to die so that you could make a point? Could you not have won them over with the conviction of your words, the power of your mind? Does it always have to be death with you?" Helikaon stared at the chair, picturing the little boy who had sat there. "Sometimes," he told him, "such deeds are necessary. I once saw Odysseus cut open a crewman's chest in order to pull out an arrowhead that had lodged there. Sometimes the evil needs to be cut free." "Do not seek to fool yourself," said the voice of Ox. "Do not rationalize your evil and seek to make it something good. Yes, the men will follow you now. Yes, the realm is safe from discord. Yes, you are a king. Your father would be so proud of you." Helikaon's anger rose. "It is not Ox talking to you," he told himself. "It is your own weakness." The man was warned and chose to ignore it. His death achieved more in one blood-drenched moment than a torrent of words could have, and that is the truth of it. "The truth is a many-costumed whore," came Odysseus's voice in his mind. "Seems to me she will offer a man valid reasons for any deed, no matter how ghastly." A rumble of thunder came from the distance, and a cold wind began to blow. Helikaon pushed himself to his feet and took a last look around the home of his childhood, then walked out and down to the lower apartments where the wounded men of his crew were being cared for. He stopped and spoke to each man, then went in search of Attalus. He found him in a side garden, his chest and side bandaged. Sitting alone in the shadows of a late-flowering tree, he was whittling a length of wood. Helikaon approached him. "The surgeon says you were lucky, my friend. The knife missed your heart by a whisker." Attalus nodded.
Lucky day for you, too, he said.
It always helps when good friends are close by. It surprised me to see you there. Aniacus tells me you had decided to quit the crew.
Surprised me, too,
admitted Attalus. Helicaon sat alongside him. The man continued to whittle. If you want to leave for Troy when you are well, I will see you are given a good horse and a pouch of gold. You are welcome, though, to stay in Dardanos and enjoy my hospitality for the winter. Attalus put down his knife, and his shoulders sagged.
You owe me nothing.
I owe any man who chooses to fight alongside me, most especially when he is no longer a member of my crew.
I just got drawn in, that's all. I had my own reasons for being there.
Attalus sat silently for a moment. Then he looked at Helicaon.
It is not over, you know.
I know that. The assassin Carpophorus has been paid to end my life. They say he is the finest killer on the Great Green. He was also the man who murdered my father, here in this very fortress.
Aniacus told me no one knew who killed Anchises.
Helicaon sat down opposite Attalus. I only found out recently. He gazed round the garden. This is a peaceful place. I used to play here as a child. Attalus did not respond, and returned to his whittling. Rest and regain your strength, Attalus, and if you need anything, ask, and it will be supplied for you. Helicaon stood up, ready to leave.
I am not a good man,
said Attalus suddenly, his face reddening.
Everyone treats me like a good man. I don't like it.
The outburst surprised Helicaon. Attalus had always seemed so calm and in control. Resuming his seat, he looked at the crewman. He was tense now, and his eyes looked angry. We are none of us good men, said Helicaon softly. Today I had a man killed merely to make a point. He may well have been a good man. We are all flawed, Attalus. We all carry the weight of our deeds, and we will all answer for them, I think. All I know of you is that you have proved a loyal crewman and a brave companion. I also know that you were hired by Zidantus. The ox was a fine judge of fighting men. Your past means nothing here, only the deeds of the present and the future.
Past, present and future, it is all the same,
said Attalus, his shoulders slumping.
They are what they are. We are what we are. Nothing changes.
I don't know if that is true. My life has changed now 3 times. Once when I was a small child and my mother died. Once when Odysseus came and took me aboard the Penelope. And then when my father was murdered. That still haunts me. I left here as a frightened boy. My father told me he loathed me. I came back as a man, hoping that he would be proud. Helicaon fell silent, surprised at himself for sharing his thoughts with the relative stranger. He saw that Attalus was looking at him. I don't usually talk like this, he said, suddenly embarrassed.
A man who tells his child he loathes him,
said Attalus, his voice trembling,
isn't worth rat's piss. So why care whether he would have been proud or not?
Sheathing his dagger, he threw aside the whittled wood and rose to his feet.
I'm tired. I'll rest now.
Helicaon remained where he was as the slim sailor returned to the fortress. Not worth rat's piss. The simple truth of the words cut through years of hidden anguish. The weight of regret suddenly lifted. Anchises had never been a father to him, had cared nothing for him. He was cold-hearted and manipulative, and had spent years tormenting a lost and lonely child. Attalus was right. And the dark shadow of Anchises melted from his mind like mist in the sunlight. Chapter 26. Aphrodite's Leap. That autumn and winter in Dardania were the worst in living memory. Fierce storms lashed the coastline. Swollen rivers burst their banks, bringing down bridges. Several low-lying villages were washed away in the floods. Into this chaos came bands of outlaws and rogue mercenary groups, preying on the populace. Helicaon travelled the land, leading troops to hunt them down. 3 battles were fought before midwinter. 2 were indecisive, the mercenaries escaping into the mountains. The third saw a mercenary force of some 700 men routed. Helicaon had the leaders executed, the 100 or so survivors sold into slavery. Messengers from Troy brought no good news. Hector was still missing, even though the brief war between the Hittite Empire and Egypt was over. The last anyone had seen of the Trojan prince, he had been facing impossible odds with no escape route. Helicaon did not believe Hector was dead. The man was vibrant with life. If a mountain fell on him, he would burrow his way out. If the sea rose over him, he would emerge riding a dolphin. Hector was invincible. Even so, as the weeks went by, a gnawing worry gripped him. What if the inconceivable proved to be true? Priam was hated by most of his sons and many of his followers. If he was toppled, civil war would follow. All alliances would be voided. The war would inevitably spread to encompass all the lands of the eastern coastline as Priam's warring sons forged new alliances. Trade would suffer, the flow of wealth drying up. Merchants, farmers, traders, cattle breeders would see their profits tumble. Without markets for their goods, they would release workers. More and more people would find themselves without the means to buy food. This in turn would lead to unrest and the swelling of outlaw bands. Agamemnon and the Mycenae would be jubilant. How much more simple their plans would become if the armies of the east tore into each other in a great bloodletting. As the first cold winds of winter blew in from the north, Helicaon was back at the fortress of Dardanos. The queen, Helicia, had recovered from her physical wounds, but rarely ventured out into the public eye. Helicaon tried to draw her into the running of the realm, but she refused.
"Everyone knows what was done to me," she said. "I see it in their eyes."
"The people love you, Helicia, and so they should. You were a caring queen. The works of evil men have not changed that."
"Everything has changed," she said. "The sun no longer shines for me."
He had left her then, for he had no words to pierce the walls of her sorrow. That afternoon, Pausanias came to him, telling him a Mycenae ambassador had arrived from Troy.
"You want me to send him away?"
The old general looked nervous. "Why would I do that?"
"He may have learned of the attack on Pithros."
"I am sure that he has."
"You do not fear war with the Mycenae?"
"Bring him to me, Pausanias, and then remain but say nothing." The ambassador was a slender, red-headed man who introduced himself as Erechos. He entered the Megaron and offered no bow.
"Greetings, King Helicaon. I hope I find you well."
"Indeed you do, Erechos. How may we assist you?"
"We have received disturbing news, King, from the island of Pithros. A ship beached there recently and found hundreds of corpses. All the houses were empty and plundered, and most of the women and children removed."
"Consider it my gift to King Agamemnon."
"Your gift? The island of Pithros is Mycenae land."
"Indeed it is, and so it remains," said Helicaon. "It had also become a pirate haven, and from its bays their galleys attacked merchant vessels or raided coastal settlements. You will know that my own fortress was attacked, and my brother slain." Helicaon paused and watched the man. Erechos looked away.
"Yes, the news of the atrocity reached us. Appalling. But you had no right to bring troops to a Mycenae island without first seeking the permission of Agamemnon king."
"Not so, Erechos. My father, Anchises, forged a treaty with King Atreus. In it, both nations pledged to support the other against pirates and raiders. What greater support could I offer the son of Atreus than to expel pirates from a Mycenae island and to make the Great Green safer for Mycenae trading ships?" Erechos stood silently, his face pale.
"You wish me to convey to my king that you invaded Mycenae lands as a gift to him?"
"What else could it be but a gift?" asked Helicaon. 200 dead pirates and an island returned to Mycenae rule. And you can assure your king that come the spring, my fleet will continue to hunt pirates and kill them wherever they find them."
"You will not again invade Mycenae lands, King Helicaon."
"Mycenae lands?" responded Helicaon, feigning surprise. "By the gods, have pirates conquered even more Mycenae territory? This is grim news."
"No territory has been conquered,"
replied Erechos, his voice becoming shrill. He took a deep, calming breath.
"What I am saying, King Helicaon,
is that the Mycenae will deal with any pirates who might seek to hide on Mycenae lands.
Ah, I see, said Helicaon, nodding. It is a question of martial pride. I understand that, and would wish to cause King Agamemnon no embarrassment. He has suffered so much of late. It must be galling for him. Galling? I do not understand. 2 of his followers turning rogue. First Electruon, who I understand was a favourite of the king. Then Kalanos becoming a pirate. Oh, and I almost forgot. Then there is Argurios, who I understand has been declared a traitor and an outlaw. And now to discover that pirates had overrun a Mycenae island. Helicaon shook his head, adopting an expression of sympathy. It will make him wonder what disasters are yet to befall him. However, you can assure the king of my friendship. Now, will you stay and dine with us, Erikos? No, King Helicaon, though I thank you for your courtesy. I must return to Troy. There are matters there that need my attention. After Erikos had left, Pausanias stepped forward, a wide smile on his face. I enjoyed that, my king. It was all I could do not to laugh out loud. Agamemnon will not laugh when he hears of it. You think he will declare war on us? I doubt it. How can he make war on a friend who has aided him? But they were his pirates. Indeed they were. We know it, he knows it, but other kings around the Great Green do not. If he makes war on Dardania following an attack on pirates, it will be an admission that he is behind the pirate raids. I hope you are right, my king. On midwinter's night, another messenger arrived from Troy. Nausicaa was a young Phrygian scribe employed by one of Helicaon's merchant allies. He brought scrolls and messages concerning the needs of the coming trading season and accountings of the previous trading year. More than this, though, he was a raconteur and an outrageous gossip. Helicaon always enjoyed his winter visits. "What news, Nausicaa, my friend?" he asked as they sat down to eat in the king's apartments. The slender Phrygian lifted a small delicacy from a silver plate. It was minced lamb, wrapped in a vine leaf. He sniffed at it, then took a bite. "Oh, my dear, there is so much to tell. Who would you like to hear of first?" "What of Hector?" "No word. Many of the Trojan horse have now returned to the city. Others remained around Kadesh with Hittite soldiers searching for him. It does not look as if there will be good news. The last time anyone saw him, he and around 50 of his men were surrounded and outnumbered, and night was falling." "What is the mood in the city?"
"Fractious. 2 of Priam's sons, Issos and Pammon, have fled the city. They were about to be arrested, I understand."
"I know them both. Neither has the wit to organize a revolt, or the following to inspire insurrection."
"I agree. They would be serving someone else. Fat Antiphanes has been stripped of his titles and ordered not to leave his palace. He was seen meeting in secret with the Mycenae ambassador, Erikos."
"I met him," said Helicaon. "A cold and unpleasant man. It would surprise me, however, to learn that Antiphanes was a traitor. He is more interested in food than power. Polites is a possibility. He is no warrior, but he has a sharp mind."
"And Priam is said to enjoy riding his wife. Rumour has it that Polites' 2 sons share an interesting trait. Their father is also their grandfather."
Helicaon chuckled and shook his head. "You really are a dreadful gossip, Nausicaa. It shames me that I am amused by it." His smile faded. "However, Polites is a possibility, as is Agathon."
"Agathon has always been as loyal as Hector,"
Nausicaa pointed out. "Largely because of Hector. They are great friends. But Priam does not favour Agathon, never has. He judges him against Hector. I remember once the king saying publicly that Agathon and Hector were like 2 identical statues, save that one was cast in gold, the other copper." Helicaon swore. "Priam is an unpleasant man, and always finds exactly the right insult to wound the deepest."
"Is there anyone in high position that Priam has not insulted?"
queried Nausicaa. "Probably not. Let us talk of other news. What of Andromache?"
"Ah, wonderful stories."
Nausicaa hesitated.
"Are you friends with the lady?"
"What difference would that make to the stories?"
"I'm not sure. She is the talk of Troy, for many reasons. Some high, some low."
"I want no low tales concerning her.
said Helicaon sharply. The wind blew in from the open balcony, causing a lamp to gutter. He rose and pulled the doors closed, then relit the lamp. Nazik sat silently for a few moments more. Then he gave a wry smile. "Rather a large difference, then?" Helicaon relaxed. "Begin your tale," he said. "Very well. You heard she saved the king's life." Helicaon was shocked. Then he chuckled. "Is there some fine and witty line that ends this Odyssean fable?" "No, it is true," insisted Nazik. Helicaon listened as the Phrygian told the story of the archery tourney and how Andromache had killed the assassin. The traitor had reached the king and was poised to strike him down when Andromache's arrow pierced his heart. The king praised her before the crowd, saying she was indeed a fit bride for his Hector. "By the gods," whispered Helicaon, "she is a woman to treasure." "Prince Agathon obviously agrees with you. It is said he has asked Andromache to marry him if Hector does not return." "Has she accepted Agathon's advances?" "I have no knowledge that she has or she hasn't," answered Nazik. "Of course she would be a fool not to. He is young, rich, and, depending on the circumstances, could one day be king." "What else can you tell me of Andromache?" Nazik chuckled. "She swam with a naked man in front of the royal princes." "Is this gossip or reality?" asked Helicaon, holding back his anger. "Reality, my lord. A friend of mine was on the royal beach at the time. The king's daughter, Laodike, had invited a wounded Mycenaean warrior to the beach. All skin and bone he was, apparently, hardly able to breathe. Andromache went swimming with him." "Argurios," said Helicaon. "Yes, that was the man. Famous, they say." "Go on." "When they emerged from the water, Prince Deiphobos harangued her, and then the Mycenae challenged him. It should have been amusing, a tottering skeleton demanding a sword. But he frightened Deiphobos. Agathon came to his rescue and calmed the situation. Who else would you like to hear of?" "Was that what you meant by low tales?" Nazik leaned back. "Now you are drawing me into dangerous territory, Golden One. You have already made it clear the lady is a friend of yours, and you want to hear no ill of her. So what would you have me say?" Helicaon sat silently for a moment. "Tell me all," he said at last. "When I arrived here earlier, the palace servants were talking of a man who offended you at a recent meeting. They said his head was put on display. I am rather fond of my head." "Your head is safe, Nazik. You are too good a gossip to kill. My winter evenings would be dull indeed without you." "Very well, but remember, you asked. Creusa claimed to have discovered her frolicking naked with a female servant. This was reported to the king, who had the servant whipped and then dismissed from the palace. Andromache was furious and accosted Creusa publicly. Creusa slapped her, and Andromache hit her with her fist. Said to have been a fine blow. An uppercut, according to one witness. Creusa was knocked senseless and had to be carried to her bed. Everyone expected Andromache to be sent back in shame to her father. Priam chose to ignore the incident, probably because he owed her his life. Now the palace is seething with rumours concerning the king and Andromache." "I have heard enough," said Helicaon stiffly. "How is Queen Hecabe?" "She continues to cling to life. She is even entertaining guests. The youngest daughter of the king of Sparta is staying at the palace. Ostensibly, she is here to find a suitable husband. The belief, though, is that her father sent her away to keep her safe. Mycenaean armies are massing on Sparta's borders. There is likely to be a war in the spring, and Sparta's small army cannot stand against Agamemnon's forces." Just then there was a soft knocking at the outer door. The old general Pausanias entered.
"My apologies for disturbing you, Lord," he said. "I need to speak to you privately."
Nazik rose. "Matters of state must always take precedence," he said, with a smile at Pausanias. Then he left the room. "What is wrong?" asked Helicaon.
"The queen has left her apartments. Her handmaiden says she saw her walking towards Aphrodite's leap."
The old general paled. "I am sorry, my king. That was crass of me." "I will find her," said Helicaon. As she walked the high rocky path in the faint light of dawn,
Helicia could barely distinguish between the mist rising from the crumbling cliff edge under her bare feet and the dark fog lying across her mind. People talked of broken hearts, but they were wrong. Broken was somehow complete, finished, over. The real sensation was of continual breaking, an everlasting wound, sharp and jagged, like claws of bronze biting into the soft tissue of the heart. The mind became a cruel enemy, closing off reality for brief periods. Sometimes she would forget that Dio had been murdered. She would look at the sunlit sky and smile and wonder, just for a moment, where he was. Then the truth would plunge home, and the bronze talons cleave once more into her wounded heart. The dawn breeze was cool with the promise of rain. It was a long time since she had walked this path. Aphrodite's leap, they called it, though the words had been whispered behind the old king's back. His first wife had thrown herself from this cliff onto the unforgiving rocks hundreds of feet below. Helicia had heard the tale many times. Wandering to the cliff edge, she peered down. Mist was heavy upon the sea, and she wondered how it would feel to let go, to plummet down and end the agony of her life. Thoughts of the past stirred in her. She remembered the bright days of her childhood in Zelea, when she and her brothers rode with the horse herds in summer, taking them from water pastures beside the dark river Esopos to the cities of the coast. For days her feet would barely touch the ground as she travelled wrapped in a warm blanket on a gentle mare, listening to the night sounds across the plains. Dio was already a fearless rider, and she had planned to take him on a night journey to camp out under the cold stars. The sky was lightening, but the fog grew darker on her mind. She faltered to a halt and fell to her knees, her strength running out like water from a cup. She thought she heard a sound, running steps behind her, but she could not move to look round. Her tortured mind returned again to the past, to comforting thoughts of her first arrival at Dardanos. True, she had not been happy then. She was just 17 and homesick and frightened of the grey old man she was to marry. But now she always thought of it as a good time, because she was quickly pregnant with Dio. Anchises was not a bad husband, not unkind, and once Aeneas had been banished from his thoughts, she was the mother of the son in whom he placed all his hopes. He gave Dio a toy horse, she recalled with a smile, that he had carved himself from pale wood. It was a crude thing, for he had little skill with his hands, but he had decorated it with gold leaf on mane and tail, and it had sky-blue chips of lapis lazuli for eyes. She remembered the blue eyes of Garrus, her personal bodyguard. He had soft blonde eyelashes that lay gently on his cheek as he slept. She liked to wake him, to see the pale lashes open, to see his eyes rest on her in love and wonder. He had fallen in the last desperate struggle, a spear through his chest, a sword in his belly, still trying to protect her and her son. He was dead before they all raped her. She was glad of that. He was dead before they flung Dio from the high walls. She heard a thin, keening sound. It was her own voice, but she knew of no way to stop it. "Helicia!" Another voice in the fog. "Helicia!" She thought back to her childhood and her father holding her in his arms, smiling down at her. He smelled of horses, of their pungent hides he always wore. She reached up and pulled the greasy braids of his beard. He laughed and clutched her fiercely to his chest. She felt his arms round her now, gentle and tender. "Helicia, it is Aeneas. Come back to me." Aeneas. They called him Helicaon. There were many Aeneases, many Helicaons in her mind. There was the shy, frightened youth she had barely noticed, consumed as she was in her love for her baby. He disappeared one day on a foreign ship, and Anchises said he would not return. But he did, on a day of great terror. With Anchises dead, she was sure Aeneas would have her killed, or kill her himself, and her son with her. But he didn't. He sailed away again after a few days, leaving Dio king and herself safe under the protection of Garrus and old Pausanias. Those were the happiest years. "Helicia, look at me. Look at me." She looked up, but it was not her father who held her. His eyes had been brown. These were blue. She remembered blue eyes. "Helicia!" She felt strong hands shaking her. "It is I, Aeneas. Say Aeneas.
Aeneas.
She frowned and looked around, at the treacherous cliff edge and the grey sea far below their feet.
What are you doing here?
Your maid saw you walking here. She feared for your life.
My life? I have no life.
He pulled her into his arms again, and she rested her cheek on his shoulder.
My son was my life, Aeneas,
she said calmly.
I have no life without him.
He walks in the green fields of Elysium now, he said. He has your bodyguard. Was it Garrus? To hold his hand.
Do you believe that?
She asked, searching his face. Yes, I do.
Do you believe also in the power of dreams?
Dreams?
When I lay, as I thought, dying, I had many dreams, Aeneas, and all but one of them were terrifying. I saw blood and fire and a city burning. I saw the sea full of ships carrying violent men. I saw war, Aeneas. I saw the fall of kings and the death of heroes. Oh, so much death.
She looked up at him.
Do you believe in the power of dreams?
He led her away from the cliff top, and they sat on a green slope. Odysseus says there are two kinds of dreams, some born of strong wine and rich food, and some sent by the gods. Of course you dreamt of blood and war. Evil men had attacked you. Your mind was full of visions of vileness. His words flowed over her, and she clung to the hope they were true. They sat in silence for a while. Then she sighed.
Garrus loved me. I was going to ask if you would object to our marriage. They took both my loves that night, Aeneas. My Dio and strong-hearted Garrus.
I did not know. And no, I would have offered no objection. He was a good man. But you are young still, Helicia, and beautiful. If the gods will it, you will find love again.
Love? I do so hope not, Aeneas. Yes, it was the only part of the dream that was bright and joyful. But if what I saw does come to pass, does it not mean that the other visions of war and death will also come?
I have no answers for such fears, he said. What I do know is that you are the Queen of Dardania, and the people love you. No one will supplant you, and while I live, no one will ever threaten you again.
They love me now, she said sadly. Will they love me still when the monster is born?
What monster?
The beast in my belly,
she whispered to him.
It is evil, Aeneas. It is my Kini.
He took her hand. I did not know you were pregnant. I am sorry, Helicia. He sighed. But it is not a monster. It is merely a child who will love you as Dio did.
It will be a boy, dark-haired and grey-eyed. I saw this too.
Then he will be a prince of Dardania. People are bred to evil, Helicia. I do not believe it is born in them, no matter how they are conceived. She relaxed in his arms.
You are a good man, Aeneas.
My friends call me Helicaean. I would hope you are my friend.
I am your friend, she said. I always will be.
He smiled. Good. I will be leaving for Troy in a few days. I want you and Pausanias to continue meeting the leaders and resolving disputes. They trust you, Helicia. And now that they have witnessed my harshness, they will be more amenable to your wisdom. Are you ready to be queen again?
I will do as you ask, she said, for friendship.
Then the vision came back to her, bright and shining. Helicaean standing before her in a white tunic edged with gold, and in his hand a bejeweled necklet. Closing her eyes, she prayed with all her strength that he would never bring her that golden gift. The young Hittite horseman rode at a gallop across the plain, bent low over the horse's neck, his imperial cloak of green and yellow stripes flowing behind him. He glanced again at the dying sun and saw it was closing on the horizon. He could not ride after dark in this unknown country, and leaned forward on his horse to urge it on. He was determined to reach Troy before sunset. He had been on the road for 8 days, and had used 5 horses,
at first changing them daily at imperial garrisons. But in this uncharted western end of the empire there were no troops stationed on a regular basis, and this horse must last him until he reached Troy. Since leaving Salapa, the last civilized city in the Hittite Empire, he had followed the route he had memorized. Keep the rising sun warm on your back, the setting sun between your horse's ears, and after 4 days you will see the great mountain called Ida. Skirt this to the north, and you will reach Troy and the sea. The messenger, Hutzias, had never seen the sea. He had lived all his 19 years in and around the capital Hattusas, deep in the heart of Hittite lands. This was his first important commission as an imperial messenger, and he was determined to fulfill it with speed and efficiency. But he was eager to gaze upon the sea when the emperor's task was done. His hand crept to his breast again, and he nervously touched the papers hidden in his leather tunic. He was riding now across a flat green plain. He could see a plateau in front of him, the sun falling directly towards it. The last sunlight was shining off something on the heights of the plateau. Troy is roofed with gold, they had told him, but he had scoffed at this. "Do you think me a fool?" he asked. "If it is roofed with gold, why do bandits not come and steal the roofs?" "You will see," they replied. It was almost dark by the time he rode up to the city. He could see nothing but great shadowed walls towering above him. Suddenly his confidence evaporated, and he felt like a small boy again. He walked his tired horse round the south of the walls, as instructed, until he reached the high wooden gates. One gate had been opened a little, and 6 riders awaited him, silent men clad in high-crested helmets seated on tall horses. He cleared his throat of the dust of travel, and called out to them in the foreign words he had been schooled in. "I come from Hattusas. I have a message for King Priam." He was beckoned forward, and rode slowly through the gate. 2 horsemen rode in front of him, 2 at his sides, and 2 behind. They were all armed and armored, and they said nothing as they made their way through the darkened streets. Hutzias looked curiously around him, but in the torchlight he could see little. Steadily, they climbed towards the citadel. They passed through the palace gates and halted at a great building lined with red pillars and lit with hundreds of torches. The riders sat their horses and waited until a man clad in long white robes hurried out. He was grey-faced, and his eyes were red-rimmed and watery. He peered at Hutzias. "You are an imperial messenger?" he snapped. Hutzias was relieved he spoke the Hittite tongue. "I am," he answered with pride. "I have travelled day and night to bring an important message to the Trojan king." "Give it to me." The man held out his hand, gesturing impatiently. The Hittite took out the precious paper. It had been wrapped round a stick and sealed with the imperial seal, then placed in a hollow wooden tube and sealed again at each end. Hutzias ceremoniously handed the tube to the wet-eyed man, who almost snatched it from him, merely glancing at the seals before breaking them and unrolling the paper. He frowned, and Hutzias saw disappointment on his face. "You know what this says?" he asked the young man. "I do," said Hutzias importantly. "It says the Emperor is coming." Chapter 27. The Fallen Prince. In the days following her first meeting with Argurios, Laodike had found herself thinking more and more of the Mycenae warrior. It was most odd. He was not good-looking like Helicaon or Agathon. His features were hard and angular. He was certainly not charming, and seemed possessed of no great wit. And yet he had begun to dominate her thoughts in a most disconcerting manner. When he had been beside her on the beach, she had experienced an almost maternal longing, a desire to help him regain his physical strength, to watch him become again the man he had been. At least, that was how it had begun. Now her thoughts were more obsessive, and she realized she was missing him. Xander had told her of the soldier who had walked Argurios to the beach, saying that he had treated him with great respect. Laodike knew Polydorus, and had called out to him one afternoon when the blonde-haired soldier was off duty and walking through the palace gardens. "It is a fine day," she began. "For the time of year, I mean." "Indeed it is," he answered. "Is there something you need?" "No, not at all.
I wanted to thank you for your courtesy towards the wounded Mykenæ. The boy Xander spoke of it.
Now he looked bemused, and Laodike felt embarrassment swelling.
I am sorry. I am obviously delaying you. Are you going into the lower town?
Yes, I am meeting the parents of my bride-to-be, but first I must find a gift for them.
There is a trader, she said, on the street of Thetis. He is a silversmith and crafts the most beautiful small statues of the goddess Demeter and the babe Persephone. It is said they are lucky pieces.
I have heard of him, but I fear I could not afford such a piece. Now Laodike felt foolish. Of course he couldn't. He was a soldier, not a nobleman with rich farms or horse herds or trading ships. Polydorus waited, and the moment became awkward. Finally she took a deep breath.
What do you know of the Mykenæ?
She asked. He is a great warrior, answered Polydorus, relaxing. I learned of him when I was still a child. He has fought in many battles, and under the old king was twice Mykenæ champion. You have heard of the Bridge of Partha?
No.
The Mykenæ were in retreat, a rare thing. They had crossed the bridge, but the enemy were close behind. Augurios stood upon the bridge and defied the enemy to kill him. They came at him one at a time, but he defeated every champion they sent.
Why did they not all just rush at him in a charge? One man could not have stopped them all, surely.
I suppose that is true. Perhaps they valued his courage. Perhaps they wanted to test themselves against the best. I do not know.
Thank you, Polydorus, she said. And now you must go and find that gift.
He bowed his head and turned away. On impulse, she reached out and touched his arm. The young soldier was shocked.
Go to the silversmith, she said with a smile, and tell him I sent you. Pick a fine statue and instruct him to come to me for payment.
Thank you. I do not know what to say.
Then say nothing, Polydorus, she told him.
That afternoon she had walked down to the House of Serpents, ostensibly to collect more medicines for Hecate. In fact, though, she wandered the grounds until she caught sight of Augurios. He was chopping wood. She stood in the shadows of a stand of trees and watched him. He had put on weight, and his movements were smooth and graceful, the axe rising and falling, the wood splitting cleanly. She stood for a while, trying to think of what she might say to him. She wished she had worn a more colourful dress, and perhaps the gold pendant with the large sapphire. Everyone said it was a beautiful piece. Then grim reality struck home, and her heart sank. You are a plain woman, she told herself. No amount of gold or pretty jewellery can disguise it, and you were about to make a fool of yourself. Turning away, she decided to return to the palace, but she had taken no more than a few steps before the healer Machaon came round the corner of a building and saw her. He bowed deeply.
I did not know you were here, Laodike, he said. Has your mother's condition worsened? No, I was just, out walking, she replied, reddening.
He glanced beyond her to where Augurios was still working.
His recovery is amazing, he said. His breathing is almost normal, and his strength is returning at a fine rate. Would that all those I treated showed such determination. How goes it, Augurios? He called out.
The Mykenæ thunked the axe into a round of wood and swung to face them. Then he walked across the grass towards them. Laodike tried to breathe normally, but felt panic rising. Greetings, said Augurios.
And to you, warrior, she said. I see that you are almost well.
Aye, I feel power in me again.
Silence fell.
Ah, well, said Machaon with a knowing smile. I have patients to see to.
Bowing once more, he went on his way. Laodike stood very quietly, not knowing what to say. She looked at Augurios. His cheeks were shaved, the jutting chin-beard trimmed, and sweat gleamed on his bare chest. It is a fine day, she managed. For the time of year, I mean. The blue sky was streaked with clouds, but at that moment the sun was shining brightly.
I am glad you came, he said suddenly. I've been thinking of you constantly,
he added, his tone awkward, his gaze intense. In that moment, Laodike's nervousness vanished, and she felt a sense of calm descend on her. In the silence that followed, she saw Augurios becoming ill at ease.
I never did know how to speak other than plainly, he said.
Perhaps you would like to walk for a while in the sunshine, though first I suggest you put on your tunic.
They walked through the gardens and out into the lower town. Argurios said little, but the silence was comfortable. Finally they sat on a stone bench beside a well. Glancing back, she saw that 2 men had followed them and were now sitting on a wall some distance away.
"Do you know them?"
she asked, pointing. His expression darkened.
They have been hired by Helicaon to protect me. There are others who come at night and stand beneath the trees.
That was kind of him.
Kind?
Why does it make you angry?
Helicaon is my enemy. I have no wish to be beholden to the man.
He glanced at the 2 bodyguards.
And any half-trained Mycenae soldier could scatter those fools in a heartbeat.
You are proud of your people.
We are strong. We are unafraid. Yes, I am proud.
A group of women carrying empty buckets approached the well. Laodike and Argurios moved away, up the slope towards the Scaean gate. Passing through it, they climbed to the battlements of the great wall and strolled along the ramparts.
"Why were you banished?"
asked Laodike. He shrugged.
Lies were told and believed. I can make little sense of it. There are men at the royal court with honeyed tongues. They fill the king's ear with flattery. The old king I could talk to. Atreus was a warrior, a fighting man. You could sit with him at a campfire like any other soldier.
Another silence grew. It did not bother Laodike, who was enjoying his company, but Argurios became increasingly uncomfortable.
I have never known how to talk to women, he said awkwardly. I do not know what interests them. At this moment I wish I did.
She laughed.
"Life," she told him. "Birth and growth. Flowers that bloom and fade. Seasons that bring sunshine or rain. Clothes that mirror the beauty that is all around us. The blue of the sky, the green of the grass, the gold of the sun. But mostly, we are interested in people, in their lives and their dreams. Do you have a family back in Mycenae?"
No, my parents died years ago.
"Not a wife at home?"
No.
Laodike let the silence grow once more. She gazed out over the bay. There were few ships now, save for some fishing boats.
"You were very rash with Dios," she said.
I did not like the way he spoke to you,
he told her, and she saw anger again in his eyes. The sun was low in the sky, and Laodike turned.
"I must be getting back," she said.
Will you visit me again?
His nervousness was obvious, and it filled her with a confidence she rarely experienced in the company of men.
"I might come tomorrow."
He smiled.
I hope you do,
he told her. For the next 10 days she came every day, and they walked the great walls together. There was little conversation, but she enjoyed those times more than any she could remember, especially the moment she slipped on a rampart step, and his arm swept round her before she could fall. Laodike leaned into him then, her head upon his shoulder. It was exquisite, and she wished it could last forever. Andromache thought she had never seen such a tall man as the Hittite emperor. Hattusilis was even taller than Priam, and of much the same age, but he stooped as he walked, and Andromache was sure he had bad feet, for he shuffled a little, as if anxious not to lift them far from the ground. He was thin to the point of emaciation, his hair oiled back and partly covered by a close-fitting cap. He glanced around Priam's great gold-filled megaron, looking strangely out of place in his simple, unadorned leather riding clothes. He had ridden into the city, but Andromache knew the Hittite force had been camped out on the plain of the Simois overnight while the emperor rested, and that he had travelled much of the way from his capital in a rich and comfortable carriage. Hattusilis carried 2 curved swords, one at his waist, the other unsheathed in his hand, and Andromache wondered at the frenzied negotiations that had taken place between the 2 sides since dawn to agree to that. He was attended by a retinue of eunuchs and councillors, all wearing colourfully patterned kilts clasped at the waist with belts of braided gold wire, some attired in bright shawls, others bare-chested. All were unarmed, of course.
One huge, half-naked bodyguard, so muscle-bound that Andromache decided he was more ornament than use, stood close to the emperor's shoulder. Hattusilus III, emperor of the Hittites, advanced halfway down the Megaron, then stopped. Priam, standing in front of his carved and gilded throne, walked forward to meet him, flanked by Polites and Agathon. There was a pause while the two men locked eyes, then Priam bowed briefly. Had the Trojan king ever bowed to anyone before? Andromache doubted it. It was only his concern for Hector that persuaded him to make this gesture, she guessed, even to his emperor. "Greetings," said Priam loudly, but without enthusiasm. "We are honored to welcome you to Troy." Each courteous word seemed to cost him effort. He added flatly, "Our people rejoice." A small, bald-headed man wearing striped robes of yellow and green spoke quietly to the emperor. Andromache realized this was the translator. The emperor smiled thinly and spoke. The little man said, "Troy is a valued vassal kingdom to the great Hittite empire. The emperor takes a kindly interest in his subjects." Priam's face grew red with anger. He said, "This vassal is honored to fight the emperor's battles for him. We are told the Trojan horse won a great victory at Kadesh for the emperor." Hattusilus replied, "The greater Hittite army has crushed the ambitions of the pharaohs for generations to come. We are grateful to Troy for its brave cavalry." Priam could contain his impatience no longer. "My son has not returned from Kadesh. Do you bring news of him?" Hattusilus handed the unsheathed sword to the muscle-bound bodyguard, then placed both his hands upon his heart. The Megaron fell silent. The bull translator said, "We regret Hector is dead. He died a valiant death in the cause of the Hittite Empire." The emperor spoke again. "Hector was a good friend to us. He fought many battles for the empire." His dark gaze rested on Priam's stricken face, and Andromache saw genuine concern there. "We grieve for him as if he were our own son." Andromache heard a soft sigh from beside her, and she put her arm round Laodike as the young woman sagged against her. Hector dead, she thought. Hector is really dead. Her mind buzzed with possibilities, but she ruthlessly pushed them away to listen to Priam's words. The king looked straight into the black eyes of the emperor. "My son cannot be dead," he said, but there was a tremor in his voice. Hattusilus gestured, and two unarmed Hittite soldiers struggled forward with a heavy wooden chest. At a nod from the emperor, they unbarred it and flung back the lid, which clanged hollowly against the stone floor. The emperor said, "His body was discovered with those of his men. They had been trapped, surrounded and killed by the Egyptians. By the time he was found, his body had decayed, so I have returned his armor to you as proof of his death." Priam stepped forward and reached into the chest. He took out a huge bronze breastplate decorated with silver and gold. From where Andromache stood, she could see that the pattern represented a golden horse racing across silver waves. Laodike said in a small, breathless voice, "Hector, it is Hector's." Hattusilus stepped forward and took from the chest a heavily decorated gold urn. "Following the custom of your people, we burned the body and placed Hector's bones in this vessel." He held it out. When Priam did not move, Polites darted forward and took the golden urn from the emperor's hands. Never in her life had Andromache felt such a confusion of emotions. She grieved for Laodike's pain at the death of her brother, for the loss on the faces of the people gathered around the Megaron, the soldiers, counselors, and palace servants. She even grieved for Priam as he stood there holding the breastplate, a stunned look on his face, desolation in his eyes as he stared at the funeral urn. Yet in her heart, joy welled up irresistibly. Her hands flew to her throat for fear she would cry out for gladness. She was free. Then Priam turned away from the emperor and walked with halting steps to his throne. Hugging the breastplate to his chest, he slumped down. A gasp of shock came from the Hittite retinue. No one sat in the presence of the emperor. Andromache glanced at Agathon, expecting the prince to step in and ease the situation, but he was standing, almost mesmerized, staring at his father, his expression torn between sadness and shock. Andromache felt for him. Then the dark-haired Dios moved smoothly forward, bowing deeply to Hattusilus. "My apologies, great lord. My father is overcome with grief. He intends no disrespect. Priam and the sons of Priam remain, as always, your most loyal followers." The emperor spoke, and the translator's words echoed in the silent Megaron. "There is no slight. When a great hero falls, it becomes men to show their feelings truly. Hector's courage did indeed turn the battle in our favor. I would have expected no less from him. That is why I felt it right to come myself to this far city, so that all would know that Hector was honored by those he served most heroically." With that, the emperor swung on his heel and walked from the Megaron. Shortly before dark, a hooded and cloaked figure slipped out through the Dardanian gate into the lower town. One of the gate guards caught a glimpse of the man's face and turned to speak to his colleague, but the other soldier was partway through a good joke about a Hittite, a horse, and a donkey, so the first guard laughed and said nothing. There was no reason to question anyone leaving the citadel, after all. The hooded man made his way through the eastern quarter to where the city engineers had been digging a wide fortification ditch designed to stop the advance of horses and chariots. Houses all along the line of the trench had been emptied to permit the work, but the digging had revealed a hoard of burial jars dating from many generations ago, which were now being carefully dug up and moved to another site southeast of the city. In the grey twilight, the man identified a white house with a yellow mark like a paw print on the door. Looking around him, he entered the abandoned house swiftly and waited in the shadow of an inner doorway. A short while later, 2 others entered. "Are you here?" A man with thin reddish hair asked quietly. The hooded man stepped from the shadows. "I am here, Erikos," he said. The Mycenae ambassador's voice betrayed his anxiety. "No names, if you please, Prince." The hooded man snorted. "This meeting place is well chosen. No one will come within 100 paces of it. They fear the shades of the dead are lingering around the burial ground."
"Perhaps they are right," said the ambassador nervously.
"Let us not waste time on religious debate," snapped the third man, a tall, white-haired warrior. "The death of Hector is a gift from the gods. We must seize the chance now."
There was silence for a moment.
"And what of the Hittites, Kalanos?" the hooded man said coldly. "You think we should spark a revolution while the emperor is in Troy? Do you have any idea of the number of troops his sons could bring? And they would cry out for joy at the opportunity. Troy's independence is based on 3 simple facts. We pay enormous taxes to fund the Hittite wars. We are far distant from the center of their empire, and we send the finest warriors to aid them. But there are those who look upon Troy with great envy and greed. We must offer them no insult, no opportunity to seek our ruin."
"This is all true, Prince," put in Erikos. "But even if we wait for the emperor's departure, will he not send men to the aid of Priam?"
"Not if Priam is dead," said the hooded man. "It is well known that Hattusilus has little liking for him. But then who does? The emperor has far more important worries than domestic problems in Troy. The Hittite army leaves at dawn. When Hattusilus hears Priam is dead, I will send a rider to him, pledging my continued allegiance. He will, I believe, accept it. We must be patient and wait 9 more days."
"It is easy for you to be patient sitting in your palace," sneered Kalanos. "But it is not so easy to conceal 4 galleys off the coast for so long."
"Easy," snapped the hooded man. "Nothing about this venture will prove easy. I have troops loyal to me, but that loyalty will wear thin when the murders begin. Easy. You think it will be easy to defeat the Eagles? Every one of them is a veteran of many battles. They were promoted for their courage and for their fighting abilities. They were trained by Hector.
"And like Hector they will die. They have not come against Mycenae warriors before," replied Kalanos. "I have the best with me, invincible. The Eagles will fall."
"I hope you are right," said the prince. "We will also have the advantage of surprise. Even so, it is vital that we do not deviate from the plan. Apart from the eagles, the only people to die will be the men inside the Megaron when we attack. Priam, and those of his sons and counselors who will be there. The deaths must be swift, and the palace taken by dawn.
Why wait 9 days? Asked Erikos. Do you need so long?
The king has been rotating the troops who guard the upper city, answered the prince. I will need the time to ensure both regiments are loyal to me.
With 2,000 troops against 100 or so eagles, why do you need us at all?
Kalanos asked. I will not have 2,000 troops. You need to understand the complexities here, Kalanos. My regiment will fight for me without question. Other Trojan units will serve me loyally once I am king. The regiment guarding the walls will be led by one of my men. He will ensure they keep the gates closed and remain at their posts. But not even he could command them to attack the palace and kill the king. Why do I need you and your men? Because Trojan troops should not be used in the slaughter of Priam and his sons. My regiment will take the 2 palace gates, hold the walls, and do battle with the eagles. Then, when the king and his followers are safely contained in the palace itself, you and your Mycenae will assault the Megaron and kill all men within.
What of the royal daughters and the women of the palace? Asked Kalanos.
Your men can take their pleasures with the servants. No royal daughters are to be harmed in any way. Enjoy the others as you will. There is one woman, however, named Andromache. She is tall with long red hair and cursed with too much pride. I am sure your men will find a way to humble her. It would please me to hear her beg.
And you will, I promise you, said Kalanos. There is nothing quite so sweet after a battle as the squealing of captured women.
Erikos spoke. Thoughts of rape should be left until the battle is over, Kalanos. Tell me, Prince, what of the other troops close to the city? The barracks in the lower town contain a full regiment, and there is a cavalry detachment based on the plain of Simois.
The prince smiled. As I said, the gates will be closed until dawn. I know well the generals commanding the other regiments. They will swear allegiance to me, if Priam is dead.
Might I ask one favour? Said Kalanos.
Of course.
That the traitor Argurios be invited to the Megaron that night.
Are you insane? Snapped Erikos. You want the greatest warrior of the Mycenae facing us?
Kalanos laughed.
He will be unarmed. Is that not so, Prince?
Yes. All weapons will be left at the gate. The king allows no swords or daggers in his presence.
But Erikos was not convinced. He was unarmed when he defeated 5 armed assassins. It seems to me an unnecessary risk. Many of the warriors with you hold him still in high regard. I urge you to withdraw this request, Kalanos.
Agamemnon king wants him dead, said Kalanos. He wants him cut down by his former comrades. It'll be a fitting punishment for his treachery. I will not withdraw my request. What say you, Prince?
I agree with Erikos, but if you wish it, I shall see it that he is there.
I do.
Then it will be done. Chapter 28 Of Ancient Gods. Gershom had never enjoyed riding. In Egypt, the horses had been small, their buttock-pounding gait bruisingly uncomfortable for a heavy man. He had also felt faintly ludicrous, his long legs hanging close to the ground. But the Thessalian-bred horse he now rode was a joy. Just under 16 hands, golden-bodied, with white mane and tail, it all but flew across the terrain. At full run there was little upward movement of the beast's back, and Gershom settled down to revel in the speed. Helicaon rode alongside him on a mount the twin of Gershom's own. Together they thundered across the open ground under a pale, cloudy sky. At last Helicaon slowed his horse, then patted its sleek neck. Gershom drew alongside.
"Magnificent beasts,"
he said. "Good for speed," said Helicaon, "but poor for war. Too skittish and prone to panic when swords clash and arrows fly. I am breeding them with our own ponies. Perhaps their foal's temperament will be less nervous." Swinging their mounts, they rode back to where they had left the baggage pony. The beast was grazing on a hillside. Helicaon gathered the lead rope, and they set off again towards the southwest. Gershom was happy to be on the move again. The fortress of Dardanos, despite being a rough dwelling place compared to the palaces back home, was still a reminder of a world he had lost, and he was glad of the chance to accompany the Golden One back to Troy.
"I do not think that merchant would have betrayed me," he said as they rode.
"Perhaps not knowingly," said Helicaon. "But people gossip. Troy is larger, and there is less chance of your being recognized." Gershom glanced around at the bleak landscape. The old general, Pausanias, had warned Helicaon that there were bandits abroad in these hills, and had urged him to take a company of soldiers as a personal guard. Helicaon had refused. "I have promised to make these lands safe," he had said. "The leaders know me now. When they see the king riding through their communities without armed escort, it will give them confidence." Pausanias had been unconvinced. Gershom did not believe it either. Once they were travelling together, he became convinced that Helicaon had needed to get away from Dardanos and all the trappings and duties of royalty. Yet with each mile they rode, Helicaon grew more tense. That night, as they camped in the foothills, beneath a stand of cypress trees, Gershom said, "What is worrying you?" Helicaon did not answer, merely added dry wood to the small campfire, then sat quietly by it. Gershom did not press the question further. After a while, Helicaon spoke. "Did you enjoy being a prince?"
"Aye, I did, but not as much as my half-brother, Rameses. He was desperate to become pharaoh, to lead Egyptian armies into battle, to build his own great pillars at the temple of Luxor, to see his face carved on massive statues. Me, I just loved being fawned upon by beautiful women."
"Did it not concern you that the women only fawned upon you because they were obliged to?"
"Why would that be a concern? The result is the same."
"Only for you."
Gershom chuckled. "You sea people think too much. The slave women at the palace were there for my pleasure. That was their purpose. What did it matter whether or not they desired to be slave women? When you are hungry and you decide to kill a sheep, do you stop and wonder how the sheep feels about it?"
"An interesting point," observed Helicaon. "I will think on it."
"It is not a point to think on," argued Gershom. "It was supposed to end the debate, not widen it."
"The purpose of debate is to explore issues, not end them."
"Very well. Then let us debate the reason of your original question. Why did you ask if I enjoyed being a prince?"
"Perhaps I was just making conversation," said Helicaon.
"No. The first reason was to deflect me from questioning you about your concerns. The second was more complex, but still linked to the first."
"Well, now you have me intrigued," said Helicaon. "Enlighten me."
Gershom shook his head. "You need enlightenment, Golden One? I think not. Back in Egypt there are statues of mythical beasts that used to fascinate me. Creatures with the heads of eagles, the bodies of lions, the tails of serpents. My grandfather told me they actually represented men. We are all of us hybrid beasts. There is the savage in us who would tear out an enemy's heart and devour it raw. There is the lover who composes songs to the woman who owns his soul. There is the father who holds his child close and would die to protect it from all harm. 3 creatures in one man. And there are more. In every one of us is the total of all we have ever been, the sullen child, the arrogant youth, the suckling babe. Every fear endured in childhood is lodged somewhere in here." He tapped his temple. "And every act of heroism or cowardice, generosity or meanness of spirit."
"This is fascinating," said Helicaon, "but I feel as if I have just sailed into a mist. What is the point you are making?"
"That is the point I am making. Our lives are spent sailing in the mist, hoping for a burst of sunlight that can make sense of who we are."
"I know who I am, Gershom."
"No, you don't. Are you the man who concerns himself about the secret desires of slave women, or the man who cuts the head from a farmer who speaks out of turn? Are you the god who rescued a child on Kupros, or the madman who burned to death 50 sailors?"
"This conversation has lost its appeal," said Helicaon, his voice cold.
Gershom felt his anger swell. "I see," he said. "So the issues that can be debated are only those that do not affect the actions of the Golden One. Now you are truly becoming a king, Helicaon.
Next you will surround yourself with sycophants who whisper to you of your greatness and offer no criticism.
Gathering up his blanket, he lay down, facing the fire, his heart hammering. The night was cold, and he could scent rain on the breeze. He was annoyed at himself for reacting with such anger. Truth was, he was fond of the young king and admired him greatly. Helikaon was capable of great kindness and loyalty. He was also courageous and principled. These attributes were rare in Gersham's experience, but he also knew the dangers Helikaon would face as his power grew. After a while he threw back his blanket and sat up. Helikaon was sitting with his back to a tree, a blanket round his shoulders.
"I am sorry, my friend," said Gershom. "It is not my place to harangue you."
"No, it is not," Helikaon replied. "But I have been thinking about what you said, and there was truth in it. Your grandfather is a wise man."
"He is. Do you know the story of Osiris and Set?"
"Egyptian gods at war with one another?"
"Yes. Osiris is the hero god, the lord of light. Set is his brother, a creature vile and depraved. They are in constant war to the death. My grandfather told me of them when I was young. He said that we carry Osiris and Set struggling within us. All of us are capable of great compassion and love, or hatred and horror. Sadly, we can take joy from both."
"I know that is true," said Helikaon. "I felt it as those sailors burned. The memory of it is shameful."
Grandfather would say that when you burned those sailors, Set was dominant in your soul. It is Osiris who feels the shame. That is why you dislike being king, Helikaon. Such power brings Set closer to total control, and you fear the man you would become if ever the Osiris in you was slain.
Gershom fell silent. Helikaon added fuel to the fire, then walked to the pack pony and brought back some bread and dried meat. The silence grew as the two men ate. Then Helikaon stretched himself out by the fire and covered himself with his cloak. Gershom dozed for a while. The night grew colder, and a clap of thunder sounded. Lightning blazed across the heavens. Helikaon awoke, and the two men ran to where the horses were tethered. The beasts were frightened, ears flat to their skulls. Helikaon and Gershom led them away from the trees and out onto open ground. Rain began to fall, slowly at first, then in a torrent. Lightning flashed, and by its light, Gershom saw a cave high up on the hillside. He beckoned to Helikaon, and they led the mounts up the slope. It was not easy. The golden horses, as Helikaon had warned, were skittish, rearing constantly and trying to break free. The little baggage pony was calmer, but even he dragged back on the lead rope when the thunder crashed. Both men were weary when they finally reached the cave. Leading the horses inside, they tethered them. Then the two men sat at the cave mouth, watching the storm wash over the land.
"I used to enjoy storms," said Gershom, "but since the shipwreck—"
He shivered at the memories. "It will pass swiftly," said Helikaon. Then he looked at Gershom. "I thank you for your honesty."
Gershom chuckled. "Always been my curse, to speak my mind. Hard to think of anyone I haven't insulted at some time or other. Are you planning to stay long in Troy?"
Helikaon shook his head. "I will attend the funeral feast for Hector." He shivered suddenly. Just saying the words chills the soul.
"You were friends."
"More than friends. I still cannot accept that he is gone." He smiled suddenly. "Some 5 years ago I rode with Hector. Priam had sent him and 200 of the Trojan horse to Thrace to aid a local king against some raiders. We were pursuing an enemy force through woodland, and they caught us in an ambush. Once we had fought our way clear, we realized Hector was not with us. Someone then recalled seeing him struck in the head by a hurled rock. Night was falling, but we rode swiftly back to the battle site. The bandits had removed the bodies of their fallen. 6 of our dead were there, but Hector was not among them. We knew then that he had been taken. The Thracians were known to torture their captives, slicing off fingers, putting out eyes. I sent out scouts and we went in search of their camp. We found it just before dawn, and as we crept forward, we could hear the sounds of merriment. And there, standing tall in the firelight, a huge cup of wine in his hand, was Hector. He was regaling the drunken raiders with ribald stories, and they were shrieking with laughter. Helicaon sighed. That is how I will remember him.
But you have a second reason for this journey, said Gershom.
Are you a seer, Gershom?
No, but I saw you talking to Hector's betrothed, and I heard you call her goddess.
Helicaon laughed. Yes, I did. I fell in love with her, Gershom. If she feels the same, I mean to make her my wife, though I will probably have to offer Priam a mountain of gold for her.
If she feels the same,
echoed Gershom.
What difference does it make?
Buy her anyway. Helicaon shook his head. You can buy gold that is bright as the sun, and diamonds as pale as the moon. But you cannot buy the sun. You cannot own the moon. As dawn approached, Laodike wrapped herself in a shawl and walked out of the palace. The streets were silent and empty, save for a few stray dogs seeking scraps. She liked walking, particularly in the fresh air of the early morning, and thought she must know more about the city and its everyday life than any soldier or common worker. She knew which baker had the first loaves fresh and aromatic outside his bakery before dawn. She knew the prostitutes and their regular patrols as well as she knew those of the Trojan regiments. She knew when the first lamb was born on the hillside at the end of winter, because Poimon, the ancient shepherd, blessed with 4 generations of sons, would open his only jug of wine of the year and get rolling drunk, then sleep it off in the street in the dawn air, barred from his home by his tiny, ferocious wife. Laodike walked on out of the town, her sad steps taking her across the new defensive ditch by a bridge, then down towards the Scamander. Mist lay heavy and grey in the river valley. Beyond it the hills were touched with pink still, though the sun was rising in the sky behind her. She could hear no sounds but the crowing of cocks and the bleating of sheep in the distance. She walked on towards the tomb of Ilos, on a small hill between the city and the river. Ilos was her great-grandfather and a hero of Troy. Hector would often come here and talk to his ancestor when he was troubled. So she came now, hoping to find comfort. She plodded up to the small cairn of rocks and sat down on the short, sheep-cropped grass, facing the city. Her body no longer busy, her grief overwhelmed her again, and tears welled in her eyes. How could he be dead? How could the gods be so cruel? Laodike could see him now, his infectious smile lifting her heart, the sun glinting on the gold of his hair. He was like the dawn, she thought. Whenever he entered a room, spirits lifted. When she was young and frightened, Hector was always the rock she would run to, and he was the man who would have persuaded Priam to allow Argurios to marry her. Shame touched her then, and with it the weight of guilt. Are you sad because he has passed to the Elysian fields, or are you thinking of yourself? She wondered.
I am so sorry, Hector,
she whispered. Then the tears flowed once more. A shadow fell across her, and she looked up. The sun was behind the figure, bright and dazzling, and just for a moment, as her tear-swollen eyes took in the glinting breastplate, she thought it was the ghost of her brother, come to comfort her. Then he knelt beside her, and she saw it was Argurios. She had not seen him for 5 days now, and she had sent him no message.
"Oh, Argurios, I cannot stop weeping."
His arm curved round her shoulder.
I have seen the same throughout the city. He must have been a great man, and I am sorry I did not know him.
How did you know I would be here?
You told me that when troubles were weighing heavy, you liked to walk through the city in the dawn light. You talked of an old shepherd in these hills.
And how did you guess I would be here today?
I did not. I have been at the Scian Gate every day at dawn for the last 5 days.
I am sorry, Argurios. It was thoughtless of me. I should have sent a messenger to you.
There was a silence between them, and then Laodike asked,
Where are your bodyguards?
He smiled, a rare event.
I am stronger now, and faster. I walked through the city a few days ago, then doubled back and came upon them. I told them I had no more need of their services, and they agreed to leave me be.
Just like that? So simply?
I spoke to them firmly, he said.
You frightened them, didn't you?
Some men are easily frightened, he replied.
His face was inches away from hers, and as she looked into his eyes, Laodike felt the pain and sorrow of the last few days ease away. This was the face she had so often summoned to mind. His eyes were not just brown, as she'd remembered, but had flecks of hazel and gold in them, and his eyebrows were finely shaped. He watched her steadily, and she lowered her gaze. There was a warm flowering in the pit of her belly, and she became aware of the rub of cloth against her skin. She felt a touch on her arm, and saw his hand lightly graze her skin, barely stirring the fair hairs. The warmth in her belly flared. Reaching up, she began to untie the thongs holding Argurios's breastplate in place. His powerful hand closed over hers. "You are a king's daughter," he reminded her.
"You do not want me."
His face was flushed. "I never wanted anything so much in all my life."
"The king will never allow us to wed, Argurios. He will order you from Troy. He will send me away. I cannot bear the thought. But we have this moment. This is our moment, Argurios."
His hand fell away. Even as a child, she had helped Hector don and remove his armor. I have few skills, she thought to herself, but taking off a cuirass is one of them. Her nimble hands untied the thongs, and Argurios lifted the breastplate clear. Unbuckling his sword and laying it by the breastplate, he led her into the circle of stones by the tomb of Ilos, and they lay together on the grass. He kissed her then, and for a long time made no other move. Taking his hand, she lifted it to her breast. His touch was gentle, more gentle in that moment than she desired. Her lips pressed against his, her mouth hungry to taste him. His hands became less hesitant, pulling at her gown, lifting it high. Laodike raised her arms and he threw the gown clear. Within moments they were both naked. Laodike revelled in the feel of his warm skin against hers, the hard muscles under her fingers. Then came the swift pain of entry, and the exquisite sense of becoming one with the man she loved. Afterwards she lay in a daze of joy and satisfaction, her body warm and fulfilled, her mind swimming with shame and exhilaration. Slowly she became aware of the grass under her and the uneven ground pressing into her back. She lay with her head in the crook of Argurios's shoulder. She realized he had not spoken for a while. She twisted to look up at him, thinking him asleep, but he was staring up at the sky, his face, as always, grave. Laodike was suddenly filled with foreboding. Was he regretting his actions? Would he leave her now? He turned to look down at her. Seeing the look on her face, he said, "Are you hurt? Did I hurt you?"
"No, it was wonderful."
Feeling foolish but unable to stop herself, she said,
"It was the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me. The maidservants told me—"
She hesitated. "Told you what?"
Told me it was painful and unpleasant. It was a bit painful," she conceded, "but it wasn't unpleasant."
"It wasn't unpleasant," he repeated, smiling a little. Then he kissed her again, long and tenderly. She lay back. All doubts in her mind vanished. The look in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. She had never been so happy. She knew this moment would live with her for the rest of her life. Suddenly she sat up, her shawl falling from her naked breasts, and pointed to the east. A great flock of swans were beating their way on silent white wings over the city towards the sea. Laodike had never seen more than 1 or 2 swans before, and she was awestruck by the sight of hundreds of the great birds flying overhead, for a moment blotting out the sunlight like a living cloud. They watched silently as the flock winged its way to the west, disappearing at last into the grey mist on the horizon. Laodike felt a touch on her bare leg and looked down. A soft white feather lay curled on her skin, motionless as though it had always been there. She picked it up and showed it to her lover.
"Is it an omen?"
she wondered. "Birds are always omens," he said softly.
"I wonder what it means."
"When a swan mates, it is for life," he said, pulling her to him. "It means we will never be parted. I will speak to your father tomorrow."
"He will not see you, Argurios."
"I think he will. I have been invited to the funeral gathering tomorrow night."
Laodike was surprised. "Why? As you said, you did not know Hector.
I said the same to the messenger who came to the temple 2 days ago. He told me that Prince Agathon had requested my presence.
That was all he said?
No, there was abundant flattery, he told her. Laodike laughed.
About being a great warrior and a hero, and it being fitting that you should attend.
Something similar, he grunted.
It is a great honour to be invited. There is already discord in the family. My father has upset a number of his sons who will not be present. Antiphanes is out of favour, as is Paris, and there are others. She sighed. Even at such a time, he still plays games with people's feelings. Do you really think he will listen to you, Argurios?
I do not know. I have little to offer save my sword. But the sword of Argurios has some value.
She leaned into him, her hand sliding down his flanks.
The sword of Argurios has great value, she told him.
Chapter 29. The Blood of Heroes. Antiphanes watched from an upper window as his visitor left, a feeling of dread in the pit of his stomach. He turned to the hearth where a platter of smoked fish and corn cakes lay cooling. He munched some fish and washed it down with a swig of undiluted wine, sweet and thick. His fears eased a little, but he knew they would return. He had caught himself in a net of his own making. He had always liked and admired Agathon. Though they had different mothers, they were much of an age and had played together as children. They even looked similar then, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Priam's 3 eldest sons, Hector, Agathon, and Antiphanes, were often mistaken for one another by visitors to the king's Megaron, and he winced as he recalled Priam saying to his guests, "Alike in looks, but not in character. Remember, Hector the brave, Agathon the sly, and Antiphanes the stupid." His visitors would snigger politely, and the king would smile his cold smile and study the reactions of the 3 boys. Antiphanes knew he wasn't stupid. As the years passed, he came to realize he was sharper than most people he knew. It was he who first understood it was better to ship wine from Lesbos than to grow vines on the land north of the city best used for horse paddocks. Breeding strong horses and sending them all round the Great Green raised more for Priam's treasury than trading in wine. It was he who suggested reorganizing the treasury and keeping an inventory of the king's wealth in the script learned from the Hittites and written on Gupto papyrus. As a result of all this, with typical cruel humor, Priam had made Polites his chancellor and fat Antiphanes master of the horse. He knew people laughed when they heard his title. Few bothered to hide it. It had been many years since he had been able to mount a horse. He walked to the window again and looked down on the quiet street. Unlike most of the king's sons, he chose to live in the lower town, close to the bakers, wine merchants, and cheesemakers he loved. Each afternoon, after his nap, he would stroll down through the streets and wander among the food stalls, taking his choice from the ripest figs and the sweetest honey cakes. Sometimes he would walk slowly down to the far side of town to where a young woman called Talia offered spiced pomegranates and walnuts glazed with honey. It was an effort to get that far, but he could not ride, and he feared being carried in a litter in case it broke. This had happened once 2 years ago. He still felt the shame of it, and had not travelled in one since. But that shame was as nothing to what he felt now. When he had been made aware of the plot to kill the king, he had joined in with zeal. Priam was a tyrant, and tyrannicide was an honourable mission. The king gathered wealth to himself at the expense of all else in the city. Antiphanes, with his knowledge of the treasury, had best reason to know that. Children in the lower town starved in winter, slaves in the fields died of exhaustion in summer, yet Priam's treasure house was bursting with gold and precious gems, most of it covered with the dust of ages. Hector, defending his father, would say, "Yes, the king can be harsh, but he never scrimps in his defence of the city." Yet Antiphanes knew this not to be true. The Thracian mercenaries were grossly underpaid, and the city engineers had still not been instructed to rebuild the weak west wall. With Hector dead, all restraint on Priam's acquisitiveness would be gone. Antiphanes had been asked to join the rebellion because Agathon recognized in him the skills they would need to reorganize the administration of the city, renegotiate treaties with neighboring kings, and rethink their defenses. For the last few days he had made feverish plans, staying up into the depths of the night working on his dreams for the future of Troy once his father was dead. But today's meeting with Agathon had toppled his hopes and plunged him into despair. "It is tonight, brother. You must stay clear of the palace."
"You mean to kill him after the funeral feast?"
Agathon had shaken his head. "During. My Thracians have orders to kill all our enemies tonight." Antiphanes felt a hollow opening up in his chest.
"All our enemies? What enemies? You told me Carpophorus was being hired to kill father."
Agathon shrugged. "That was my original thought, but he cannot be found. But think on it, brother. Merely killing father would only have been the beginning anyway. Dios and many of the others would start to plot our downfall. Don't you see? Civil war would follow. Some of the coastline kings would ally themselves with us, but others would follow Dios." He lifted his hand and slowly made a fist. "In this way we crush them all, and Troy remains at peace with all its neighbors."
"You said all our enemies. How many are we talking about?"
"Only those who might turn on us. Only those who have laughed when father mocked us. Only those who have sniggered behind our backs. 100 or so. Oh, Antiphanes, you have no idea how long I have waited for just this moment." He had looked into Agathon's eyes then, and seen for the first time the depth of his half-brother's malice.
"Wait,"
he said desperately.
"You cannot allow the Thracians loose in the palace. They are barbarians. What of the women?"
Agathon laughed. "The women? Like Andromache? Cold and disdainful. You know what she said? 'I cannot marry you, Agathon, for I do not love you.' By the gods, I'll watch her ravished by my Thracians. They'll pound the arrogance out of her. She'll not be so haughty after tonight."
"You cannot allow it. Trojan troops must not be used to kill Trojan princes. How would they be regarded thereafter as they patrol the city? Will father's murderer be sitting in a local tavern talking of how he cut the throat of Troy's king?"
"Of course you are right, brother," said Agathon. "You think that has not occurred to me? Once the Thracians have taken the palace walls, our allies will arrive. It is they who will kill those inside the Megaron."
"Our allies? What are you talking about?"
"A Mycenae force will be landing after dusk. Their soldiers will kill our enemies." Antiphanes had sat very quietly, trying to absorb this new information. Father had talked of Agamemnon building great fleets of ships, and had questioned how they would be used. Now it was clear. Agathon had been duped by the Mycenae. He would be king in name only. Agamemnon would be the true power, and he would use Troy as a base for Mycenae expansion into the east. He had looked at Agathon with new eyes.
"Oh, my brother," he had whispered. "What have you done?"
"Done? Merely what we have planned. I shall be king, and you will be my chancellor, and Troy will be stronger than ever." Antiphanes had said nothing. Agathon sat quietly, watching him. "You are still with me, brother?" he had asked.
"Of course,"
answered Antiphanes, but he had not been able to look him in the eye as he said it. The silence grew again. Then Agathon had risen. "Well, there is much to do," he said. "I will see you tomorrow." He had walked to the doorway and then looked back, an odd expression on his face. "Farewell, Antiphanes," he had said softly. Antiphanes shivered as he recalled the moment. The streets were quiet now as the shadows lengthened. Antiphanes looked up towards the upper city walls, shining gold in the fading sunlight. Despair swept over him. There was nothing he could do. If he got a message to Priam, he would have to implicate himself in the plot, and that would mean death for treason. And even were he to accept this fate, how could he get through to the king? Agathon controlled all access to the palace, and who knew how many officers or soldiers he had suborned? He thought of the people who were going to die tonight. More than 100 would be gathered at the funeral feast. Polites would be there, and Helicaon and Dios. Face after face swam before his eyes. Yes, many of them had, as Agathon observed, sniggered at fat Antiphanes. Many had laughed when Priam mocked Agathon. In the main, however, they were good men who served Troy loyally. He looked up the hill towards Helicaon's palace with its stone horses at the gates. He could see no guards there, but the general bustle in and out of the gateway showed that Helicaon was in residence. Antiphanes took a deep breath. His own death would be small matter compared to the horror that awaited the innocents at the palace. He decided then to send a message to Helicaon. He would be able to reach the king. He called out to his body servant, Thoas, and walked ponderously to the door. Outside, a blonde-haired Thracian soldier was crouched over Thoas's body, wiping a bloody knife on the old servant's tunic. And 2 others were standing in the doorway, swords in their hands. Antiphanes knew he was going to die. In that moment, rather than the sickening onrush of terror, it was like sunshine bursting through dark clouds. All his life he had lived with fear. Fear of disappointing his father, fear of failure, fear of rejection. There was no fear now. His eyes met the pale blue gaze of the Thracian assassin. "He was my body servant," said Antiphanes softly, pointing at the dead Thoas. "A simple man with a good heart."
"Ah, well," said the Thracian with a wide smile. "Maybe he will serve you, fat man, in the underworld."
Rising smoothly, he advanced on Antiphanes. The soldier was young, and like so many of the Thracian mercenaries, hard-eyed and cruel. Antiphanes did not move. The soldier paused.
"Well, carrying that amount of blubber you can't run," he said. "Do you want to beg for your life?"
"I would ask nothing from a Thracian goat-shagger," said Antiphanes coldly. The man's eyes narrowed, and with a snarl of anger he leapt at the prince. Antiphanes stepped in to meet him, his huge left arm parrying the knife blow, his right fist hammering into the man's jaw. Lifted from his feet, the Thracian hit the wall head first and slumped to the floor. The remaining 2 soldiers raised their swords and rushed at Antiphanes. With a bellowing shout he surged forward to meet them. A sword cut into his side, blood drenching his voluminous blue gown. Grabbing the attacker, Antiphanes dragged him into a savage headbutt. The man sagged semi-conscious in his grip. Pain lanced through him. The other Thracian had darted behind and stabbed him in the back. Wrenching the sword clear, the assassin pulled back his arm for another strike. Still holding on to the stunned man, Antiphanes twisted round, hurling him at the swordsman. The Thracian sidestepped. Antiphanes lurched forward. The Thracian's sword jabbed out, piercing Antiphanes' belly. Antiphanes' fist thundered against the man's chin, hurling him against the wall. Dropping to one knee, Antiphanes picked up a fallen sword. Heaving himself upright, he blocked a wild cut, then drove his blade towards the man's throat. It was a mistimed thrust, for he had never been skilled with the sword. The blade lanced through the man's cheek, slicing the skin and scraping along his teeth before exiting through the jaw. With a gurgling cry, he stabbed at Antiphanes again. Stepping back, Antiphanes swung his sword against the man's temple, and the assassin staggered to his right and half fell. Antiphanes struck him 3 more times, the last blow severing his jugular. The second assassin was struggling to rise. Antiphanes ran at him. Flipping the short sword into dagger position, he plunged it past the man's collarbone, driving it down with all his considerable weight. The Thracian let out a terrible scream and fell back, the sword so deep inside him that only the hilt guard protruded from his body. Blood was soaking through Antiphanes' gown. He could feel it running down his belly and back. He felt light-headed and dizzy. Slowly he walked back to the first Thracian. Scooping up the man's dagger, he knelt by the unconscious assassin. Grabbing him by the collar of his breastplate, he heaved him to his back. The man groaned and his pale eyes opened. Antiphanes touched the dagger blade to his throat. "This fat man," he said, "is a prince of Troy, and his blood is the blood of heroes and kings. When you get to Hades, you can apologize to Thoas. You can tell him the fat man thought highly of him." The Thracian's eyes widened and he started to speak. Antiphanes plunged the blade through his throat, ripping it clear and watching the blood spray from the awful wound. Then he dropped the knife and sagged back against the doorframe. "Farewell, brother," Agathon had said. Antiphanes had known that some dread meaning lay behind that last chilling look. Agathon had gone from the house and sent his Thracians to murder him. And why not? Most of the other brothers were marked for death. Blood continued to flow. Antiphanes closed his eyes. He felt no terror of the dark road. In fact, he was surprised at the sense of calm that had settled on him. He thought of Hector and smiled. Would he have been surprised to see me defeat 3 killers? Then he thought again of the murder plot against Priam and his sons and counselors. With a mighty effort, he made it to his feet. Staggering through to the back of the house, he donned a full-length cloak of grey wool, drawing it about him to disguise the bloodstains. Then he moved slowly out to the rear gardens and into a side street. He could not see the stones of the street clearly. A haze seemed to be lying on them like the mist on the Scamander at daybreak. They wavered and shimmered, and with every jarring footstep they threatened to vanish into darkness. As he bent forward, the pain in his side and back redoubled, but with a soft cry he pushed forward another step, then another. Blood was still flowing freely, but the cloak disguised his injuries, and the few people who passed him in the street merely glanced. They thought him drunk, or just too fat to walk properly, so they looked away, amused or embarrassed. They did not notice the bloody footprints he was leaving. Reaching the gate of Helicaon's palace, he stood for a moment in the shadow of the stone horses. He saw a servant crossing the courtyard towards the main entrance and called out to him. The servant recognized him and ran to where Antiphanes was now leaning against the base of one of the statues.
"Help me,"
he said, unsure if he was speaking the words or just saying them in his head. He sank into unconsciousness, then felt hands pulling at him, trying to lift him. They could not. The weight was too great. Opening his eyes, he looked up and saw a powerful, black-bearded man with wide shoulders looming over him. "We have to get you inside," said the man, his accent Egyptian.
"Helicaon. I must speak to Helicaon."
"He is not here. Give me your hand." Antiphanes raised his arm. Several servants moved behind him. Then the Egyptian heaved, drawing Antiphanes up. On his feet again, Antiphanes leaned heavily on the Egyptian as they made their slow way into Helicaon's palace. Once inside, Antiphanes' legs gave way, and the Egyptian lowered him to the floor. The man knelt beside him, then drew a knife.
"Are you going to kill me?"
asked Antiphanes. "Someone has already tried that, my friend. No, I have sent for a physician, but I need to see your wounds and staunch that bleeding." The knife blade sliced through Antiphanes' gown. "Who did this to you?" Antiphanes felt as if he was falling from a great height. He tried to speak. The Egyptian's face swam before his eyes.
"Traitors," he mumbled. "Going to kill everyone."
Then darkness swallowed him. Argurios sat quietly in the temple gardens, burnishing his breastplate with an old cloth. The armor was old, and several of the overlapping bronze discs were cracked. 2 on the left side were missing. The first had been shattered by an axe. Argurios still remembered the blow. A young Thessalian soldier had burst through the Mycenae ranks and killed 2 warriors. The man was tall, wide-shouldered, and utterly fearless. Argurios had leapt at him, shield high, sword extended. The Thessalian had reacted brilliantly, dropping to one knee and hammering his axe under the shield. The blow had cracked 2 of Argurios's ribs, and would have disemboweled him had it not been for the quality of the old breastplate. Despite the searing pain, Argurios had fought on, mortally wounding his opponent. When the battle was over, he had found the dying man and had sat with him. They had talked of life, of the coming harvest and the value of a good blade. When the short war was concluded, Argurios had travelled up into Thessaly, returning the man's axe and armour to his family on a farm in the mountain valley. Slowly, and with great care, Argurios polished each disc. Tonight he planned to approach Priam, and he wanted to look his best. He had had no great expectation of success in this venture, and the thought of being banished from Laodice's presence caused a rising feeling of panic in his breast. What will you do, he wondered, if the king refuses you? In truth, he did not know, and pushed his fears away. Finishing the breastplate, he took up his helmet. It was a fine piece, crafted from a single sheet of bronze, a gift from Atreus the king. Lined with padded leather to absorb the impact of any blow, the helmet had served him well. As he stared at it, he marvelled at the skill of the bronzesmith. It would have taken weeks to shape this piece, crafting its high dome and curved cheek guards. He ran his fingers lightly down the raised ridges over the crown that would hold the white horsehair crest in place for ceremonial functions. He would not wear the crest tonight.
It was weather-beaten and needed replacing. Carefully he burnished the helmet. Had he not been a warrior, he would have enjoyed learning the craft of bronze-making. Swords needed to hold an edge and yet not be too brittle. Helms and armor required softer bronze that would give and bend to absorb blows. Greater or lesser amounts of tin were added to the copper to supply whatever was required. Finally satisfied with the shine of the helmet, he placed it at his side and began to work on the greaves. These were not high quality. They were a gift from Agamemnon king, and should have indicated Argurios's steady fall from favor. He was still working when he saw Laodike approaching through the trees. She was wearing a sunshine-yellow gown and a wide belt embossed with gold. Her fair hair was hanging free, and her smile as she saw him lifted his heart. Putting aside the greaves, he stood, and she ran into his embrace.
"I have such a good feeling about today," she said. "I woke this morning, and all my fears had vanished."
Cupping her face in his hands, he kissed her. They stood for a moment, unspeaking. Then she glanced down at his armor.
"You are going to look magnificent tonight,"
she told him. I wish I could see myself through your eyes. The last time I saw my reflection, it showed a man past his prime with a hard, angular face and greying hair. Reaching up, she stroked his cheek.
"I never saw a more handsome man. Not ever."
She smiled at him.
"It is very warm out here. Perhaps we should go to your room, where it is cooler."
If we go to my room, you will not be cool for long, he told her. Laodike laughed and helped him gather his armor. Then they walked back through the gardens. Later, as they lay naked together on the narrow bed, she talked of the coming feast.
"There will be no women there," she said. "The High Priestess of Athene is holding a separate function in the women's quarters. She is very old and very dull. I am not looking forward to it. Yours will be much more exciting. There will be bards singing tales of Hector's glory, and storytellers."
Her face suddenly crumpled, and she held her hand to her mouth. Tears fell. Argurios put his arms round her.
"I still can't believe he is dead,"
she whispered. He was a hero. The gods will have welcomed him with a great feast. She sat up and wiped the tears from her eyes.
"Cassandra upset everyone by saying he was going to come back to life, rise from the dead. Hecate was so angry she sent her away to Father's palace so she could listen to the priestess and learn to accept the truth. Do people ever rise from the dead, do you think?"
I never knew anyone who did, said Argurios. Orpheus was said to have entered the underworld to ask for his wife to be returned to him, but she was not. I am sorry for your grief, Laodike. He was a warrior, though, and that is how warriors die. I expect he would have wanted it no other way. She smiled then.
"Oh, not Hector. He hated being a warrior."
Argurios sat up beside her. How is that possible? Every man around the Great Green has heard of the battles fought by Hector.
"I cannot explain the contradiction. Hector was unusual. He hated arguments and confrontations. When in Troy, he would spend most of his time on his farm, breeding horses and pigs. There is a big house there, full of children, the sons of fallen Trojan soldiers. Hector pays for their tutoring and their keep. He used to talk with loathing about war. He told me even victory left a bad taste in his mouth. He once said that all children should be forced to walk on a battlefield and see the broken, ruined bodies. Then perhaps they would not grow to manhood filled with thoughts of glory."
As you say, an unusual man. Argurios rose from the bed and put on his tunic. Pushing open the window, he looked out over the temple courtyard. Crowds had gathered before the offertory tables, and priests were collecting the petitions. An odd thing happened to me today, he said. I went down into the lower town, seeking a bronzesmith who could repair my breastplate. I saw Thracian troops there. Many had been drinking. They were loud and ill-disciplined.
"Yes, I saw some on my way here. Agathon will be angry when he hears."
One of them staggered into me. He said, "You're supposed to be in hiding." I'm sure I didn't know the man. Then another one dragged him away and told him he was a fool.
"I don't know why they are back so soon,"
Laodike told him.
"Father is very careful about rotating the regiments. Yet the Thracians were here a week ago. They should not have been assigned city duties for some while yet."
You should get back to the palace, said Argurios. I need to prepare myself.
Laodike donned her gown, then walked to a chest by the far wall. On it was a sword and a scabbard, a slim dagger, and 2 wax-sealed scrolls. "Have you been writing letters?" she asked.
No, I never mastered the skill. I was given them back in Mycenae to deliver to Erikos, the ambassador.
Lifting the first, Laodike broke the seal.
"What are you doing?" asked Argurios. "Those are letters from the king."
"Not your king any longer," she said. "He has banished you. I am curious to know what he writes about."
"Probably trade tallies," he said.
Laodike unrolled the scroll and scanned it.
"Yes," she told him. "He is talking about shipments of copper and tin, and telling Erikos to ensure supplies are increased."
She read on.
"And something about supplying gold to our friends. It is all very boring."
She opened the second.
"More of the same. There is a name, Carpophorus. Gold has to be assigned to him for a mission, and Erikos is thanked for supplying details about troop rotations."
She laid the papyrus on the chest.
"Your king writes dull letters."
Moving back across the room, she kissed him.
"I will not see you tonight, but I will be here tomorrow to hear how your meeting with father went. Remember, he is a very proud man."
"So am I," said Argurios.
"Well, try not to anger him. If he refuses, merely bow your head and walk away. Nothing he can do can keep us apart for long, my love. If he sends me away, I will find a way to get word to you."
"It is good to see your confidence growing."
"I believe in the message of the swans,"
she told him. Then, after another lingering kiss, she left the room. Argurios walked back to the window. The sun was sliding towards sunset. Turning back to his armor, he finished burnishing the greaves, then the bronze discs on the old leather war-kilt. Lastly, he polished the curved forearm guards given to him by the soldier Calliades 2 years before. Calliades had stripped them from a dead Athenian and brought them to where Argurios was resting after the battle.
"Thank you for saving my life, Argurios,"
he had said. Argurios could not recall the incident.
"I was wearing a helmet embossed with a snake," persisted Calliades. "I was knocked from my feet, and a spearman was about to thrust his blade through my throat. You leapt at him, turning away his spear with your shield."
"Ah, yes," said Argurios.
"I'm glad you survived."
"I brought you these," he said, offering the arm guards. Some of Calliades' friends were close by, keeping a respectful distance. Argurios recognized Banocles of the one ear, and Erythros, who was renowned for his practical jokes. There were others, new soldiers he did not know. Accepting the gift, he had said,
"They are very fine. You may leave me now."
The soldiers had backed away. As he remembered the moment, Argurios found himself wishing he had spoken to the men, drawing them in and getting to know them. He glanced at the sword belt and scabbard. These too needed polishing, but he was not intending to wear a sword to the palace. On the chest lay the papyrus scrolls, covered with their indecipherable symbols. Copper and tin for the making of more weapons and armor. Gold for our friends. Those friends would be Trojan traitors. As for the troop rotations, that could only refer to the regiments guarding the city. Argurios could not read script, nor could he fashion his own armor. He knew nothing about the growing of crops, nor the weaving of linens and wools. What he did know as well as any man alive was strategy and war. If Agamemnon desired to know which troops were guarding the city at any time, it could only mean that an advantage would be gained if a specific regiment was in control. Otherwise it would matter little which force patrolled the walls. "You are no longer the king's strategos," he chided himself. "The ambitions of Agamemnon no longer concern you." Unless, of course, Priam agreed to let him marry Laodike. Then he would, by law, become the king's son and a Trojan. How inconceivable such an idea would have seemed as he set out with Helicaon on the Xanthos. The shadows were lengthening outside. Argurios strapped on his greaves, then donned his breastplate and kilt. Lastly, he fastened the straps of the forearm guards and stood. He walked to the door and paused. Glancing back, his eyes rested on the sword and scabbard. On impulse, he swept them up and left for the palace. Part 4. The Hero's Shield. Chapter 30. Blood on the Walls. It had been a frustrating day for Helicaon. He had walked to the palace in search of Andromache, only to find the gates closed. An eagle on the walls above the gate had called down that no one was to be allowed entry until dusk, on the orders of Agathon. So he had returned to the house of the stone horses, thrown a leopard-skin shabrack over the back of his horse, and ridden across the Scamander to Hecabe's palace, hoping to find Andromache there. Instead, he found the palace virtually deserted. Hecabe's youngest son, the studious Paris, was sitting in the shade of some trees overlooking the bay. Beside him, poring over some old parchments, was a thick-set young woman with a plain, honest face and pale auburn hair.
"Mother is sleeping,"
Paris told him, setting aside the parchment he held.
"She had a troubled night."
"I am sorry to hear it. I was seeking Andromache."
"She was here yesterday with Laodike. Today everyone is in the city, preparing for the feast."
"But not you."
Paris gave a shy smile. "I was not invited. Agathon knows I am uncomfortable in crowds. I am much happier here."
His pale eyes flickered towards the young woman.
"Oh, I am sorry, cousin," he said. "This is Helen. She has been staying with us."
"I am Helicaon," he told her.
"I have heard of you,"
she said softly, meeting his gaze. She swiftly looked away, her face reddening.
"Helen shares my interest in matters historical," said Paris, gazing at her fondly.
"Do you read?" Helicaon asked her, in an effort to be polite.
"Paris is teaching me,"
she told him. "Then I shall disturb you no longer," he said. "I must go home and prepare for the feast." Paris rose from his chair and walked with Helicaon back through the silent palace.
"Isn't she a joy?"
he said excitedly. Helicaon smiled. "It seems you are in love."
"I think I am," said the young man happily.
"When is the wedding?"
Paris sighed. "It is all too complicated. Helen's father is at war with the Mycenae. I do not understand the mysteries of battles and strategies, but Antiphanes told me that Sparta will lose the war. So either her father will be killed, or he will be forced to swear allegiance to Agamemnon. Either way, Helen will be subject to Agamemnon's will."
"She is Spartan. Paris, my friend, she is not for you."
The young prince was defiant. "Yes, she is," he protested. "She is everything to me."
"That is not what I meant." Helicaon took a deep breath, marshalling his thoughts. "The Spartan king has no sons. If Sparta falls, then Helen will be married off to one of Agamemnon's generals in order to provide a claim to the throne. And even if by some miracle Sparta wins, then the king's daughter will be wed to a high-born Spartan, who would then be named as heir."
Paris looked crestfallen. "What if father intervened for us?"
Helicaon hesitated. He liked the quiet young prince. Of all Priam's sons, he was the least like his father. Paris had no interest in war or combat, or political intrigue. He had never taken part in athletic tourneys, nor even attempted to become proficient with a sword or spear or bow. "Paris, my friend, you said yourself you do not understand strategies or battles. Whoever weds Helen will have a claim on the throne of Sparta. Can you imagine that Agamemnon would allow a Trojan prince to have such a claim? Even Priam, with all his power, could do nothing to alter that. Put it from your mind."
"I cannot do that. We love each other."
"Princes do not marry for love, Paris. I fear disappointment awaits you," said Helicaon, taking hold of his horse's white mane and vaulting to its back. Touching heels to his mount, he rode back towards the Scamander bridge. The conversation with Paris had unsettled him. He had ridden to Troy convinced that he could win Andromache. But was he also blinded by emotion? Why would Priam allow such a match? Why indeed would he not merely wed her to Agathon, or bed her himself? That last thought brought a wave of anger, and with it an image that sickened him. As he rode back towards the city, his mind began to conceive plans of action that became increasingly absurd. As he rode through the Scaean gate, he was even considering abducting Andromache and fleeing back to Dardanos. "Are you an idiot?" he asked himself. His small, mostly militia army could never withstand the might of Troy. Such an action would bring disaster on the realm. Forcing himself to think coolly, he considered all that he could offer Priam in terms of wealth and trade. Lost in his calculations, he rode slowly through the city to the house of the stone horses. He saw some 20 soldiers in the courtyard, and as he approached, noticed blood smeared on the stones. "What is going on?" he asked a young Thracian officer. The man recognized him. "Someone was attacked, Lord Aeneas," he said. "Your servant has refused us entry." Moving past the officer, Helicaon hammered his fist on the door. "Who is it?" came the voice of Gershom. "Helicaon, open the door." He heard the bar being lifted, and the door opened. The first thing he saw was a body on the floor, covered by 2 cloaks. Blood had drenched the rug on which it lay. Despite the fact that the face was covered, Helicaon knew the dead man was Antiphanes. No one else in Troy was that size. The Thracian officer entered behind him and gazed down at the covered corpse. "We did not know what to do, Lord," said Gershom, bowing low. "This man staggered in here asking for you. Then he collapsed and died." Helicaon looked closely at Gershom. The man had never before been servile, and not once had he bowed. Meeting his gaze, he sensed there was more to this than Gershom could say. Helicaon turned to the Thracian officer. "The dead man is Antiphanes, son of Priam. I suggest you send for a cart and have the body taken to the palace." "I will indeed, sir," said the Thracian. He swung to Gershom. "Did he say anything before he died?" "He tried, Lord," said Gershom, head bowed. "He kept asking for the Lord Helicaon. I told him he wasn't here. I tried to stop the bleeding, but the wounds were too deep. Then he died. I couldn't save him." "Why did you not let us in?" asked the officer. "I was frightened, Lord. I am a stranger to the city. A man comes in and drops dead, and then other armed men are banging at the door. I did not know what to do." The answer seemed to satisfy the officer. "I will have a cart sent," he told Helicaon, and went out. As the door closed, Gershom knelt by Antiphanes and pulled the top cloak away from the man's face. Antiphanes' eyes were open. Helicaon saw him blink. The physician Machaon emerged from a side room. "What is happening here?" asked Helicaon, mystified. Gershom looked up. "He was attacked by Thracian soldiers sent by his brother Agathon," he said. All trace of civility vanished. Machaon also knelt by Antiphanes, drawing back the cloak still further. Antiphanes' upper body was covered in blood, and Helicaon could see jagged lines of stitches applied to many wounds. Machaon examined the wounds, then placed his hand over Antiphanes' heart. "He is a strong man," said the physician, "and the depth of fat, I think, prevented the blades from causing mortal blows." "Why did Agathon do this to you?" Helicaon asked the wounded man. "I have been such a fool. So much I did not see. I thought that, like me, Agathon wanted revenge on Priam for all the hurts and insults. But he is lost on a sea of hatred, not just for Priam, but for everyone who has ever offered him what he considers a slight. Tonight will be a massacre. 1,000 Thracians and some 200 Mycenae will descend on the palace. Every man inside the Megaron is to be killed. All the princes, the councillors, the nobles, everyone. I tried to convince him of the madness of it. He sent 3 men to kill me." Antiphanes gave a weary smile. "I slew them. Hector would have been proud of me, don't you think?" "He would. What of the women?" Antiphanes' smile faded. "Our sisters should be safe. All others will be spoils of war," he said. "I didn't see all that hatred in him. I was blinded by my own loathing of Priam. You must get out of the city. Once Priam is dead, Agathon will send killers after you." "Priam is not dead yet," Helicaon told him. "You can do nothing. The great gates are guarded by a regiment controlled by one of Agathon's men. They have orders not to leave their posts and to keep the gates shut until dawn. They will not come to Priam's aid, and there are only 100 or so eagles at the palace. They cannot win against such odds." "What of the Lady Andromache? Where is she?" "Oh, she has joined his list of enemies. She refused him Aeneas. He said he would enjoy watching her raped by his Thracians." It was the afternoon of the funeral feast, and Andromache stood on the balcony of her apartment, staring out over the green hills to the north of the city. There were sheep grazing there, and in the far distance she saw 2 riders cresting a rise. How good it would be, she thought, to be free of Troy. How wonderful to be riding on a hillside without a care.
"You wanted a plain white garment today,"
said Axa, moving onto the balcony and disturbing her reverie. The maid held out 2 identical robes. Andromache pointed to one. Axa examined the embroidery on the hem, and then, tutting, rushed off to her sewing box. Armed with a needle and silver thread, she sat herself comfortably on a padded stool. She was now moving more easily, and her bruises were fading, Andromache noticed.
"Cassandra is at the palace,"
said Axa, peering short-sightedly at her sewing.
"She returned yesterday. The gossip is that the queen lost her temper with her. She kept saying that Hector will come back from the dead. Must be difficult for a mother to have a child with a blighted soul."
"Her soul is not blighted," said Andromache. "Paris told me that Cassandra almost died as a babe. She had the brain fire."
"Poor mite," said Axa. "My boy will not suffer that. I have a charm. It carries the blessing of Persephone. Mystares bought it."
As she spoke her husband's name, Axa ceased her sewing, her plain, plump face crumpling in sorrow. Andromache sat beside her. There was nothing she could say. The arrival of the emperor had put paid to all hopes that Hector and his men would return. Axa brushed away her tears with a calloused hand.
"This won't do. Won't do at all," she said. "Must get you looking nice for the gathering." "Andromache!"
A door slammed, and there was a rattle of curtains. Then Cassandra appeared in the doorway, her dark curls dishevelled and the hem of her long blue gown dragging on the floor.
"I want to go to the gardens. Laodike won't let me. She keeps telling me off."
Laodike appeared behind her.
"Cassandra, don't bother Andromache. This is a time of sadness. We must be quiet and stay in the women's quarters." "You're not sad."
Cassandra's blue-grey eyes flashed at her sister.
"Your heart is singing like a bird. I can hear it."
Laodike flushed, and Andromache gave her a quick smile. She had guessed there was someone in Laodike's life. Her confidence had increased over these last few weeks, and her happiness yesterday had been wonderful to see. She had hoped Laodike would confide in her, but she had seen little of her, and when they did speak, the subject of love was not raised. Andromache guessed she might have formed an attachment for one of the soldiers, hence the need for secrecy.
"My heart is not singing, wicked child!" exclaimed Laodike. "You really are irritating. And I have so much to do. I am to greet the priestess, and she is a daunting woman."
"Leave Cassandra with me," said Andromache. "I enjoy her company." Laodike sighed.
"That's because you have not had to endure it for any length of time."
She gave a hard stare at Cassandra, but it softened as the child cocked her head and smiled back at her sister.
"I know you love me, Laodike," she said. "You don't know anything."
She turned to Andromache.
"Very well, I shall leave her with you. But be warned, by this evening you will have grey hairs and lines upon your face."
After Laodike had gone, Andromache said, "I don't see why we can't take a stroll in the gardens. Come, Axa, give me the gown. A little fraying on the hem does not worry me. No one will be looking at my feet." Axa was obviously unhappy with the decision, but passed the garment to Andromache, who stripped off the green robe she was wearing and donned the white. Axa brought her an ornate belt, decorated with silver chains. Leaving the apartment, the trio walked down the corridors of the women's quarters, through the high oak doors decorated with gold and ivory. Beyond these was a staircase leading up to the queen's apartments, followed by another set of stairs which descended into Priam's megaron. Servants were bustling about, making ready for the night's great feast. Already guests were arriving, and Andromache spotted Polites and Dios, the latter giving her a scolding look. Dios still harboured resentment over the incident at the beach, and had not offered her a polite word since.
"Why do people eat lots of roast meat when someone dies?"
Cassandra asked, watching the servants toiling with huge slabs of beef. Andromache shrugged.
"It is tradition. When a hero like Hector dies, the men like to sit together and tell stories of his greatness. The gods are said to take part, and they are invited to eat and drink in tribute to the warrior."
Andromache looked around the Megaron. She had been here several times, but had never had the chance to truly study it. The walls were heavy with arms and armor. Axa, who searched now for every opportunity to please her, started explaining the pieces decorating the walls.
"Those," she said, pointing to the far wall, "are all weapons of Heracles. Those are his spears, and that is the great hammer he used to knock down the west wall."
Andromache gazed up. Above their heads were 5 shields. 4 were brightly polished, but the middle one was battered and untended, its style archaic. Wide at the top and tapering at the waist, it was intricately worked and plated with 10 circles of bronze. Crowning the shield was a giant serpent with 9 heads and a warrior armed with a sword and flaming brand. The shield strap was edged and circled with a silver snake.
"That is magnificent," she said. "That is the shield of Ilos, one of the great warriors of Troy," Axa explained happily. "There is a legend that says only the greatest hero can take it down from the wall. The king offered it to Hector, but he refused. Prince Agathon asked for it last year after winning a battle in the east. The king said that if Hector did not consider himself worthy of it, then no man was."
"That may change now," said Andromache. "I imagine Agathon will succeed Priam."
"Priam will outlive all his sons,"
Cassandra said suddenly, her high voice cold and detached. Andromache felt the hairs on her arms stand up, and a shiver ran like sweat down her spine. The child's eyes suddenly became wide and frightened.
"There is blood on the walls,"
she cried, then bolted away, back up the stairs towards the queen's apartments. They heard her sandals slapping on the stone steps as she ran. Leaving Axa where she was, Andromache set out after the fleeing girl. But Cassandra was running fast, sidestepping the servants, twisting and weaving through the crowd. Andromache followed as swiftly as dignity allowed. She could hardly hitch up her ankle-length gown and give chase, so she walked on until she reached the women's quarters and her own apartment. The door opened, and Cassandra stepped out, carrying Andromache's bow and quiver of arrows.
"You will need these," she said. "They are coming."
Chapter 31. The siege begins. A brisk wind had begun to blow as Argurios made his way up towards the palace of Priam. In the marketplace, traders were struggling to take down the linen or canvas covers on their stalls. The cloth billowed, and one tore itself loose and lifted into the air like a sail. Several men ran after it, and there was much laughter from the many onlookers. The sun was setting over the distant isles of Imbros and Samothrake, and rain clouds were scudding over the city. Argurios walked on across the square before the temple of Hermes, the wind buffeting him. He hoped he would make it to the palace before the rain came. He did not relish the thought of standing before King Priam with water dripping from his armor. Truth to tell, he did not relish the thought of standing before the man at all. For as long as he could remember, Argurios had found conversation awkward. Invariably he would say something that alienated a listener, or at best, gave the wrong impression. He had been able to relax with very few people. One had been Atreus the king, and Argurios still missed him. He recalled the night at the battle-site campfire. Argurios had been drawn into a furious row with one of Atreus's generals. Afterwards, the amused king had sat him down, urging him to breathe deeply and find calm. Atreus had struggled not to laugh, which made Argurios all the more angry.
"I do not find this amusing," he had snapped.
"Of course you don't," agreed Atreus amiably.
"You are Argurios. Nothing amuses you. You are a serious man and a compulsive truth-teller. The truth should be valued," Argurios had argued.
"Indeed it should. However, the truth has many faces. You told Rostides that he was an idiot for leading an attack against a position he had not scouted. You said the losses suffered were inexcusable."
"All true."
"I agree. However, it was I who ordered Rostides to attack. He merely followed my orders as any loyal soldier should. Am I an idiot?"
"Yes," answered Argurios, "for the situation remains the same. There was no reconnaissance, and therefore our men were caught in a trap."
"You are quite correct, my friend," said Atreus, his smile fading. "I acted rashly, and in this instance was less than wise.
You acted no less rashly by insulting Rostides before you had scouted the situation. By your own terms of reference, that makes you an idiot. Not so?
I shall apologize to him.
That would be wise. You know, Argurios, I have always valued your honesty. I always will. Kings tend to surround themselves with flatterers. He laughed suddenly. Indeed, I have gathered quite a few myself. There should, however, always be one truth-teller. But try to remember that not all men think as I do.
I cannot be anything but what I am, Lord.
I know. So let us hope we both live long, eh? Atreus had died 2 years later, and now Argurios understood exactly what he meant. Agamemnon was not like his father. He wanted no truth-tellers. Would Priam? Argurios doubted it. He paused in his walk and looked up at the lowering sky.
In all my life, Father Zeus, I have asked you for nothing, he said. Be with me on this day, and guide me so that I will not lose Laodike.
Thunder rumbled in the distance. Argurios glanced back down towards the sea. In the setting sun, he saw 4 dark-sailed galleys slowly beating their way towards the beach far below. The last of the sunlight glistened on the bright helms and shields carried by the warriors on board. Argurios walked on, composing in his mind his speech to Priam. Reaching the open area before the gates, he saw several finely clad Trojan nobles speaking to soldiers of Priam's eagles. Voices were raised.
"This is outrageous," he heard someone say.
"Not even a dagger? How are we to eat? Or are they serving only soup at Hector's feast?"
Inside the gateway, 2 long tables had been set side by side. They were covered with swords, daggers, and knives.
"I am sorry, my lord," said a soldier. "The orders were specific. No one is to take a weapon into the Megaron. They will be here for you when you leave."
Argurios recognized the speaker as Polydorus, the soldier who had walked with him to the beach on the day he had swum with Andromache. Still grumbling, the visitor slammed his dagger to the tabletop and stalked off. As the light faded, servants came out of the king's palace, lighting torches and placing them in brackets on the walls of the gate tower. Lamps were also suspended from poles lining the walkway to the high palace doors. Argurios waited until the last of the Trojan nobles had entered, then approached Polydorus. The young soldier looked harassed, but smiled when he saw the Mycenae.
"I will take personal care of your weapon, sir," he said. "Is that the blade you wielded at Partha?"
"No, that broke long ago."
Just then they heard the clatter of a horse's hooves upon the road. A golden horse galloped up to the gateway. Helicaon leapt from its back. He was wearing a fitted breastplate and helmet, and bearing 2 swords in scabbards over his shoulders. "Where is the officer of the watch?" he demanded. A tall soldier stepped forward from the shadows beyond the gateway.
"I am Aranes, my lord. You must leave your weapons here on the orders of Prince Agathon."
"You must close the palace gates, Aranes," said Helicaon. "Traitors are coming to kill the king. They are close behind me, and there is a Mycenae force to aid them. Even now their ships are beaching."
"What is this nonsense? Are you drunk?"
"Do I look drunk? The Prince Antiphanes has been stabbed. Agathon is a traitor, and his Thracians are heading here, intent on murder. Now close the damn gates, or we are all dead."
The soldier shook his head.
"I need to seek authorization. We are ordered to keep the gates open."
Helicaon stood silently for a moment, then stepped in and slammed a sudden blow to the man's jaw. Aranes spun, then hit the ground face first. Several of the eagles ran forward, drawing their swords.
"Listen to me," shouted Helicaon. "Death is coming. Gather all the men you can, and for pity's sake, bar those gates." "Do as he says,"
called out Polydorus, running to the first of the gates. Argurios went with him, and slowly they began to swing it shut. Soldiers moved to the other gate. A hurled javelin slammed into the timber. From the darkness beyond, armed men surged forward, screaming war cries. And the gates were still open. Helicaon swung round as the javelin thudded home. Thracian soldiers were rushing towards the gates. Some held javelins or spears, others short swords. In that fraction of a heartbeat, Helicaon registered that the warriors were wearing light leather breastplates and round leather helmets. They carried no shields. Fury swept through him.
They had not even returned to their barracks to change into battle armor, so confident were they in their mission of murder. All they expected to face were a few eagles and 100 unarmed men mourning a dead hero. Drawing the 2 leaf-blade swords from the scabbards at his back, Helicaon charged at the milling Thracians. There was no thought in his mind of glory, no thought of death, no thought of anything save a savage, reckless desire to visit vengeance on these treacherous men, to see their blood flow, and to hear their anguished cries. Some of the Thracians had hurled themselves against the gates, forcing them back. Some 20 eagles were on the inner side, straining to close them. Helicaon darted between the yawning gap, slashing his right-hand blade through the throat of a blonde warrior, then lancing the left-hand sword into the neck of a second. His assault was sudden, his sword slashing, cutting and cleaving. A few Thracians tried to rush him, others sought to pull him back from the fray, dismayed by the deadly speed of his strokes. Swords clattered against his breastplate, and a thrusting spear struck against his helm. Now he was in their midst. Bodies lay at his feet, and his swords glittered as they rose and fell. Even in the midst of his battle fury, he realized he had advanced too far. They were all around him now, and it would not be long before he was hamstrung or dragged from his feet. Even as the thought came, a huge Thracian leapt at him, his shoulder cannoning into Helicaon's breastplate. As Helicaon fell back, he plunged a blade through the man's cheek. A hand grabbed him, steadying him. He saw Argurios alongside him. A Thracian ran in, thrusting his spear at Argurios. The Mycenae swayed aside from the thrust, killing the wielder with a ferocious cut that split his skull. "Kill them all!" bellowed Argurios, his voice ringing with authority. A few of Priam's eagles rushed into the fray, tall men, wide-shouldered and strong. Heavily armoured and bearing great shields of bronze, they clove into the Thracian ranks. The enemy fell back to regroup. Helicaon started to charge towards them. "Not now!" shouted Argurios, grabbing him again. "Back to the gates!" The red battle fury seeped away, and Helicaon raced back with the others. The Thracians, realizing too late what was happening, gave chase. Helicaon was the last man through the closing gates. As they slammed shut, Polydorus and another soldier tipped a long timber locking bar into place. Men were streaming from the palace now. "Arm yourselves with bows!" Helicaon yelled at the soldiers. "Get to the walls! More will come!" Turning to Argurios, he said, "My thanks to you." "There were only around 50 or so out there," said Argurios. "Must have been an advance party. How many Thracians are there in all?" 1,000. "And you say there are Mycenae coming?" "So I am informed." "I believe I saw them. 4 galleys beached as I was walking here. At least 200 warriors, maybe more. I thought they were Trojans." Priam the king pushed through the crowd. "What in Hades is happening here?" he asked Helicaon, his breath stinking of unwatered wine, his legs unsteady. "Betrayal," said Helicaon. "Agathon's Thracians have been ordered to kill every man in the palace, and there are 200 Mycenae warriors marching towards us as we speak." Priam rubbed at his eyes and sucked in a great breath. "This is madness," he said. "1 regiment of Thracians? As soon as word reaches the other garrisons, they will come in their thousands, and it is after dark. The great gates will be closed. No Mycenae will be allowed to enter." "You are wrong, sire," said Helicaon. "The soldiers on the Scaean gate have been ordered to let them in, and then close the gate behind them. No other troops will be allowed to enter. The eagles here are the only loyal men left in the upper city. We are on our own." Priam said nothing for a moment, then swung to a nearby eagle. "Fetch me my armor," he ordered. Turning back to Helicaon, he said, "We'll hold them. By the gods, we'll teach them the price to be paid for treachery." "You'll not hold these palace walls for long," said Argurios. "They are not high enough, and you don't have the men. Even now they'll be searching for ladders, carts, timber, anything to allow them to scale the ramparts." "Do I know you?" reported Priam, squinting in the lantern light. "I am Argurios, Priam king." "The Argurios?" "Even so." "And you are fighting for me?"
"It appears that I am."
The drunken king suddenly laughed, but there was no humour in the sound. "My Hector has been taken from me. His brother wants me dead, and my city is under attack. Now a Mycenae hero has come to aid me." His face hardened. "Oh, how the gods favour me."
"I share your feelings."
said Argurios. "It was no dream of mine to fight for Troy. However, we can talk of capricious gods at another time. Now, we need to arm every one of your guests with whatever weapons are inside the palace. We will need bowmen on the palace balcony covering this courtyard. Even so, the odds will be long indeed."
Priam gave a cold smile. "Odds fit for a hero, Argurios. Where is that damned armor?" Priam turned away and staggered off in search of his weapons. On the walls above, a few eagles began loosing shafts down into the Thracian ranks.
"We cannot hold the walls for long," repeated Argurios, this time to Helicaon. "They will come back with ladders and ropes and grappling hooks. They will swarm over like ants."
"I know." Helicaon swung to Polydorus. "You go inside. Get all the older councillors and servants up into the Queen's apartments, away from the fighting. Then barricade all unnecessary entrances. Make sure all windows are shuttered and barred. If you can find tools, have them nailed shut." The officer he had struck earlier was now on his feet, but still groggy. Helicaon approached him. "How many men are at the outside gate to the women's quarters?" he asked.
"No one is stationed there," said the officer, rubbing his jaw. "The gates are locked. There is no way through."
"Then the enemy will scale the walls unopposed," stormed Helicaon. "Argurios, you stay here and command the defence. You," he said to Aranes, "gather 20 good swordsmen and follow me." Outside her apartments, deep in the palace, Andromache looked into Cassandra's grey eyes, seeing the terror there. "Who is coming?" she asked softly. Cassandra blinked. "Swords and daggers and spears." She gazed around her, eyes wide. "Blood on the walls. Blood everywhere. Please take the bow." The child had begun to tremble. Andromache stepped forward, lifting the weapon from her hand. Cassandra offered her the quiver, with its 20 black-shafted arrows. Andromache swung it over her shoulder. "There now, I have the bow. Be calm, little one. No one is going to hurt you." "No," agreed Cassandra with a sigh. "No one is going to hurt me." Holding out her free arm, Andromache took Cassandra by the hand. "Let us go down and listen to the priestess. She is said to be very dull. Then later you and I will sit in the starlight and we will talk." "Helicaon is coming for you," said Cassandra as they walked hand in hand along the wide corridor towards the gathering hall of the women's quarters. "Why would he be doing that?" asked Andromache. "Because he loves you," answered the child. "You knew that, didn't you?" Andromache sighed. "Helicaon is in Dardania." Cassandra shook her head. "He was on a golden horse, riding through the streets. He is frightened for you. He knows that blood is coming. The fat one told him." Suddenly the child began to cry. Andromache laid the bow on a couch set by the corridor wall and sat down, drawing Cassandra to her. Hugging the girl and kissing her dark hair, she tried to calm her. She had heard many stories of the Fey child, and knew there was nothing she could say to pierce the veils of illusion. So she waited for the tears to pass and held her close. They sat there for some time. "I don't want to see so much," said Cassandra, drawing away and sitting with her back to the wall. "I hate it. I can't tell sometimes what is now and what was then." "This is now," said Andromache. "You and I sitting here." "You and I," repeated Cassandra. She glanced across the corridor. "Look there. What do you see?" Andromache followed the line of her pointing finger. "I see a tapestry hanging from the wall. Very pretty embroidery." "No, in front of the tapestry." "The corridor?" Cassandra's shoulders sagged. Andromache saw her smile at nothing and give a little wave. "What is it that you see?" she asked. "It doesn't matter. The dolphins told me the sea is changing. They are frightened. I am frightened too. Everything is changing, Andromache." "Why did you say that Helicaon loves me? Is it something he said?" Cassandra gave a shy smile. "I love Helicaon. I used to watch him sleeping. Helicaon is in the now. He is the lord of the silver bow." "You think Helicaon is Apollo?" "No, silly. Helicaon is Helicaon." Andromache smiled at the child. "I don't understand." "No one does.
Well, no one who feels the rain or the sun's heat.
Isn't that everyone?
We must be going. Keep your bow ready. We must rescue Laodike. We must bring her to the shield-bearer.
Andromache could think of no more to say to this strange child, so they walked together in silence through to the hall of gathering. A small crowd of some 20 women were already there, dressed in flowing gowns and bedecked in jewellery of gold and silver. Servants moved among them, bearing trays of golden cups brimming with wine. Andromache saw Laodike and waved. By the great double doors stood a tall, silver-haired woman, carrying a small ceremonial helmet of bright gold.
"That is the priestess,"
whispered Cassandra.
"I don't like her. She gives false prophecies."
"If they were false," said Andromache, "then surely people would realize it when they failed to come true."
"No, she is very clever,"
said Cassandra.
"Pandates the merchant went to her last year to ask if his wife would ever become pregnant. She told him the gods favoured him, but they required his patience. She said he would have a son as long as he did nothing to offend the gods. Pandates was drowned when his ship sank. She said that he had offended Poseidon."
"Perhaps he had," offered Andromache.
"After tonight," said Cassandra, "she will speak the truth, and her prophecies will be real, but no one will hear them."
It seemed to Andromache that holding a conversation with Cassandra was not dissimilar to trying to catch a butterfly. Every time you thought you had it in your grasp, it fluttered away.
"There are not many women here," she ventured. "Did Hector have no female friends?" "Everyone loved Hector," replied Cassandra. "They will be so happy when he comes home. Keep your bow ready."
Laodike moved across to join them. She was wearing a bright yellow gown, and her fair hair had been braided with gold wire.
"This is not the place for an archery display," she said, frowning.
"I know. I will explain later. I see Creusa isn't here."
"She always arrives late,"
said Laodike.
"Creusa likes to make a dramatic entrance. She will be disappointed, I think. There are so few people here. The wives of father's closest counsellors, but none of Hector's friends."
She leaned in close.
"Oh dear, the priestess is about to speak, and the drab part of the evening begins." "She will not speak for long,"
whispered Cassandra, backing away, her face pale. Suddenly she turned and darted back along the corridor. The silver-haired priestess held the ceremonial gold helmet above her head and began to chant.
"Athene, hear your children. Goddess of wisdom, hear your followers. Let our words and our grief flow to you, and bring us peace and understanding in these days of sorrow."
Just then, the far doors burst open, and Thracian soldiers surged into the room, swords and spears in their hands. The women stood shocked. No men were allowed into the women's quarters, and certainly no male could invade a sacred ceremony. The priestess was outraged. She rushed at them, screaming for them to leave at once or face the curse of Athene. What followed then stunned Andromache. A burly Thracian lashed out at her, sending the priestess sprawling to the floor, the ceremonial helm clattering away to strike a table leg. For a moment there was shocked silence. Then the priestess pointed at the man.
"May the goddess strike you down and curse your family for 9 generations!" she shrieked.
The man laughed, and then his sword slashed down. The priestess threw up her arm, and the bronze blade hacked into it, spraying blood. A second cut tore open her throat. Women began to scream and run. Soldiers rushed at them, dragging them back. Then Laodike ran towards the warrior who was still stabbing his sword into the squirming priestess.
"You cowardly dog!" she shouted.
"You want to bleed too, bitch?"
he responded, charging towards her. Andromache swiftly notched an arrow to her bow and drew back on the string. As the soldier reached Laodike, his sword raised high, a black feathered shaft plunged through his eye. He staggered back several steps, dropping his sword, then slumped to the floor.
"Laodike!"
yelled Andromache. The young woman started to run towards her. A Thracian soldier hurled a spear, which took her in the back. Laodike screamed and stumbled. Andromache shot the spearman through the throat. More Thracians pushed through into the gathering hall. Laodike half fell against Andromache. A soldier charged at them. Andromache loosed a shaft that tore through the man's leather breastplate, spearing his chest. He faltered, then came on, sword raised.
With no time to draw the string, Andromache dropped the bow and stepped forward to meet him, the shaft held like a dagger in her hand. Weakened by the arrow in his chest, the soldier gave a feeble thrust. Andromache parried the blow with her arm, then plunged the bronze-headed arrow into the man's neck. He fell back with a gargling cry. Sweeping up her bow, Andromache notched another shaft to the string. She glanced down at Laodike, who had fallen to the floor and was trying to crawl towards the corridor, the long black spear still embedded in her back. Other women ran past Andromache. All was pandemonium. Then soldiers appeared from behind, royal eagles led by Helicaon. They surged into the Thracians. Andromache ran to where Laodike was crawling. Grabbing the spear, she tore it loose. Laodike cried out, then slumped down. Hurling the spear aside, Andromache tugged at Laodike's arm, dragging her to her feet. "Lean on me," she urged her. "We must get away from here." More eagles ran into the fray. Andromache struggled on towards the double doors leading to the steps up to the Queen's apartments. Several eagles were already there. One of them left his post and swept Laodike into his arms. "Get her to safety," ordered Andromache. "There is nowhere safe tonight," he said grimly. "But I'll carry her upstairs. We'll hold these doors as long as we can." Helicaon and the eagles battled their way into the gathering hall. The Trojans were all veterans and fought with ruthless efficiency. Well armoured, with shields and helms, they drove the Thracians back towards the double doors leading to the outer gates. The 20 defenders were heavily outnumbered, but the Thracians, without shields and in their light city armour of leather breastplates and helmets, took terrible losses. Helicaon fought with cold fury, his 2 swords cutting and plunging with awesome speed. The leading Thracians fell back in disarray, then turned and ran into more of their comrades, still trying to force an entry. This led to a chaotic scene as panicking soldiers struggled to push their way through their own ranks. The eagles rushed in, sinking their swords into unprotected backs and necks. The Thracians broke and streamed away from the double doors. Helicaon yelled an order to the eagles to pull back. Most obeyed him, but 4 men, battle lust having overtaken them, continued after the Thracians. Back inside the gathering hall, Helicaon ordered the double doors pushed shut. There were 2 wooden brackets for a locking bar, but the bar itself was nowhere in sight. It had not been needed for decades, and had obviously been removed. Helicaon sent 2 eagles in search of it. The sounds of fighting in the corridor beyond had ceased now, and Helicaon guessed the Thracians had turned on the 4 chasing eagles. There was little time left to bar the doors. Soon the Thracians would regroup. "Gather up those spears," he called out, pointing to the weapons of the dead Thracians. The eagles rushed to obey, and 9 thick-shafted spears were wedged into the locking brackets. "It will not hold for long," said an eagle. Helicaon gazed around the hall. More than 40 Thracians had died here, but there were also the bodies of 8 eagles and 5 women, 2 of them elderly. 4 more of the eagles carried wounds. "There is nothing more we can do here," said Helicaon, and led them back to the second set of double doors, leading to the Queen's apartments and the King's megaron. Here the locking bar had been found, and he ordered the heavy oak doors closed and barred. Leaving 2 eagles to watch the doors, he climbed the stairs to the Queen's apartments. In the largest of the rooms, he found the surviving women. Some were looking frightened, others shocked and uncertain. Laodike lay on a couch, flanked by Cassandra and Andromache. Blood had soaked the embroidered cloth beneath her. Sheathing his swords, Helicaon moved towards them. A middle-aged woman stepped into his path. "What is happening?" she asked him, grabbing his arm. She was frightened and trembling, her face unnaturally pale. "We are being attacked," he told her, his voice calm. "There are wounded men who need aid. There will be more. Can you search the apartments for needles and thread, and tear up linens for bandages?" Her expression calmed. "Yes, I can do that." "Good. Organize the other women, ready to tend to those who will need it." "Who is behind this treachery?" she asked. "Agathon." She frowned and shook her head. "I always liked him," she said. "So did I." Moving past her, he knelt by the couch. There was a great deal of blood, and Laodike seemed to be sleeping. He glanced at Andromache. "A spear," she whispered. "It took her low in the back. I have stopped the bleeding, and her heartbeat is strong. I think she will recover." Helicaon reached out and gently brushed a wisp of hair back from Laodike's brow. Her eyes opened.
Helicaon!
she cried with a wide smile.
Are the traitors slain?
Not yet.
They killed the priestess. It was dreadful. Were they drunk?
No, Laodike. There is a plot to kill your father.
Antiphanes or Dios?
She said.
Or both?
No. Agathon.
Oh, no,
She whispered.
no, it cannot be true.
Sadly it is. He had Antiphanes stabbed, and he has ordered the deaths of everyone inside the palace.
He and you were friends,
Said Laodike.
I don't understand. Is Argurios here?
Yes, he is down in the courtyard organizing the defences.
Defences?
She seemed bemused. Agathon's Thracians have surrounded the palace, and there is a Mycenae force coming to aid them.
What about our troops?
The soldiers inside the city are loyal to Agathon. It will be a long night, I think. Laodike sighed, then winced.
It feels as if I have been kicked by a horse,
she complained. Stab wounds are like that, he told her. And now I must go. You rest now and gather your strength.
Yes, I will. I am very tired. Tell Argurios to be careful. I don't want anything to happen to him.
Argurios? Helicaon glanced at her quizzically.
We will be wed,
she said.
It is our destiny.
Helicaon smiled, then leaned forward and kissed Laodike's brow. I am happy for you, he told her. Then he stood. Andromache rose alongside him. Walk with me a little way, he said. Moving through the apartment, they emerged onto a gallery above a wide stairway leading down to the king's megaron. Below they could see men arming themselves with weapons and shields from the walls.
I am glad you came,
said Andromache. Helicaon looked into her green eyes. I came for you, he said.
Why?
I think you know.
Perhaps, but there may be little time left to hear the words.
Taking her hand, he lifted it to his lips. He had expected the words to come haltingly, but they did not. I love you, Andromache, he said. I have loved you since that first moment on the beach at Blue Owl Bay. You have been in my heart and my mind constantly since that night. If we survive here, will you come back to Dardania with me?
Yes,
she said simply. He kissed her. As their lips met, all thoughts of peril vanished from his mind. Nothing else existed, and he knew that this exquisite moment would remain etched in his memory for the rest of his life. As they finally drew back from one another, cold reality rushed in. The rest of his life. It was likely to be no more than a single night.
What are you thinking?
She whispered. He smiled. All my life I have been waiting for this moment, only I did not know it. I was thinking that I would rather be here now, standing with you, than anywhere else on the great green. Chapter 32. Spears in the Night. With the gates closed and the initial burst of combat behind him, Argurios stood in the courtyard before the palace. On the walls above him, some 40 eagles, armed with Phrygian bows, were waiting for the next attack. Behind him, he could hear orders being shouted within the king's megaron. Argurios stood silently, heavy of heart. He had come here as a Mycenae outlaw determined to seek Priam's permission to wed his daughter. Now he was caught up in a civil war. The thought of battle did not disturb him. His whole adult life had been honed in combat. What troubled him, as he stood quietly in the calm before the onslaught, was that Mycenae warriors were coming. If Agamemnon had agreed to support Agathon with a small force, it would be made up of the finest warriors of his army. Argurios would have fought beside most of them, celebrated victories with them, commiserated with them when mutual comrades fell. Faces swarmed before his mind's eye. Caliades the tall, Menides spear-carrier, Banacles One Ear, Erythros the joker, Ajax the skull-splitter. Were they, even now, marching towards the citadel? And if they were, how could he, as a Mycenae warrior, take up arms against them? Could he stab tall Caliades and watch him fall? Could he send Banacles into the underworld? Yet these same men were coming to kill the father of the woman he loved. And what would be her fate if they succeeded? This was at least a question he could answer. Though Algurios himself had never raped a woman, he knew that such activity was common after a battle. Anger built in him at the thought of such a fate for Laodike. No, I will not allow that, he decided. I would cut the heart from Agamemnon himself rather than see Laodike hurt. Moving swiftly to the foot of the rampart, he climbed the 20 steps to where Polydorus was crouched down behind the crenellated wall. Algurios raised his head above the parapet, swiftly scanning the open ground beyond. There were no warriors in sight, though he could see men massing in the shadows of the narrow streets some 80 paces away. "They will be seeking ladders," said Algurios. "They will find plenty of them," replied Polydorus. "There is always new building work in Troy." The walls themselves were no more than the height of 2 tall men. If the enemy set wagons against them, they would be able to leap from them and haul themselves over the battlements. Algurios glanced back at the palace. Above and to the left of the doors was a long balcony with high windows. Once the enemy opened the gates, they could bring their ladders to the palace walls and scale them, entering the building from above. With enough men, Algurios could have held the outer walls for days. Similarly, with 300 hardened warriors, he could defend the palace against a horde. It was galling to have such a fortress and too few soldiers to keep it secure. "I'm going inside," he told Polydorus. "I need to study the Megaron and plan for its defense. If they attack before I return, loose several volleys into them and hold the first assault. That is vital." "We will hold, Algurios," muttered Polydorus. "All night if we have to." "It will not be all night. I will explain more when I return." Polydorus smiled. "Something to tell my children when they grow, eh? I fought beside Algurios." "You have children?" "Not yet, but a man must think ahead." Algurios ran down the steps and across the courtyard. Inside the Megaron, all but the main doors had been barricaded. He saw Priam sitting on his throne, dressed in elaborate armor, decorated with gold and silver, a high-crested helmet upon his lap. Everywhere there were armed men. They had almost stripped the walls of shields and spears. Alongside the king stood Prince Dios. He wore no armor, though a sword was belted by his side. Algurios approached them. Priam looked up. "Have the dogs fled?" he asked, sober now, though his eyes were bloodshot and weary. "No, Priam King. They are gathering ladders. They will come soon. We need archers on the outer balcony above the doors. 30 should suffice. I will order the men on the walls to pull back to the Megaron once the attack begins in earnest." "Who are you to give orders?" snapped Dios, his eyes angry. "He is Algurios," said Priam calmly. "He is fighting at my side." "We should put every man we have on the outer walls," raged Dios. "We can hold them." "What say you to that, Algurios?" asked Priam. "With 300 men, I would agree with Prince Dios. However, with so few, the risk is encirclement. If they get behind us, we'll be cut to pieces. We must keep a line of withdrawal secure for as long as possible. My plan is to hold the wall for the first attack, then quietly pull back. When they come again, we will hit them with volley after volley of arrows from the balcony." "And then we bar the doors?" asked Priam. "No, King. We leave them open." Priam was surprised. "Explain that strategy," he said. "There are many ways for an enemy to come at us. There is the door to the palace gardens. They could bring their ladders and climb to the balcony. They can come through the rear. We want them attacking where we are strongest. The open doors will be an invitation they will not resist. They will be drawn to us like flies to horse shit, and we will hold them there. At least until the Mycenae arrive." "By the fates, father," said Dios. "How can we trust this man? He too is Mycenae." Algurios took a deep, calming breath. "Indeed I am, Prince. Believe me when I tell you I would rather be anywhere than here at this moment. If the Mycenae succeed here, I will be killed along with all of you. Now we have little time to prepare, and no time at all to vent personal feuds." He turned to the king. "If you have a better man than I to command this defense, appoint him, and I will stand and fight wherever called upon to do so." "I am the king," said Priam coldly. "I will command my own defense. You think I am a weakling, some ancient unable to wield a sword?" "It is not a question of your strength or your abilities,"
answered Argurios. "If I were commanding the attackers, I would pray to all the gods that you would do exactly that. They win when you die. Every man among them will be seeking to kill you. Your armor shines like the sun, and every attack will home in on you. Every arrow, every spear, every sword will seek you. Your men will fight valiantly, but only so long as there is a king to fight for."
At that moment, Helicaon came through to the Megaron and stood alongside Dios. "We have blocked the rear entrances," he said, "but they will not hold long. What are your orders?" Priam sat quietly for a moment.
Argurios advises that I withdraw myself from the fighting. What say you?
Sound advice. The fight will not just be about holding the palace, but about defending you.
"Let me take command in your stead, father,"
urged Dios. Priam shook his head.
You have too little experience, and as Argurios says, there is no time for debate. The men will follow you, Aeneas. This I know. Equally, Argurios is known across the Great Green as a strategos and a fighting man. What is your opinion?
"I have little experience of siege warfare, and less of Mycenae battle tactics," said Helicaon. "I would follow the lead of Argurios."
"Then let it be so."
Priam suddenly laughed.
"A renegade Mycenae in charge of the defense of my citadel. I like it. When we win, you can ask me anything. I will grant it. We are yours to command, Argurios."
Argurios swung to Dios.
"You will command the defense of the upper balconies. Take 30 good archers, and also the men with the least armor. They will be protected from arrows by the balcony walls. The enemy will bring ladders. Hold them off as long as you can, then retreat to the Megaron, and we will pull back to the upper buildings at the rear."
Dios, his face pale, his expression furious, was struggling to hold his temper.
"Do as he says," snapped Priam. "This is madness," responded Dios. "But I will obey you, father, as always."
With that he stalked away.
"Let us survey the battleground,"
said Argurios, striding away through the Megaron. Priam and Helicaon followed him. Argurios reached the foot of the stairs. They were wide enough for 2 warriors to fight side by side. Then he glanced up at the gallery above and to the right of the stairway.
"We will have archers placed there. They will have a good view of the Megaron itself. We need as many shafts as possible placed there. Spears and javelins too, if we have enough. What is beyond the gallery?"
"The Queen's apartments," said Priam. "They are large and spacious."
Argurios strode up the stairs, Helicaon and Priam following him. In the Queen's apartments, he saw Laodike upon her blood-stained couch, Andromache sitting on the floor beside her. All thoughts of the defense fled his mind. Pulling off his helmet, he moved to Laodike and took her hand. Her eyes opened, and she gave a wide smile.
"What happened?"
he asked her.
"I was wounded,"
Laodike told him.
"Do not concern yourself. It is nothing."
Reaching up, she stroked his face.
"I am glad you are here. Have you spoken to father?"
"Not yet. I cannot stay with you. There is much to be done. I will come back when I can. You rest now."
Kissing her hand, he rose and walked back to where the king and Helicaon waited. Only then did he see the shock on Priam's face. Argurios moved past them and walked through to the rear stairs. Then he turned back and strode through the many apartments.
"The balconies are largely inaccessible," he said. "Therefore the enemy will be forced to come at us through the Megaron. I believe we can hold the Thracians at the doors. The Mycenae will be another matter."
"We could retreat to the stairs," said Helicaon.
"We will do that, but the timing is crucial,"
answered Argurios, walking back to the gallery above the stairs.
"We must keep their blood up, forcing them to come at us. We must not allow them time to stop and think, for if they do, they will realize that this gallery is the key to victory. Once inside the Megaron, all they need to do is bring in ladders and scale it. That way they would bypass the stairs and surround us."
"And how do we keep their blood up?" demanded Priam.
"They will see me and come at me. I will be their target and the focus of their attack. We will pull back to the stairs. They will surge after us. Then their hearts will be full of pride and battle lust. Will you stand beside me, Helicaon?"
"I will."
"Good. For however much they will desire to bring me down, it is you they hate. Seeing us together will blind them to better strategies. And now I must return to the wall."
"A moment more," said Priam.
How is it my daughter greets you with a kiss?"
Argurios could see the anger in the king's eyes. "You said if we survived the night, you would grant any wish I had. My wish is to marry Laodike. I love her. But is this truly the time to discuss it?"
Priam relaxed, then gave a cold smile. "If I am still king tomorrow, we will discuss it at length."
Argurios stood quietly for a moment. Then he turned to Helicaon. "Organize the defenders within the Megaron. Then watch the walls. We need to turn back the first attack with heavy losses. It will dismay the mercenaries. When the moment is right, come to our aid."
"Rely on it," said Helicaon.
"Judge it finely, Golden One."
And with that he moved off, striding towards the double doors and the courtyard beyond. Polydorus peered through the gap in the crenellations of the ramparts. The Thracians were gathering in the shadows of the buildings. Anger touched him, but he quelled it. Yesterday, Cassilla's parents had finally agreed to the wedding, in part owing to the intervention of Laodike. She had visited the family home and had spoken to Cassilla's mother. She had also taken a gift for the father, a golden wine goblet encrusted with red gems. This powerful link to the nobility had finally won them over. Cassilla had been overjoyed, and Polydorus considered himself the luckiest man alive. Now he felt as if he were part of some grim jest being played out by the gods. Polydorus was no fool. There were not enough men to defend the palace against the Thracians, let alone the Mycenae. Once the Thracians gathered enough ladders to storm the walls, the battle would be all but over. The fighting would be fierce and bloody, and the eagles would take a terrible toll on the enemy, but the end was certain. Cassilla would mourn for him, of course, but she was young, and her father would find another suitor. Argurios climbed to the ramparts alongside him.
"Any movement?"
"They are gathering. I have not seen any Mycenae yet."
"They will come once the gates are open."
"What is the battle plan?" asked Polydorus.
"Hold here for a while, then back to the palace itself."
"The palace doors are sturdy," observed Polydorus, "but they'll not hold for long."
"They won't have to," said Argurios. "I don't intend to close them. I want the enemy funneled towards those doors. We'll hit them from above and hold them in the doorway."
"Surely barring the palace doors would give us more time."
"It would," agreed Argurios. "It would also leech away the spirit of those inside, listening to the hacking of axes upon the timber. Better to face your enemy eye to eye. My father used to say a wall of men was stronger than a wall of stone. I've seen it to be true in many battles."
Polydorus raised his head and peered through the darkness. An arrow struck the ramparts close to his head, then ricocheted past him. "You are all going to die tonight!" came a shout from the shadows. It was immediately followed by the trilling battle cry of the Thracians. Then came another voice.
"Are you there, Argurios, traitor?"
"I am here, puppy dog,"
Argurios shouted back. "That gladdens my heart. I will see you soon."
"Not while I have a sword in my hand, you gutless worm. I know you, Kalanos. You'll slink in the shadows while braver men die for you."
He leaned towards Polydorus.
"Get ready. They are coming."
Polydorus hefted his Phrygian bow, notching a shaft to the string. All along the wall, the eagles followed his lead. Suddenly there came the sound of pounding feet, and once more the Thracian battle cry filled the air. The eagles stood and sent a volley into the charging men. Polydorus shot again and saw a man dragging a ladder go tumbling to the ground. The ladder was swept up by the fallen man's comrades. Volley after volley slashed into the Thracians, but there were too few archers to turn the charge. Scores of ladders clattered against the walls. An enemy shaft bounced from Polydorus's breastplate. Another hissed past his face. Then the Thracians began to storm the walls. Dropping his bow, Polydorus drew his leaf-shaped short sword and took up his shield. Beside him, Argurios waited, sword in hand.
"Move along a little," he said calmly. "Give me some fighting room."
Polydorus edged to his right. The first of the Thracians appeared. Polydorus leapt forward, thrusting his sword into the man's face. Desperately, the Thracian tried to haul himself over the ramparts, but Polydorus struck him again and he fell. Now the night was full of the sounds of battle, men screaming in pain or fury, swords ringing, shields clashing. Several warriors clambered over the battlement wall to Polydorus's right. He rushed them, plunging his sword into the chest of the first. The blade went deep and lodged there. Unable to drag it clear, Polydorus threw the man from the wall down into the courtyard below, then hammered his shield into the face of the second. Algurios appeared alongside him, stabbing and cutting. Picking up a fallen sword, Algurios tossed it to Polydorus, then swung to face a fresh attack. All along the wall, the Thracians were gaining a foothold. The eagles did not break, but fought on with relentless courage. Glancing along the line, Polydorus saw that around a third of his men were down. Then he saw Helicaon and some 30 eagles running across the courtyard. They surged up the battlement steps to join in the fighting. The lightly armoured Thracians fell back. Some even jumped from the walls to the street below. Others already on ladders leapt clear. Letting his shield fall, Polydorus swept up his bow and shot into the fleeing men. A feeling of exultation swept over him. He was alive, and he had conquered. Algurios approached him. "Get our wounded back into the Megaron," he said, "and strip our dead of all weapons and armour. Also gather the swords and spears of the enemy. Do it swiftly, for we will not have long before the next attack." "We will beat them again," said Polydorus. "We are the eagles, and we are invincible." The older man looked at him closely. "That was merely the first attack. They will come harder and faster now. Look around you. We lost 14 men, with 6 others wounded. Half of the fighting men on the wall. Next time we would be overrun. That is why we will not be here next time. Now do as I say." All the excitement drained out of the young soldier. He ran down the rampart steps, calling out orders. Other men raced from the Megaron to assist in the collection of weapons. Algurios strode along the ramparts, occasional arrows flashing by him. Algurios moved among the defenders left on the rampart walls. Like Polydorus, they were exultant now, for they had met the enemy and vanquished him. Their spirits were high, and Argurios had no wish to douse them with cold reality. The first attack had been rushed and ill-conceived, attempting to sweep over the ramparts in a wide front. Better to have come at both ends of the wall, drawing the defenders out of position, than assaulting the centre. The next charge would be better planned. Even so, Algurios was content. This first action had lifted the hearts of the defenders and dispirited the enemy. The confidence of the Thracians was dented. The enemy leaders would know it was vital for them to score a swift victory in order to repair the damage. Even now, the officers would be gathered, with Agathon seeking to inspire them, building their confidence for the next assault. He would be assuring them of victory, promising them riches. Argurios called a soldier to him. "Go to Prince Dios on the balcony. Tell him we will be pulling back from the wall before the next attack. Ask that he holds back his archers until the enemy reaches the courtyard. They will be massed there and easy targets. Then go to the Lord Helicaon. 50 men with shields are to be ready to defend the palace doorway." Swinging his shield to his back, the soldier ran down the rampart steps and across the stone courtyard. Algurios raised his head above the ramparts. The moon was rising, silver light bathing the streets and houses. He could see the Thracians standing ready, officers moving among them. There was still no sign of the Mycenae. This was to be expected. They were an elite force and would not be used early in the battle. They will come when we are weary, he thought, striking like a hammer at the heart of the defence. Arrows and spears would be largely useless against them. Well armoured and carrying tall, curved tower shields of bronze-reinforced oxhide and armed with both heavy spears and stabbing swords, they would advance in formation, forcing the defenders back. The spears would give them a reach advantage over the sword-wielding eagles. The only hope of success against such a force would be to break their formation. This could be done on the open field of battle, but not inside the confines of a palace megaron. Algurios knew that the eagles were well disciplined and fine fighters. Could they hold, though, against the finest of the Mycenae? He doubted it. Time wore on, and still the Thracians did not attack. Polydorus returned to the battlements, and then Helicaon emerged from the palace and joined them. "When will the Mycenae come?" he asked. "When the gates are open." Argurios turned to Polydorus. "Go back into the palace and gather the tallest and strongest of the eagles. No more than 30 of them. Hold them back from the initial fighting. When the Mycenae come, we will need the best we have. See if you can arm them with heavy spears as well as their swords. Yes, Argurios. After Polydorus had gone, Argurios raised his head above the battlements.
Not long now, I would think.
This must be hard for you, said Helicaon, as Argurios sat back down. Argurios felt his anger surge, but swallowed it down. He looked at the young man beside him.
In a little while, I'll be slaying my comrades. I will be fighting alongside a man I have sworn to kill. Hard does not begin to describe this night.
There are times, said Helicaon softly, when you can almost hear the gods laugh. I am truly sorry, Argurios. I wish I had never asked you to accompany me on that walk to Couganes' palace. Had I known the heartache it would bring you, I never would have. Argurios' anger ebbed away.
I do not regret my actions that day, he said. As a result, I met Laodike. I had not realized until then that my life had been lived in the darkness of a perpetual winter night. When I saw her, it was as if the sun had risen.
He fell silent for a moment, embarrassed at this display of emotion.
I sound like a doting fool, I expect.
No, you sound like a man in love. Did you feel as if some invisible fist had struck your chest? Did your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth?
Exactly that. Have you experienced it?
Every time I see Andromache. Just then an eagle away to the left shouted, "Here they come!" Argurios pushed himself to his feet.
Now it begins in earnest, he said.
Prince Agathon watched his Thracians rushing towards the walls. There were no battle cries now, merely a grim determination to kill and conquer and earn the riches Agathon had offered. He longed to be with them, scaling a ladder and cutting his way through to Priam. He wanted to be there when the king was dragged to his knees, begging for his life. Yet he could not be with them yet. With Priam's death, success was his, but if he were to die in the assault, all these years of planning and scheming would come to nothing. He would walk the dark road to Hades as a failure. A failure. In Priam's eyes he always had been. When Agathon defeated the rebel Hittites at Rhesos, his father had railed at the losses he sustained. "Hector would have crushed them with half your men and a tenth of your dead." No parade for Agathon. No wreath of laurels. When had it ever been different? As a child of 10, frightened of the dark and fearful of cramped, gloomy places, he had been taken by his father to the subterranean caves of Cerberus. Priam had told him of demons and monsters who inhabited the caves, and that a wrong path would lead straight to the underworld. Father had been carrying a torch. Agathon had stayed close, his panic growing. Deeper and deeper they travelled. Then they had come to an underground stream. Father had doused the torch and stepped away from him. Agathon had screamed, begging his father to take his hand. The silence had grown. He had cowered in the darkness for what seemed an eternity, weeping and terrified. Then he had seen a light. It was his 11-year-old half-brother, Hector, carrying a flaming torch. "Father is gone! Demons have taken him!" Agathon had wailed. "No, he is outside, waiting for you." "Why did he leave me?" "He thinks it will cure your fear of the dark." "Can we go now?" "I cannot leave with you, Agathon. Father does not know I came here. I entered on the south side. We will douse the torch, and you will take my hand. I will lead you to where you can see the sunlight. Then you must walk out on your own." "Why does he hate me, Hector?" "He just wants you to be strong. I am going to douse the torch now. Are you ready?" Hector had led him slowly up through the tunnels, holding close to the walls. Agathon had not been afraid then, for he could feel the warmth of Hector's hand, and knew his brother would not abandon him. The gloom had slowly lifted, and ahead, Agathon had seen sunlight against the cave walls. "I'll see you later, little brother," said Hector, ducking back into the darkness. Agathon had walked out to see father, mother, and 20 or more counselors and advisers all sitting in the sunshine. As Agathon emerged, Priam looked over to him. "Gods, boy, have you been weeping? You are a disgrace to me." Shaking himself free of the memory, he watched his Thracians scale the walls. Strangely, there was no sound of fighting. The white-haired Kalanos appeared alongside him.
"They have retreated to the citadel," he said.
Then came the cries of wounded and dying men. Agathon knew what was happening. Archers were shooting down into the massed ranks of his Thracians. Swinging round, he called out to one of the officers commanding the reserves. "Send in bowmen!" he shouted. "The enemy will be massed on the balcony above the doors. Pin them down!" The officer gathered his men, and 100 archers ran to the ladders. This should have been so simple. Agathon's men were to march to the palace, overpower the few guards, and allow the Mycenae in to complete the massacre. Instead, the gates were barred, and a defence had been organised. Who would have thought that fat Antiphanes could have fought off the assassins? There was no doubt in Agathon's mind that he had lived long enough to warn Helicaon. Agathon had heard that a rider on a golden horse had swept past his Thracians as they marched to the citadel. Helicaon alone bred these mounts. Then had come the news that a warrior in Mycenae armour had scattered his men when they were about to storm the gates. Helicaon and Argurios. 2 men who were never a part of his original plan. 2 men who were only invited at the request of Kalanos. Ultimately, their actions could do nothing but delay the inevitable, yet it was still galling. The gates to the courtyard swung open. "Prepare your fighters," he told Kalanos, then crossed the open ground to seize his destiny. Chapter 33. The Shield of Ilos. Argurios entered the Megaron, easing his way past the 3 ranks of eagles preparing to defend the wide doorway. Helicaon, a curved shield slung across his back, approached him. "Ensure the men know they must hold their position," said Argurios. "If the enemy fall back, there must be no chase." "Already done," said Helicaon. "When do you expect the Mycenae?" "Soon." Argurios left him then and strode across the mosaic floor. He needed a shield, but the walls had been all but stripped of weapons and armour. Then he saw it. It was an ancient piece, beautifully wrought, decorated with tin and blue enamel. At its centre was a battle scene featuring the great hero Heracles fighting the 9-headed Hydra. Borrowing a spear from a soldier, he hooked the point under the strap and lifted the shield from the wall. Swinging it to his back, he walked across to where Polydorus stood, with some 30 eagles, tall men and wide-shouldered, their faces grim. He scanned them all, looking into their eyes. He was unsure of 2 of them, and sent them to join Helicaon at the doorway. The rest waited for his orders. "When the Mycenae come," he told them, "I want you to form 3 lines behind the defenders. At my order." Just then came the sounds of screams and battle cries from outside as the Thracians surged towards the doorway. The eagles tightened their grips on their weapons and adjusted their shields. "Look at me and listen," said Argurios calmly. "Your turn will come soon enough. You are to face the Mycenae. When they come, they will be in tight formation. They will charge the doorway and seek to scatter the defenders with their weight and power. As they rush forward, Helicaon will break his line to left and right. We will counter the Mycenae charge with one of our own. Thus we will form 3 sides of a square. We will hold the Mycenae while Helicaon's men attack them on the flanks. Is this clear?" "It is clear, sir," said Polydorus. "But how long can 30 hold back 200? "I do not know," said Argurios, "but this is how legends are carved. We will be forced back. We will conduct a fighting retreat to the stairs below the Queen's apartments. We will not break and scatter. Each man here will stand beside his comrades as if we were all brothers of the blood." As he spoke, he swung the shield round, settling his left arm into the straps. He saw the eagles staring at it, shock on their faces. "Brothers of the blood," said Polydorus. "We will not fail you, Argurios." "Then let us form up behind the defenders. Ranks of 3. The eagles moved into position, Argurios at the centre of the first line. Ahead of them, Helicaon and his warriors were battling the Thracians. Argurios took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Torches flickered in brackets upon the walls, and the sounds of war echoed around the Megaron. On the stairs leading to the balcony above the doorway, Argurios saw wounded men being helped down. Thracian archers were beginning to take their toll on Dios and his men. Several of the eagles with Helicaon had also fallen, the men behind dragging them clear. And the long night wore on. Andromache rose from beside the sleeping Laodike and gazed around the queen's apartments. Injured men were being brought in all the time now, some with hideous wounds. Priam's chief physician, Zeatos, was tending them, his long white robes now blood-stained, his hands and arms crimson with gore. The elderly physician had arrived a little while ago and moved straight to Laodike's side.
"She is all right," Andromache assured him. "The bleeding has all but stopped, and she is resting well."
"We will all be resting well after this night," he said despondently.
Axa and several other servants were assisting the noblewomen, bandaging wounds and administering stitches. Even young Cassandra was busy cutting up linens. By the balcony wall there were 6 dead bodies, all stripped of armor and weapons. There was little space to lay them out, and they had been laid atop one another, arms entwined. Andromache walked out of the apartments onto the gallery above the stairs. Quivers of arrows had been laid there, and a stack of throwing spears. Moving to the far left of the gallery, she looked down into the Megaron. Men were battling by the doors, and she saw Helicaon among them, his bright bronze armor gleaming like gold in the torchlight. Behind the defenders stood another group of warriors, tall shields on their arms, heavy thrusting spears in their hands. Off to the right, she saw the king and around a dozen of his counselors. Many of them were older men, but they were holding swords or spears, and a few bore shields. From her high vantage point, Andromache could see past the fighting men and out into the courtyard beyond. Hundreds of Thracians were massing there. It seemed inconceivable that the few defenders could keep them out for long. More wounded were being dragged back from the front line. She saw Priam gesture to his counselors, and several of them ran forward, heaving the injured to their feet and half carrying them back towards the stairs. One soldier, an older man, perhaps in his 40s, was gouting blood from a neck wound. He sagged against the men assisting him, then slumped to the floor. Andromache watched as the pumping blood slowed and the man died. Almost immediately, other men crowded round him, unbuckling his breastplate and untying his greaves. Within moments, the dead eagle was merely another body, hauled unceremoniously back and left against the wall so as not to encumber the living. The dead man had been flung on his back, and his head lolled, his vacant eyes staring up at her. Andromache felt suddenly light-headed, a sense of unreality gripping her. The clashing sounds of battle receded, and she found herself staring into the eyes of the corpse below. The difference between life and death was a single heartbeat. All that man's dreams, his hopes and ambitions, had been dashed in one bloody moment. Her mouth was dry, and she felt the beginnings of terror clawing at the pit of her stomach. Would she too be dead in a little while? Would Helicaon fall, his throat slashed, his body stripped and discarded? Her hands were trembling. Soon the enemy would sweep past the tiring defenders and surge into the Megaron. She pictured them running at her, their faces distorted with rage and lust. Strangely, the image calmed her. "I am not a victim waiting for the slaughter," she said aloud. "I am Andromache." Cassandra came running from the queen's apartments. "We need more bandages," she said. Andromache reached out. "Give me the scissors." Cassandra did so, and Andromache hacked into her own full-length white gown just above the knees, cutting the material clear. Cassandra clapped her hands. "Let me help!" she cried as Andromache struggled to complete the circular cut. The child took the scissors, slicing swiftly through the cloth. The lower half of Andromache's gown fell away. "Do mine! Do mine!" said Cassandra. Andromache knelt by the child and swiftly snipped through the thin cloth. Cassandra swept up the material and darted away. Andromache followed her back into the main rooms, then took up her bow. Returning to the gallery, she hefted a quiver of arrows and settled it over her shoulder. "Fear is an aid to the warrior," her father had said. "It is like a small fire burning. It heats the muscles, making us stronger. Panic comes when the fire is out of control, consuming all courage and pride." There was still fear in her as she stared down at the battle in the doorway. But the panic had gone. The 212 warriors of the Mycenae stood patiently before the Temple of Hermes, awaiting the call to battle. There was little tension among them, even with the distant sounds of battle, and the screams of dying men echoing over the city. Some joked, others chatted to old comrades. Calliades the Tall, his tower shield swung to his back, walked along a line of statues outside the temple doors, marveling at the workmanship. In the moonlight they could almost be real, he thought, gazing up into the face of Hermes, the winged god of travellers. The face was young, little more than a youth, the wings on the heels beautifully fashioned. Reaching out, he stroked his thick fingers across the stone. Banocles' One Ear joined him. "It's said they brought in Gupto sculptors," said Banocles. "I had an uncle once who went to Luxor. They got statues there tall as mountains, so he said." Calliades glanced at his friend. Banocles was already wearing his full-faced helmet, and his deep voice was muffled. "You must be sweating like a pig in that," ventured Calliades. "Better to be ready," answered Banocles. "For what?" "I don't trust the Trojans. They have 1,000 men on the great walls." Calliades chuckled. "You were never a trusting man. They opened the gates for us, didn't they? They served the new king. No problem for us." "No problem," countered Banocles. "Does it sound to you like no problem? There was to be no major battle. The Thracians would take the citadel, and we were to clean out a few guests at a funeral feast. It is not going well, Calliades." "We'll put it right when they call us." Calliades pointed to the statue of a woman holding a sheaf of corn in one hand and a sword in the other. "I can recognize most of the gods, but who is that?" Banocles shrugged. "I don't know. Some Trojan deity, maybe." A powerfully built warrior with a square-cut black beard emerged from an alleyway and made his way over to join them. "What news, Erythros?" Banocles asked him. "Good and bad. The gates are open," answered the man. "Won't be long now." "And the bad?" inquired Banocles. "I spoke to Kalanos. Argurios is with the Trojans." "By Hades, I wouldn't have thought it possible," said Calliades. "When word came he'd turned traitor, I didn't believe it for one heartbeat." "Nor me," admitted Banocles. "Well, I hope it's not me who cuts him down," said Erythros. "The man is a legend." Calliades wandered away from his friends. He had no fear of battle and no qualms about fighting inside a foreign city. It seemed to him that the world was neatly divided into lions and sheep. The Mycenae were lions. Any who could be conquered were sheep. It was a natural order, and one which Argurios understood. Indeed, it had been Argurios who had first offered him this simple philosophy. Now Argurios, the Mycenae lion, was standing with the sheep. It made no sense. Still worse was the fact that Calliades and his friends were being led by Kalanos. They called him the breaker of spirits, but the despicable was closer to the truth. For the first time since they landed, Calliades felt uneasy. He had fought with Argurios at Partha and in Thessaly and on the Athenian plains. He had stormed towns and sacked cities alongside him, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him in a score of skirmishes and fights. Argurios had never been interested in plunder or riches. His entire life had been one of service to his king. There was not enough gold in all the world to buy a man like Argurios. So how was it possible that he had betrayed the Mycenae and allied himself with the Trojan enemy? Banocles approached him. "The eagles are holding the Thracians at the palace doors. The butcher Helicaon is with them." This was better news. The thought that the vile burner would pay for his hideous crimes lifted Calliades' spirits. "If the gods will it," he said, "I shall cut his head clear." "And put out his eyes?" "Of course not. You think I'm a heathen savage like him? No, his death will be enough." Banocles laughed. "Well, you can hunt down the burner. Once we've cleaned out the eagles, I'll be looking for some softer booty. Never shagged a king's daughter before. It is said that Priam's daughters are all beautiful. Big round tits and fat arses. You think they'll let me take one home?" "Why would you want to?" countered Calliades. "With the gold we've been promised, you can buy 100 women." "True, but a king's daughter is special. Something to brag about." "It seems to me you've never needed anything special to brag about." Banocles laughed with genuine good humour. "I used to think I was the greatest bragger on the great green. Then I met Odysseus. Now that man can brag.
I swear he could weave a magical tale about taking a shit in a swamp.
All around them the Mycenae troops began to gather. Caliades saw Kalanos moving among the men.
Time to earn our plunder,
said black-bearded Erythros, putting on his helmet. Caliades strode back to where he had left his helmet, shield and spear. Banocles went with him. As Caliades garbed himself for battle, Banocles removed his helmet and ran his fingers through his long yellow hair.
Now that it is time to put on your helmet, you are removing it,
Caliades pointed out.
Sweating like a pig,
responded Banocles with a wide grin. They lined up with their comrades and waited as Kalanos mustered the men.
You know what is required of you, men of Mycenae, shouted Kalanos. The palace is held by a few royal guardsmen. This is a night of blood. This is a night of slaughter. Drench your spears. Kill them all. Leave not a man alive.
The bodies of dead Thracians were piled high around the palace doors, and scores more corpses littered the courtyard, shot down by arrows from the balcony above. Helicaon lowered his sword as the surviving Thracians pulled back towards the shelter of the gates. Around him the eagles relaxed, and there was silence at last. Helicaon turned to the warriors alongside him. Now the Mycenae will come, he said. When they charge, take up positions left and right of the doors.
Not many of us left,
said a tall soldier, glancing round at the surviving defenders. No more than 20 eagles manned the doorway. Argurios and his 28 men stood a little way back, shields and spears at the ready.
Might be a good time to shut the doors,
offered another warrior. No, said Helicaon. They would not hold for more than a few moments. It would also give them time to move the bodies. As it is, their charge will be slowed as they clamber over them.
Never fought Mycenae,
said the first man.
Said to be fine fighters.
They think they are the greatest warriors in all the world, said Helicaon. They are going to learn a sad truth tonight. He moved back to where Argurios waited. The men were standing in 3 ranks. Polydorus shuffled to his right, allowing Helicaon to stand alongside Argurios. No one spoke, and the silence grew. Then Prince Dios came running down from the upper balcony, followed by his archers.
No more shafts,
said Dios.
Take your men to the far balcony, said Argurios. There are quivers there.
You don't have enough men to hold them here, said Dios. We'll stand with you.
No, said Argurios. Your men have no armor. They'll be cut to pieces. Defend the stairwell.
Dios moved away without a word, and the warriors waited. From where he stood, Helicaon could see out into the courtyard. It was deserted, save for the dead and dying. So many had died this night, and many more would walk the dark road before the dawn. Time drifted by. Helicaon's mouth was dry. Then he heard the sound of marching feet.
"They are coming!"
shouted a warrior in the doorway. At that moment, Prince Dios appeared, dressed in a breastplate of bronze and silver and carrying a long shield. An eagle's helmet was pushed back on his head. At his side was a stabbing sword, and in his hand a heavy spear. He moved in alongside Argurios. "Do you object to fighting alongside the runt of the litter?" he asked with a tight smile.
"It'll be an honor, Prince Deiphobos,"
said Argurios softly.
"Call me Dios,"
said the young man with a smile. "And try to forget I can be a pompous fool sometimes."
"As can we all,"
Argurios told him. Then he raised his voice to address the waiting warriors.
"Do not stab at the body," he said. "Their armor is well made and will turn any blade. Go for the throat, the lower thigh, or the arms."
Helicaon gazed out into the courtyard. The Mycenae had formed up in tight ranks of 8 abreast. Then they began to march towards the palace. As they came closer, they surged into a run. The eagles in the doorway faded left and right. The Mycenae slowed as they reached the wall of Thracian corpses. Argurios hefted his spear.
"For the king, and for Troy!"
he bellowed. And the eagles charged. Chapter 34. The Lost Garden. Andromache felt her heart go out to these valiant men. From her vantage point on the rear gallery, She could see how unequal was the struggle. There seemed to be hundreds of heavily armed Mycenae warriors powering forward with brute strength into a mere 3 ranks of eagles. Even so, the Mycenae charge faltered as the eagles from the doorway gathered on both sides of the advancing phalanx, hacking and cutting at the Mycenae flanks. None of the archers on the gallery could afford to shoot yet for fear of hitting their own men. But slowly, as the phalanx inexorably entered the Megaron, some bowmen began to send shafts into the warriors still massing in the doorway. Few arrows pierced the great shields or the heavy helmets and breastplates of the invaders, but they caused the fighting men at the center to raise their shields against this new attack, lessening the pressure on the front of the line. Argurios gave no ground, fighting with ruthless economy of effort, his spear lancing into the enemy, his shield a wall they could not pass. Beside him, Helicaon was also holding, and Andromache saw the first Mycenae fall to his spear. Soon other bodies were falling as the fighting became ever more brutal. At least 2 Mycenae were going down to every eagle. It was not enough. Notching an arrow to her bow, she took careful aim and sent a black shaft slashing through the air to bury itself through the eye socket of a glittering bronze helm. The victim vanished under the feet of his comrades. The battle wore on, the eagles now being pushed back, bent like a bow of human flesh. Andromache and the other archers continued to shoot down into the fighting, scoring less than 1 good hit in 20. The eagles were engaged in a fighting retreat, the Mycenae seeking to circle them and cut them off from the stairs. At the center of the Trojan line, Argurios, Helicaon, and Dios were fighting hard, but the flanks were giving way faster than the center. At any moment, the Mycenae could sweep round and encircle the battling men. Andromache saw the danger. "Aim for the wings!" she cried to the bowmen around her. A greater concentration of shafts hammered into the Mycenae on the left of the battle line, and they were forced to raise their shields and pull back, allowing the Trojan line to steady. At the back of the melee, Andromache saw the white-haired figure of Kalanos urging his men on, but keeping back from the point of impact. Just then, Andromache felt the frayed hem of her chiton being tugged. She glanced down and saw little Cassandra standing there. "You must come, quickly," said Cassandra. Andromache struggled to hear her above the clash of swords and shields and the screams of wounded men. Kneeling down, she drew the girl to her. "What is it?" "Laodike! She is dying!" "No, she is just resting," she said. Cassandra shook her head. "You must come," she said. Allowing the child to take her hand, she followed her back into the queen's apartments. They were filled now with wounded men, and she saw Axa helping to carry a soldier to a wide table where the physician Zeatos, his robes now utterly drenched with gore, sought to save him. Cassandra moved away, and Andromache hurried to where Laodike lay. The young woman's face was unnaturally pale and sheened with sweat. Her lips and eyelids had a bluish tinge. Andromache knelt beside her, taking her hand. The fingers seemed thick and swollen, and they too were bruised and discolored. "Zeatos!" she shouted. The sounds of fighting outside were closer now, and Andromache sensed the battle was all but over. In that moment, she did not care. "Zeatos!" she screamed again. The old physician came to her side. His face showed his exhaustion. "What is happening to her?" cried Andromache. Zeatos hauled at Laodike, half turning her and using a small knife to slice through her dress. Once the skin of her back was exposed, Andromache saw a huge black and swollen bruise extending from her shoulder to her hip. "Why did you not tell me she had such a wound?" said Zeatos. "I thought she was merely scratched." "I believed her to be healing," answered Andromache. "Well, she's not," said the physician. "She's dying. The sword or spear must have pierced a vital organ. She is bleeding to death from within." "There must be something you can do." Zeatos's shoulders sagged. "Within a few heartbeats I will be able to do nothing for anyone. We are lost, as she is lost. We are going to die." With that he returned to the wounded man on the table. Priam approached. He had a sword in his hand. He looked down on his stricken daughter. "Her death will be a merciful release," he said. Then he looked at Andromache. "When they come, do not struggle. Do not fight. Women have been raped before and have survived. Live, Andromache." Then he strode away towards the gallery. Little Cassandra appeared from a hiding place behind the couch.
I didn't want father to see me,
she said.
He is angry with me.
He is not angry, little one. Cassandra grabbed Andromache's hand.
Yes, he is. Ever since I told him Hector is coming home. He won't be angry when he sees him. He'll be here soon.
Oh, Cassandra. Andromache reached out and hugged the girl.
Hector is dead. No!
Exclaimed Cassandra, pulling away.
Listen to me. I thought he was dead too, but the voices told me. Then they showed me.
What did they show you?
Climbing high cliffs, perils and adventures, down long rivers.
Slow down, said Andromache. Tell me calmly from the beginning. What cliffs? Cassandra took a deep breath.
Hector and his men were trapped. It was night. Hector knew the enemy would come again at dawn to kill him, so he exchanged armor with a dead man. Then he and his men climbed the cliffs. Hector is a good climber. We used to climb sometimes.
Stay with your story, Andromache interrupted. What happened after they climbed the cliffs?
It took them a long time to reach a big river and then to find a boat to bring them to the sea. A long time. That is why no word came. But he is here tonight. Please believe me, Andromache. Hector will be here soon with lots of soldiers. He will.
Just then Laodike cried out and opened her swollen eyes. She saw Andromache, who once more gripped her hand and kissed her cheek. Rest, sister, she whispered.
I think I'm dying. Oh, Andromache.
A tear fell, and she blinked more away.
I don't want to die.
Andromache's vision misted, and she bit her lip. I'm so sorry. Laodike sighed.
It was all to be so perfect. Argurios and I would live in a palace overlooking the Scamander. I went there only yesterday. It is so beautiful. I sat in the garden. In the garden.
Her voice tailed away. Then she spoke again.
Where is Argurios?
He is fighting. For you. For all of us.
He will win. Like my Hector. Always wins. I am very thirsty.
Cassandra ran away to find some water. There was little to be had, and she came back with a small goblet containing barely a mouthful. Andromache held it to Laodike's lips. She drank a little, then sagged back.
Will you find him for me, Andromache?
She asked.
Bring him to me. I don't want to be alone when I die.
I will find him. Laodike closed her eyes and smiled.
Find my Argurios,
she whispered. Argurios was exultant. Everything had worked precisely to plan, and now was the moment he had waited for. Once he was on the stairs, Helicaon beside him, Polydorus and Dios behind, the enemy advance had been halted. Now the Mycenae were forced to attack in twos, driving up towards the warriors above them, while the mass of enemy soldiers milled below, helpless against arrows shot at them from above, or spears hurled from the gallery. In essence, it was the Bridge of Partha yet again, the entire battle being fought on a narrow line between consistently equal fighting men. It no longer mattered that the Mycenae outnumbered them, for at the point of impact there could only be two enemy facing them on the stairs. Argurios hammered his shield against his next opponent, forcing an opening. His spear plunged forward, lancing up between helmet and flesh. The warrior stumbled and fell. Argurios slammed his foot against the man's shoulder, sending him rolling into his comrades. Another Mycenae leapt to the fray. He stumbled over the fallen man, and Helicaon killed him. Again and again fresh warriors surged against the men on the stairs, but there was no give in them, and the death toll continued to rise. As Argurios had hoped, the Mycenae were no longer thinking clearly about their objective. Instead, they were focused only on the need to kill the men facing them. This blinded them to alternatives. Argurios knew what they were thinking. One last push, and the citadel would be theirs. All they had to do was brush aside the few fighting men on the stairs, and victory was within their grasp. Now all forward momentum had ceased. Argurios and Helicaon, their legs braced against the rising steps, their shields held firmly, their deadly lances cleaving into the enemy, were blocking the way like a wall of death. At first it would have seemed to the Mycenae that they were winning.
Now they had been balked and were losing men without reply. One after another, strong warriors were being cut down, their bodies dragged back to make way for the men behind. Now, Argurios knew, the worms of doubt would start to burrow into the hearts of the Mycenae. This was not like an ordinary battle. There was no retreat for them here, no safe camp to return to at the end of a day's fighting. They were no less trapped than the Trojans. If they could not clear this citadel and kill the king before the dawn, then other troops would come to Priam's rescue, thousands of them, from the forts on the Scamander plain or from the barracks in the lower town. Argurios fought on, no longer tired, every sense alert. He was fighting for more than life now, more than honor. He was fighting for love, and determined that nothing would destroy his chance at happiness with Laodike. He held her face in his mind's eye, the sweetness of her smile, the radiance of her company. Not one Mycenae warrior would be allowed to mount these stairs. A spear scraped along his cuirass, ripping clear 2 more of the bronze discs. Argurios twisted to the right, his own weapon lunging home. It was a poor hit, thudding into the armored shoulder and spinning the man. Helicaon kicked the man in front of him, spilling him to the stairs, then spun and drove his lance through the throat of Argurios's opponent. Then both heroes brought their shields to bear against the next attackers. Moments later it was Helicaon who was thrown back, losing his footing. Argurios blocked a downward lunge that would have ripped out Helicaon's throat, then hammered his shield against the Mycenae, forcing him back. Helicaon made it to his feet and fought on. The stairs were slippery with blood now, but there was no let-up in the fighting. There were no more arrows to shoot from the gallery, and men and women stood there helplessly, staring down at the combatants. At the top of the stairs, Priam waited, sword in hand, staring down at the 2 men who stood between triumph and disaster. It was hard to believe these were men of flesh, for they fought like gods, untiring and unbending. The king had already come to believe the battle was lost. Now he was not so sure. Hope flickered. The king glanced around him. On every face there was grim determination and a sense of awe and pride at what they were witnessing. For the first time in many years, Priam gazed with pride on his son Deiphobos, standing behind Argurios and ready to take his place in the battle on the stairs. Transferring his gaze to the Mycenae, he saw there was no give in them either. They were not frightened nor dismayed. They waited patiently for their chance at the fighters on the stairs, their expressions hard and unyielding. The fragile hope faded in the king's breast. No matter how valiant the heroes on the stairs, nothing would hold back these blood-hungry barbarians. Soon either Helicaon or Argurios would be cut down, and the murderous assault on the upper levels begin. Well, he thought, I shall show these savages how a king dies. Hefting his sword, he strode forward to stand beside the last defenders. Caliades spat blood from his mouth and wedged a lump of cloth into his cheek. Argurios' spear had sliced up under his helmet, ripping through the flesh of his face. He had been lucky. The point had missed his eye by a hair's breadth. He had then been ignominiously kicked back down the stairs and was now sheltering by a rear doorway, Banocles beside him, his tall shield swung to his back. "At least there are no more arrows," said Banocles, passing Caliades a fresh cloth. Blood was flowing freely now. "Thought he had you," he added. "Too damn close," answered Caliades, spitting more blood. "He killed Erythros, opened his throat. I saw." Caliades gazed back at the stairs. "We should pull back," he said. "Gather ladders from the walls. Then we could hit them from several sides." "They can't hold much longer," said Banocles. "That is Argurios," Caliades pointed out. "He could hold all night." "Oh well," answered Banocles with a wide grin. "When the king makes you a general, I'll be your ladder man. Until then, I think I'll keep my head down." "I need stitches, otherwise I'll bleed to death," grumbled Caliades. Together the 2 men moved out into the Megaron. There were some 40 wounded Mycenae warriors already there, being attended by comrades. Caliades pulled off his helm and sat down on Priam's throne. Banocles doffed his own helmet, then reached into the small pouch at his sword belt, drawing out a curved needle and a length of thread. With a cloth he tried to wipe away the blood, but it was flowing too freely. "Made a real mess of your face," he offered. "Luckily you were always an ugly whoreson." "Just stitch it," snapped Caliades. Leaning his head back, He gritted his teeth against the stinging of the needle and the tightening of the raw flesh. Banacles' fingers kept slipping as fresh blood pumped over them, but eventually the flow slowed. "Are you going to try Argurios again?" asked Banacles as he tied the last knot. Kallides shook his head. "I did my duty once. I don't want to be the man who killed Argurios. Let someone else send his shade on the dark road. He may be the enemy now, but I'll be sad when he falls." "Well, I'm going back," said Banacles. "If someone doesn't clear the path, I'll never get to ride one of Priam's daughters." "May Ares guide your spear," said Kallides. "He always does," replied Banacles, donning his helm. Gathering up his spear, the big man walked back into the fighting. Kallides felt a heaviness descend on his spirit. This entire venture was turning to goat shit. Argurios had fooled them, drawn them into where he wanted to fight. Kalanos was an idiot not to have seen his strategy. They would not break Argurios. Instead, the night would slowly drift by, and by morning the entire city would turn on them. Some of the wounded men were gathering up their weapons again. Others were stretched out, leaking blood to the floor. A short and simple battle with plenty of plunder. That was what Kalanos had promised. Even as he thought of the man, he saw him, moving across the Megaron, a bow in his hand. Kalanos was wearing no helmet, his white hair flowing free to his shoulders. Kallides' view of him sunk to a new depth. Heroes did not use bows. They fought with sword and lance, facing their enemies eye to eye, hand to hand. Then, in the distance, he heard a horn blow. It echoed mournfully through the night. Then the sound was repeated over and over. Kalanos paused and swung back to where the Trojan prince Agathon was standing. Kallides could not hear their conversation, but he saw that Agathon was concerned by the blowing of the horn. His face looked tight and tense, and he kept casting nervous glances towards the door. Then Kalanos ran back to the scene of the fighting. Agathon headed in the opposite direction, and Kallides saw him pass out into the night. Kallides remained where he was, lost in thought. Had he known Argurios was an enemy here, he would never have accepted the mission. Not through fear of the man, for Kallides feared nothing, simply because Argurios had an uncanny knack of never losing. The damned horn continued to blow. It sounded closer now. Kallides heaved himself to his feet and walked out into the night. There were Thracians milling in the courtyard, talking in urgent voices. "What is happening?" asked Kallides. "The great gates are open," a man told him. "More Trojans are coming." Then another Thracian came sprinting through the gates, shouting, "Hector has returned! The prince is back! Fly for your lives!" The Thracians stood still for only a moment. Then they began to stream away through the palace gates. Kallides swore and ran back into the Megaron. Chapter 35. The Swan's Promise. Argurios battled on, Helicaon beside him. The older warrior was beginning to tire now, and knew that soon he would have to step back, allowing either Dios or Polydorus to take his place for a while. He had still not fully recovered from the assassination attempt back in the autumn, and his arms were beginning to feel heavy, his breath coming in harsh rasps. Blocking a spear thrust, he slammed his shield into the warrior facing him, then drove his spear high and hard at the man's helmet. It hammered into the brow, snapping the warrior's head back and throwing him off balance. Argurios hurled himself at the man, knocking him back into the warrior behind him. Both fell clumsily. For a moment only, there was a gap in the fighting as the Mycenae struggled to rise. In the distance, Argurios could hear a horn blowing. He glanced at Helicaon. "It is the call to arms," shouted Helicaon. "Reinforcements are coming." A cheer went up from the people on the gallery, and many of them began to shout down jeers and threats to the Mycenae. "You are finished now," bellowed one man. "Like rats in a trap." But the Mycenae did not run. Instead, they launched a fresh attack on the stairs. Argurios fought on. His spear point snapped against a shield. Hurling the weapon aside, he drew his sword. His opponent, a huge warrior, threw himself at him, knocking him from his feet. The enemy's lance stabbed towards Argurios' face. Twisting away from the blade, Argurios lashed out with his foot, catching the man in the ankle. He stumbled. Argurios surged up, his sword plunging through the man's spear arm at the biceps. The Mycenae jerked back,
but the sword was stuck fast. Forced to release his hold on the weapon, Argurios leaned back and hammered his foot against the man's hip. The Mycenae fell heavily. Other warriors clambered over him. "Argurios!" shouted Polydorus, thrusting his own spear into Argurios' hand. Even as he took it, Argurios twisted his body and surged forward, the point of the spear piercing a warrior's throat and snapping the neck. The Mycenae warriors at the foot of the stairs were streaming back through the Megaron to face the fresh troops arriving there. Argurios could not see them, but he could hear the sounds of battle. Then he saw Kalanos by the far wall, a bow in his hand. In that instant, a Mycenae soldier leapt at Helicaon, knocking him from his feet. Half stunned, Helicaon tried to roll. The Mycenae standing over him raised his spear for a death lunge. Argurios spun and blocked the blow with his shield. Something sharp and hot tore into his side, ripping through his ribs and driving up into his chest. He staggered, righted himself, and thrust his spear into the warrior threatening Helicaon. As the man fell, the others below him turned away from the stairs. Argurios wanted to follow them, but his legs were suddenly weak, and he sank to the stairs. The shield of Ilos fell from his arm, and he gazed down at the arrow buried deep in his side. It had struck exactly the point on his cuirass where the bronze discs were missing. Helicaon and Polydorus carried Argurios to the gallery, laying him gently down. Fire was running through him now, and he gritted his teeth against the insistent agony. Helicaon pulled Argurios' helmet clear and knelt alongside him. Then Polydorus placed his hand over the shaft, ready to pull it clear. "No," said Argurios. "This arrow and I are brothers now. It has killed me. It is also keeping me alive for a little while. Draw it out, and my lifeblood will flow with it." "No," insisted Polydorus. "I will fetch the physician. He will find a way to cut it clear. You will live, Argurios. You must live." He rushed away. Argurios sighed, then looked at Helicaon. "The boy doesn't know wounds," he said. "We do, though, Golden One." "Yes," agreed Helicaon, lifting clear his own helmet. "I am sorry, Argurios." Priam the king came then, and knelt on Argurios' left. For a moment he said nothing, then he reached out and gripped Argurios' hand. "I said you could ask anything of me," he said. "Nothing left to ask for, Priam King." He smiled grimly. "If I had the power, I would go down there and rescue my friends and carry them back to Mycenae. I recognized many." "Is there anything I can do for you, or your family?" "I have no family. I need nothing." Priam sighed, then stood. "I thank you, Mycenae. The shield of Ilos will return to its place of glory on the walls of my palace. It will be known from now on as the shield of Argurios. No one will ever forget what you did here." With that, the king, flanked by royal eagles, strode down to the Megaron. Polydorus returned with the physician Zeatos, who only confirmed what Argurios already knew. The arrow was too deep. Polydorus knelt beside the dying warrior, and there were tears in his eyes. "I cannot tell you how proud I am to have stood with you in battle, Argurios," he said. "Spare some pride for yourself, boy. You did well. Now go and join your comrades, and let me sit quietly for a while." Polydorus leaned forward and kissed Argurios on the brow. Then he gathered his sword and followed his king down the stairs. Andromache came then. "Am I to get no peace?" asked Argurios. Her face was tight and tense, and he could see the marks of tears upon her cheeks.
"Laodike needs you," she said.
"I don't want her to see me like this."
"No, you must come. She is dying too, Argurios."
"No," Argurios groaned. "It cannot be."
"Her wound was deeper than we thought. You must come to her."
Argurios looked up at Helicaon. "Help me rise," he said. Helicaon took his arm and drew him upright. Argurios groaned again as the arrow point shifted, firing fresh agony through him. He staggered back against the wall, but Helicaon held him. Slowly they made their way to the queen's apartments. The wounded were everywhere, and Argurios saw Laodike lying on her couch, her eyes closed. Steadying himself, he told Helicaon to let him go, then walked to the couch and knelt beside it. Reaching out, he took her hand. Laodike's eyes opened.
Her face was pale, her eyes heavy-lidded. Algurios felt in that moment he had never seen such beauty. Laodike smiled, her face instantly radiant with happiness.
"Oh, Argurios," she said, "I was dreaming of you."
"Was it a good dream?" he asked her.
"Yes, all my dreams of you are wonderful."
"And what did you dream?"
"It was our house. I have been to see it. You will love it. It has a deep garden and a fountain. There are flowering trees against the western wall. We can sit there in the evenings when the sun sets."
"I will look forward to that, my love."
"Did you see Father?"
"Yes. Everything is well, Laodike."
"We will not be parted then."
Algurios opened the small pouch at his sword belt and lifted out the crumpled swan feather.
"You kept it,"
she whispered. "Yes, I kept it. We will never be parted, not even in death." Placing the feather in her hand, he closed his own fingers around hers. With the last of his strength, he eased himself down to the floor, laying his head upon her breast.
"I am so happy, Algurios," she said. "I think I'll sleep a little now."
"We'll both sleep. And when we awake, you can show me the garden." Caliades ran back into the Megaron, his mind racing. With enemy troops coming in behind them, and an undefeated force still holding the upper levels, the insurrection was now doomed. Casting his veteran's eye around the palace, he knew it could not be defended for long. The Megaron was almost 100 paces long and some 50 wide, too large to resist a superior force, as the Trojans had discovered only a few hours before. Now the roles were about to be reversed, save that the Mycenae would not be able to retreat to the upper levels. They would be assailed on 2 fronts, through the great doors and from the gallery above. He scanned the columned walls. Their only hope, albeit a transient one, would be to form a shield wall. All around him lay Mycenae casualties, having their wounds stitched or plugged with cloth. He called out to the men closest by, "Get the wounded together! More Trojans are coming!" Instantly, warriors began helping their comrades to their feet or carrying them back to the shelter of the wall. Then they began to gather shields and helmets. Caliades ran the length of the Megaron to the rear of the hall, where the Battle of the Stairs was still raging. Algurios was still fighting there, but Caliades did not look up at him. Instead, he sought out Kalanos. He saw the general standing in the shelter of a great column, his bow bent. An arrow flashed towards the stairs. Caliades flicked his glance to the left, seeing the shaft punch home in Algurios' side.
"I have you, you bastard,"
said Kalanos gleefully. Caliades came alongside him. "Trojan reinforcements are upon us," he said. "The city gates are open and the Thracians have fled." He saw fear in Kalanos' eyes.
"Where is Prince Agathon?"
Caliades shrugged. "Gone. I don't know where. We need to make a stand. I've started a shield wall."
"A stand? I'll not die here."
Kalanos threw away the bow and headed down the Megaron, racing towards the open doors. Caliades followed him, awaiting orders. But there were none. The general ran out into the courtyard. Caliades paused in the doorway, wondering what the man was doing. Then he realized. Kalanos was trying to flee the palace before the enemy arrived. He was almost at the gates when Trojan soldiers appeared. Kalanos spun round and fled back to where Caliades waited, pushing past him and into the palace. There he stood, eyes wide and staring, his face a mask of panic. Caliades' loathing for the man swelled still further. Pulling away from the general, he sprinted back to the mass of fighting men below the stairs. "Back! Back!" he yelled. "We are betrayed! Form a shield wall, now!" The first man he saw was Banacles. He had lost his helmet and his face was grey with pain. A sword blade had cut through his arm and was jutting from his biceps. "Pull this damn thing out," he urged Caliades. Caliades wrenched the blade clear. Banacles swore loudly. "Shield wall!" shouted Caliades once more, his voice carrying over the fighting. Years of harsh discipline cut through the battle lust, and the Mycenae began to stream back from the stairs. Swinging his shield to his forearm, Caliades moved with them. Trojan soldiers were pouring through the doors now, armed with spear and sword.
Kalanos had retreated behind some 20 men with shields and spears, while other Mycenae ran to join them, forming a tight wall round their wounded. A group of 7 warriors made a charge at the doors, seeking to block the entrance. Caliades saw a huge, golden-haired Trojan enter, carrying 2 swords. He was helmetless and wearing an ordinary breastplate. On either side of him were shield-bearers protecting his flanks. Caliades expected to see the man swept aside by the Mycenae charge. Instead, he tore into the 7 warriors, killing 2 and punching a third from his feet. There had been many shocks that night, but this stunned Caliades. The Trojan did not fight like a man, but advanced like a tempest, invincible and unstoppable. A great cheer went up from the people on the gallery, a sound rich and joyous. Then they began to chant, "Hector! Hector! Hector!" Caliades felt suddenly cold. He shivered as he watched the great Trojan hero charge into the warriors facing him. A Mycenae stabbed at Hector with a spear, but he sidestepped the thrust and drove his sword through the attacker's skull. The blade stuck fast. 2 more Mycenae rushed at him. A shield-bearer blocked the charge of the first, but the Trojan met the second head-on. As the Mycenae opened his shield to stab out with his spear, Hector stepped inside and delivered a punch to the man's helm. It rang like a bell, and the warrior was hurled from his feet. The remaining Mycenae fell back to join the shield wall as more and more Trojans swarmed into the Megaron. Caliades killed a soldier, knocked another to the floor, then took up his place alongside Banocles. The shield wall at last in place and bristling with spears, the Trojans fell back momentarily, pinning down the Mycenae, but making no attack. "So that's Hector," said Banocles. "Always wondered if he was as good as the legends say. Big bastard, isn't he?" Caliades did not reply. The Mycenae were finished now. Fewer than 50 warriors were left. True, they would take a few score more Trojans with them, but they could not fight their way out of this mess. "You think this could get any worse?" asked Banocles. Caliades saw King Priam walk out into the Megaron, flanked by royal eagles. The vile Helicaean was also with him. The king cried out Hector's name, and the giant walked over to him, embracing the older man. The moment was almost dreamlike. The Mycenae were waiting to die, surrounded by a furious enemy, and yet 2 men were embracing and laughing. The Trojans continued to shout Hector's name. The golden-haired warrior raised his arms, acknowledging their tribute, then swung back to stare with cold eyes at the surviving Mycenae. "I don't see Argurios," said Banocles. "That's a small blessing. Wouldn't want both him and the man-killer against me. Kalanos shot him with an arrow. Damn, no way for a great man to go down." "May Zeus hear that and curse Kalanos for it," replied Caliades in a low voice. "Maybe Argurios will wait for us on the dark road and we'll journey together." "I'd like that," said Banocles. The voice of Kalanos called out, "Priam king, may we speak under a truce?" The king stepped back from his son and stared hard at the general. Then he gestured him to come forward. Kalanos eased himself through the front rank and walked through the Trojan line. "If he can talk us out of this, I'll kiss the man," said Banocles. "Your lips would turn black," muttered Caliades. Chapter 36. The King's Wisdom. Helicaean watched the hated Mycenae walk from the shield wall. His hand gripped his sword hilt more tightly, and he fought to control the rage swelling within him. This man had tortured Zidantus, murdered young Diomedes, and had now killed Argurios. Every instinct in Helicaean urged him to step out and slash his head from his shoulders. Yet he had asked for a truce, and it had been granted. Honor demanded he should be allowed to speak. "After that I will kill you," thought Helicaean. Kalanos approached the king and offered a bow. "Your men have fought well, Priam king," he said. "You have no time for idle chatter," replied the king. "Speak, and then return to your men and prepare to die." "I will speak. A wise man knows when his luck is played out," answered Kalanos, keeping his voice low. "We can no longer win. The fates were against us. We can, on the other hand, kill perhaps another 100 of you. I can prevent that. I can also offer my services to Troy, Priam king."
Priam stood silently, observing the Mykenæ. "How can you prevent your men fighting?" he asked at last. "They know they are doomed."
"I can tell them you have agreed to let them go, if they surrender their weapons. Once disarmed, you can kill them at little cost to yourself."
"A noble act," said Priam with a sneer.
"They are, as you say, doomed anyway. At least this way no more Trojans will die."
"And you will live."
"Indeed. I can be of great use to you. I know all of Agamemnon's plans for these eastern lands. I know where he intends to strike and what kings he has won over to his cause. I know the names of all Prince Agathon's allies in Troy, whom he was to promote and whom he was to draw into his inner circle."
"Valuable information indeed," said Priam.
"Do I have your word that my life will be spared?"
"You have my guarantee that not a single Trojan will raise a weapon against you."
"How about Dardanians?" asked Kalanos, flicking a glance at Helicaon.
"No one who fights for me will harm you," promised Priam.
"No," said Helicaon. "I will not be bound by this promise. This man is a snake and deserves death."
"In my palace you will obey me, Aeneas," snapped Priam. "Your feud with Kalanos can wait. I'll not lose 100 more brave men for the sake of your vengeance. Do I have your word on this, or do I need to have you restrained?"
Helicaon looked into Kalanos' pale eyes and saw him grin. It was too much to bear. His sword came up. Priam stepped between them. 2 eagles grabbed Helicaon's arms. Priam moved in close. "You have fought well for me, Aeneas, and I am grateful. Do not allow your rage to ruin everything. Look around you. There are young soldiers here who could be dead or crippled in the next few moments. These young men have wives and families, or sweethearts or babes. They do not need to die to feed your revenge." Helicaon relaxed. "In your palace tonight I will not kill him. That is all I will promise."
"That is good enough," said Priam. "Release him."
Helicaon sheathed his sword. Turning back to the Mykenæ, Priam said,
"Very well, Kalanos. Have your men surrender their weapons."
Kalanos bowed and returned to his men. There was some discord when he told them they were to be disarmed. Helicaon saw a young man with a wound to his face urging the soldiers to refuse the order. Kalanos calmly assured them that the weapons would be returned to them at the beach before they boarded their ships. Helicaon could see that many of the warriors did not like this turn of events. Their faces showed their indecision. These were fighting men who did not give up their weapons lightly. Yet here was their general, praising their bravery and offering them life. It seemed too good an offer to refuse. Trojan soldiers moved in among the Mykenæ, removing shields, spears, swords, and helms. Finally, even the breastplates were unbuckled, and all the weapons laid at the center of the Megaron in a huge pile. Stripped of their armor, the Mykenæ were no longer terrifying, merely a group of young men awaiting their fate. Kalanos returned to stand alongside Priam. The king called out an order, and the Trojans surrounding the Mykenæ leveled their lances. Realization hit the Mykenæ then. There was to be no release, and now, disarmed, they were to be slaughtered. Then Priam stepped forward.
"Men of Mykenæ,"
he said coldly.
"I am Priam, king of Troy, and I hate you all with a depth of loathing you could not begin to imagine. My daughter Laodike lies dead in the queen's apartments. Many of my friends and loyal counselors walked the dark road tonight. Now your general has sold you to die, defenseless like sheep. To gain his own freedom, he has betrayed you all."
Priam swung to Kalanos.
"You have any last words for your men?"
Kalanos shook his head. Priam gazed at the grim, defiant faces of the Mykenæ.
"Now understand me. I would rejoice to see your bodies slashed, your throats open, your blood spurting. It would gladden my heart to hear your screams. Instead, I am going to allow you to walk to your ships. I will return your weapons, and you will live."
Helicaon saw the shock on their faces.
"Aye, you heard me right," continued Priam,
anger causing his voice to tremble.
"I will tell you why you are spared. A great man died here tonight, and as he was dying, I asked him if there was anything I could do for him, or his family. He said he had no family,
but that if he had the strength, he would walk down to this Megaron and rescue you, for you were his comrades. Yes, you know of whom I speak. Argurios wanted you to live. Now, make no mistake, I want you to die. The king of Troy wants you to die. But this is the night of Argurios. On this night, he is greater than kings. So you live. A silence fell, and Priam turned and pointed at Kalanos. Bind him, he ordered. Soldiers leapt on the Mycenae general, pinning his arms behind him. I had your promise, shouted Kalanos. Yes, you did, and I will keep it. Not a Trojan will lay a hand on you. You betrayed these brave men, and you offered to betray your king. Yes, Kalanos, I would love to know the plans of Agamemnon. However, as I said, this is the night of Argurios. I think he would like you to travel back with your men. Perhaps they will keep you alive to explain yourself to your king. Perhaps not. Priam strode through the Trojan lines until he stood directly before the Mycenae. Who commands now? He asked. I do, said a dark-haired young man with keen grey eyes. Upon his face was a jagged cut, stitched but still leaking blood. I am Calliades. I shall send for physicians to tend your men. They will meet you at the beach. My soldiers will escort you there now and carry any of your wounded. We can carry our own wounded, Priam King. So be it. Your weapons will be returned to you at your ships. We will bury your dead, and they will be given honor. Argurios was my comrade, said Calliades. He gave me this cut to my face, and I will treasure the scar. And Kalanos? You want him taken to Agamemnon, Priam King? No, I would like to stand at my tower as your ships depart and hear his screams echo across the great green. I would like to think that his suffering will be long, his pain excruciating, and his death assured. You have my oath on that, Priam King. Priam turned away and walked back to where Helicaon stood. Will your vengeance be satisfied now, Aeneas? Helicaon glanced over at Kalanos. The man was terrified. It is satisfied. That was an act of greatness. Argurios would have been proud of it. Surrounded by Trojan soldiers, the Mycenae began to shuffle from the Megaron. Helicaon walked to where Hector stood. The golden-haired warrior gave a broad smile, opened his arms, and drew Helicaon into a crushing embrace. This time I really thought they'd killed you, said Helicaon. Have you no faith, boy? You think a few Guptos could finish me off? And how could I not come back when father has taken such pains to find me a bride? Hector glanced up at the gallery. Is that her? By the gods, I hope it is. Helicaon gazed up at Andromache. She was standing there in her torn white chiton, her bow in her hand, her flame-coloured hair hanging free. Yes, he said, his heart breaking. That is Andromache. Then he turned away and walked from the palace. He followed the Trojan soldiers as they led the 50 Mycenae to the beach and the waiting ships. Weary now, both in body and soul, he sat down on an upturned rowing boat and watched as surgeons and healers moved among the wounded. Kalanos, his arms bound, was sitting alone on the beach, staring out to sea. The light of pre-dawn began to glow in the east. Several carts trundled down to the beach, bearing the armour and weapons of the Mycenae. It all seemed a dream now to Helicaon, the bloodshed and the horror, the battle in the Megaron. It was hard to believe, in this quiet dawn, that men had died and that the fate of a kingdom had hung in the balance. And yet, despite all the drama and violence, it was not thoughts of battle that hung on his soul. All he could see was Andromache and Hector. He was more than happy that his friend was alive. At any other time, though, he would have been exultant. Emotions warred within him. The return of Hector had robbed him of the one joy he had fought for. Anger touched him then. I will not let this happen, he said aloud, and pictured himself returning to the palace for Andromache. He could see Priam and offer him anything to release Andromache to him. Reality blew across his thoughts like a chill wind. Priam would not release her. He had announced her to the Trojan multitudes. She was the price of a treaty with the king of Thebe under Placos. Then I will steal her, he decided. We will sail across the great green and make a life far from Troy. And in doing so you will shame Hector, cause strife and possible ruin in Dardania, and live your life in constant fear of reprisal and death. Is this love? He asked himself. Is this the kind of life you would visit upon Andromache? To become a runaway, exiled from her family, an oath-breaker, loathed and reviled? Helicaon felt as if all his strength had been leached from him. As the sky brightened, the air became filled with the sounds of seabirds, swooping and diving over the bay, their calls sharp and hungry and full of life. On the beach behind him, the Mycenae began to climb aboard their galleys. Injured men were lifted to the decks, then the weapons were hauled up in fishing nets. Helicaon saw the bound Kalanos propelled roughly towards a vessel. He fell to his knees. A Mycenae warrior kicked him, then dragged him to his feet. With the dawn breaking, the galleys were hauled out into the water, the last of the crew scrambling aboard. Helicaon watched as the masts were hoisted and the oars run out. The Trojan soldiers marched back along the beach and then up the long hill to the city gates. As the galleys sailed off into the west, a piercing shriek came echoing across the water, then a scream of agony, and another. The awful sounds continued, growing more faint as the galleys rowed towards the headland. Helicaon heard soft footfalls and swung to see Andromache walking towards him, a long green cloak around her shoulders. Rising from the upturned boat, he opened his arms and she stepped into his embrace. He kissed her brow. I love you, Andromache. Nothing will ever change that. I know. Our lives were never our own. He lifted her hand and kissed the palm. I am glad you came. I did not have the strength to seek you out in the palace. I would have committed some madness and damned us all. I don't think you would, she said softly. Laodike told me you love Hector like a brother. You could do nothing to bring him shame. I know you, Helicaon, and you know me. I would never bring disgrace upon my family. We were both raised to duty, above all else. Such duty is a curse, he said, anger flaring once more. There is nothing on earth I want more than to sail away with you, to live together, to be together. He looked up at the sky. The rising sun had streaked the clouds above with crimson and gold, but over the sea to the west, the sky was brilliantly blue and clear. I must go, said Andromache. A little while longer, he urged her, taking her hand. No, she said sadly. With every moment my resolve is weakening. Drawing back her hand, she said, May the gods grant you great happiness, my love. In letting me know you, they already have. More than I have deserved. Will you come back for my wedding in the spring? Would you want me there? Tears fell then, and he saw her struggle to retain her composure. I will always want you close to me, Helicaon. Then I will be there. Andromache turned away and stared out to sea. Laodike and Argurios died hand in hand. You think they are together now, forever? I hope so, with all my heart. Gathering her cloak around her, she looked into his eyes. Farewell then, King Aeneas, she said, and walked away. Goodbye, goddess, he whispered. She heard him, and he saw her pause. Then she continued on without turning. He stood watching her until she reached the high gate. She did not look back. Epilogue. The Golden Talk. By the arrival of spring, the land of Dardania was at peace. Helicaon's soldiers had eradicated the more persistent of the outlaw bands, and with greater communication between towns and settlements, grievances were dealt with swiftly before they had a chance to fester. Community leaders, with access to officials at Dardanos, no longer felt isolated, and the Feast of Persephone, welcoming the new season, was a happy one. Queen Helicia had led the sacrifice procession to the cliff-top shrine, wearing the golden laurel crown and carrying the staff of Demeter. King Helicaon had walked beside her. The queen's pregnancy was pronounced now, but no one commented on it. The silence was hard to bear, for Helicia believed she knew what lay behind it. Either they pitied her, or they were hiding their revulsion. Once the dancing and the singing began, she slipped away and walked back up to the fortress and the cliff-top gardens. They were unkempt and overgrown, and she decided she would spend more time here from now on, in quiet solitude, reshaping the flower beds and cutting back the shrubs. However, today she merely sat, looking out over the shimmering sea. A servant brought her a cool drink. She thanked the girl and sent her away. Down in the bay she saw the Xantos had been refloated, and men were working upon her decks, ready for the voyage to the west. The first ship of the new season had docked here only yesterday, carrying copper and tin. It had also brought a gift for Helikaon that had caused him to laugh aloud. A friend on Kupros had sent him an ornate bow decorated with silver thread. There was a short message. "Now you can truly be the lord of the silver bow," it read. Helicia had asked him about it. He told her about a half-starved child who had mistaken him for the god Apollo. "It seems a long time ago now," he said.
"And you helped her?"
She laughed then.
"A foolish question. Of course you helped her. It is your nature."
There had also been messages from Troy, which he had shared with her. The rebel Prince Agathon had been seen in Miletos, taking ship for Mycenae. Prince Antiphanes had been promoted to the king's inner circle and given a new palace for his part in foiling the plot on Priam's life. This last news had pleased Helikaon. "He is a good man," he said. "I like him greatly." A light breeze blew across the cliff top. Helicia strolled out from the garden and along the cliff path. She could still hear the music of the pipes in the distance and the laughter of the guests. Such a good sound. There is too little laughter in the world, she thought. She sat in the shade of an overhanging rock and watched the seabirds flocking over the Xantos. Then she dozed for a while in the heat. When she awoke, the afternoon was waning towards dusk. Glancing back along the cliff path, she saw Helikaon emerge from the gardens some way in the distance. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart began to beat faster. He had changed from the royal robes he had worn for the sacrifice to Persephone. Now he wore a simple white knee-length tunic edged with gold. And she remembered the visions of that dreadful night when the Mycenae had raped her and murdered her son. She had almost come to believe they were inventions born of her terror. But there had been a vision of Helikaon dressed in this tunic, seeking her on a cliff-top. Her mouth was dry, and she felt like hiding from him. He had seen her, though, and waved. Easing herself to her feet, she waited for him. He was carrying a small package wrapped in muslin. "I thought I would find you here, lady," he said. "There is something we must speak of."
"No,"
she said sharply.
"You must not. I know what you have in there. You must not give it to me."
He looked puzzled. "How can you know?"
"My dreams, Helikaon. You remember? The sea full of ships carrying blood-hungry men, a great city burning, terror and despair. I saw the sky aflame and the sea rise up. I also saw you coming to me here, and in your hands a golden necklace decorated with lapis lazuli. You understand? If you give me this, then the other visions must be true also."
He stood quietly for a moment. "I do understand," he said. "But listen to me, Helicia. If the visions were true, then they will come to pass whether you accept the gift or not. For I am here, and the gift is in my hand, just as your vision showed you. And yes, one day the enemy will cross the Great Green. They will bring war and tragedy to these eastern lands. Such is the nature of vile men. Yet we cannot live in dread of them. We cannot hide behind high walls, our hearts trembling, for that is not life. We must accept the needs and the duties of each day and face them one at a time. You are the queen of Dardania, and the people love you. I am the king, and they fear me. Soon you will give birth to a child, a son, if your dreams are true. It would be better for him, for you, and for the realm, if we were to be a true family. We should be wed, Helicia." She turned away.
"You do not love me, Helikaon, and you promised yourself to wed only for love."
He took her hand and smiled. "You are wrong. I do have love for you. Yes, and respect and admiration. If the gods will it, we will find happiness together, or at least contentment." A cool breeze rustled against her gown, and she shivered.
"When would we do this?"
she asked.
Tomorrow, while everyone is still gathered for the feast days.
I am so frightened, Helikaon.
He drew her to him, his arms around her. Be my wife, and I will be a shield against all your fears. She felt the strength of his arms and the warmth of his body, and she snuggled in even closer, feeling safer than she had in months. She sighed and closed her eyes, wanting the moment to last and last. He stroked her golden hair, then eased her away from him, offering her the wedding gift. Alicia took it with trembling hands and opened the cloth wrapping. The necklace was exquisite, made of scores of tiny golden squares, many of them embellished with brilliantly blue lapis lazuli. Lifting it from the cloth, Helikaon draped it round her slender neck. The metal felt warm against her skin. It looks beautiful, he said with a wide smile. Now let us go inside and announce the news. Taking her hand, he led her back along the cliff top. As they reached the garden, she glanced back once more at the sea. Yet again, in her mind's eye, she saw the massive fleet of enemy ships bearing down upon the eastern lands. But for this one glorious moment, she no longer cared. The end. You have been listening to an Orion audiobook, Troy, Lord of the Silver Bow, by David Gemmell, read by Thomas Judd. Produced by Chris French for the RNIB. The text is copyright 2005 by David Gemmell. The recording is copyright 2018 by Orion Publishing Group Limited.